Chapter 979. On the 15th of another month, many people from the Sand region rushed to the Holy Sun City from various cities to worship the gods. This time Ling Xiao simply kept Xiaohu away and didn't let him appear. After all, Xiaohu's strength didn't seem to be weak, but at a critical moment he would probably become a burden. Ling Xiao kept him because he still had some value for the time being. Now that Ling Xiao had learned the local language here, he could understand what these people were saying, and didn't need Xiaohu to act as a translator. The people here were just talking about when they came to worship the gods, and what good luck they had received from the gods. It was obvious that these people had been brainwashed. Every word they said was filled with reverence and worship for the Holy Yang sect and the Holy Yin sect. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. He quietly began to shuttle between the castles according to the directions on the map. He found that there were faint fluctuations of powerful formation patterns around these castles. It was obvious that these formation patterns were the reason why these castles hadn't been destroyed by the wind and sand for 200,000 years. Ling Xiao guessed that these formation patterns had at least reached the 9th level, otherwise it would not have been able to protect them for such a long time, or perhaps someone from the Holy Yin sect had set up a new formation pattern later on. Ling Xiao walked around here but didn't find anything unusual. Instead he felt that his aura had been locked on by someone. Just as Ling Xiao was about to give up and leave, a strange scene flashed past his eyes. He looked at the wall of the castle in front of him, and found that it was hollow, as if there was an entrance that led to the underground. Ling Xiao wondered if he was hallucinating. He shook his head and looked again and found that the arm of the castle wall was still there, and the fluctuations of the formation patterns were still very strong. Just as Ling Xiao was about to turn around and leave, he turned back again and murmured, "No, there must be something strange." Then he concentrated his gaze again, and the green pupil began to exert its power. Sure enough, he saw the scene he had seen just now again. The castle wall was actually not real, and there was an entrance in the past which should lead directly to the basement. Could this all be an illusion? Ling Xiao's expression changed. Then he looked at the castles in all directions and found that they were already in ruins. The spirit trees, spirit herbs, and spirit flowers were all withered trunks and grass. This was a very desolate scene. There was not the slightest sense of beauty here. On the other hand, the people of the Sand region were also walking on the dilapidated path. They were not worshipping any sacred statues, but only some dilapidated tables and stone elephants. Mother***, so it really is an illusion. This is too scary. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva, feeling that all of this was too strange. He knew that in ancient times, there were some peerless experts who had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. They could set up illusions that could trap people to death and turn inanimate objects into living things. All kinds of illusions came and went, making it hard for one to guard against them. Ling Xiao had been cultivating for many years, but other than being bewitched by an illusory demon in the Illusion Valley, this was the first time he had encountered an illusion. Fortunately, he had killed an illusory demon before and refined its demon crystal, causing his eyes to change. He could see through all the illusions. Otherwise, he would not have been able to discover the secret of this place. "It's you again, a blasphemous sinner. You actually did not get chased by a saint. Men, help me catch this blasphemous sinner." A mystic, the arch who was guarding this place, recognized Ling Xiao, who was in a daze. He exclaimed and pounced towards Ling Xiao. His palms turned into claws and he wanted to capture Ling Xiao. At the same time, the surrounding guards also rushed in this direction. Ling Xiao had no choice but to use his wind god's legs and kick the mystic Thearch away. When he was about to escape again, more than 10 mystic Thearchs had already flown above his head, surrounding his escape route. Not only that, but the surrounding followers also looked at Ling Xiao at the same time. From their eyes, Ling Xiao could see a thick and frightening murderous light. "Damn, there's no need to do this." Ling Xiao shouted and immediately retreated. At this time, more than 10 mystic Thearchs attacked together. Streaks of different elemental energies interweaved together, forming a heaven net that went towards Ling Xiao. The heaven net that was a few hundred meters wide covered the entire space. Even a mosquito would not be able to escape. With so many mystic Thearchs working together to form this heaven net, even a peak stage mystic Thearch or half-saint would not be able to escape. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. The golden dragon spear appeared in his hands, and he fired it at the heaven net. Boom boom. A peerless true dragon directly tore a hole in the heavenly net, allowing him to successfully escape from there. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to make his getaway, a shadow appeared in front of him. Saint. Ling Xiao could not catch the other party's aura. It was obvious that the other party was much stronger than him. This person's cultivation level was at least above the mid-level saint level. Surrender or you can die. The mid-rank saint spoke in an extremely cold and indifferent tone. Humph, that depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, releasing all his strength in an instant. Dragon-shaped battle chi immediately enveloped his entire body, and his appearance changed to that of a half-dragon. At the same time, the muscular man immediately appeared below Ling Xiao in his true form. Ling Xiao and the muscular man opened their mouths and roared at the same time. Brr. Two different sound waves rushed towards the mid-level saint at the same time. Both of them were Tenbin's magical powers, and their power was abnormally terrifying. The surrounding air was shaken into a vacuum, and the disciples below all hugged their ears and screamed in pain. The sound waves released by Ling Xiao and the lion-tiger beast at the same time were abnormally terrifying. Even a low-level saint would be severely injured by the sound waves. The mid-level saint did not expect the power released by the young man in front of him to be so strong. Moreover, the distance between him and them was very close and the impact was very strong. He could only feel his blood churning and his body retreated rapidly. Layers of space energy in front of him isolated the sound waves. Ling Xiao did not dare to fight the mid-level saint head-on. He no longer had the old Dragon King's dragon scale armor to protect him. Although his physical body could withstand the opponent's attack, it was difficult for him to stop the opponent from restraining him. The sky-suppressing drum appeared in his hand, and all the power gathered on his palm. He slammed it heavily on the surface of the drum. Dong. An ancient giant appeared in the sky above Ling Xiao, hugging the huge drum and beating it. The sound was like the sound of a horn on the battlefield, and it stirred up the morale of the soldiers on the battlefield. The mid-level saint had long sealed his ears to prevent himself from being attacked by the sound waves again. However, he had estimated wrongly. The sound of the drum was completely different from ordinary sound attacks. The power actually went straight into his body, and his internal organs were shaken to the point where they were about to burst open. Blood instantly flowed out of his orifices, and he hurriedly used all his power to suppress the internal injuries in his body. At the same time, he wanted to escape as fast as he could. Unfortunately, the second sound of the drum rang out again. Bang! With a look of indignation, he finally could not take it anymore and his whole body exploded. A ball of blood appeared in mid-air, and the stench of blood instantly filled the air. When the people below saw this scene, their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with fear. That was a sacred elder, the most powerful person in charge of this place, but he had actually been killed in just a few rounds. This was simply too shocking. He actually killed the sacred elder. This damned sinner, everyone attack together and kill him. Take revenge for the sacred elder and return the sacred sect to its former glory. One of the mystic thearchs shouted. As his voice fell, all the believers shouted in unison, "Kill him! Take revenge for the sacred elder and return the sacred sect to its former glory." Immediately after, tens of thousands of people gathered their strength and attacked Ling Xiao and the lion-tiger beast in the sky. A vast and majestic power instantly exploded out, and the entire area shook incessantly. "We've poked a hornet's nest this time." Ling Xiao cried out, and he did not dare to hesitate. He sat on the lion-tiger beast and immediately fled as fast as lightning. There was no lack of experts among the believers, and they actually chased after him without fear of death. In the blink of an eye, dozens of mystic thearchs had appeared. This number was simply too frightening. This force was not inferior to any of the third-grade sects in the middle region. Moreover, what he saw now was only the tip of the iceberg. Who knew how many mystic thearchs and sages there were in the Sand region? For no reason, Ling Xiao wondered if the Holy Yin sect was really a branch of the Holy Yang sect from back then. Otherwise, how could there be so many experts appearing? Ling Xiao fled very quickly and those people could not possibly catch up to him. Ling Xiao already knew that the Holy Yang sect had long been in ruins, and that those people's faith was only protecting the illusory realm. However, he discovered that there was an underground room that he had to go back and study. Perhaps that was where the Holy Yang sect's secret was hidden. The next day, Ling Xiao sneaked back to the vicinity of the Holy Yang sect's ruins. He found that the believers had already disappeared, and only a number of people from the Holy Yin sect were patrolling the area. These people were only at the Earth Sovereign or Heavenly Venerable level, and those at the Mystic the Arch level were probably still inside. Ling Xiao quietly cast an advanced mental curse on a group of people, placing them under his control. He then ordered them to move toward him. Immediately after, he took advantage of the fact that the other patrols were not around and immediately knocked out a person who was about the same size as him. Then he changed the person's clothes into his own. After Ling Xiao had done all this, he was not discovered by anyone else. He joined the group and started to patrol the area. Ling Xiao gathered his green eyes again and saw through the illusory realm. He realized that the scene he saw yesterday was the real thing. The castle here was already in ruins, and all the trees and flowers in the surroundings had long withered and withered. There was not the slightest bit of a beautiful atmosphere here, and it was just a place of ruins. Ling Xiao followed this group of people and came to the most majestic castle wall. He felt the defensive formation patterns emitted from all around the castle. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the castle wall. Chapter 980. If anyone saw the scene of Ling Xiao crashing into the wall, their jaws would definitely drop. That was because they could see that there was a high-grade array formation protecting the place. What's more, the castle was made of 10,000-year-old stone. Even the mystic the arch could not possibly break through it. Even a saint would have to be careful. Yet, Ling Xiao was actually crashing into the array formation in the castle wall. This was definitely the act of a madman. Was Ling Xiao a madman? Of course not. Jianghu had already seen through this illusion. There was no array formation or wall at all. Ling Xiao entered the passageway and realized that there was nothing strange around him. Thus, he walked towards the entrance of the passageway. This passageway led downwards. Jianghu guessed that there was a basement below. Regardless of whether there was anything inside, Ling Xiao decided to leave this place after this trip back to the central region. However, what Ling Xiao did not know was that after he entered, a few figures quietly appeared outside and noticed his movements. These people were all saints. The most powerful one was actually a high-grade saint. He looked old and clumsy. The others were also in their 70s. Only the woman in the middle looked extremely young. Not only was this woman young, but she was also very beautiful. That seductive face, those limpid autumn eyes, that delicate skin, that devilish figure, all of it was exuding the most primitive temptation. She was wearing strange clothes and there was a diamond-shaped blue dot on her forehead. She looked especially noble and elegant. Saint Lady, he must have found the secret passageway. The high-grade saint beside the beautiful woman said respectfully. Yes, I didn't expect this outsider to have some ability. Ordinary saints would find it difficult to see through the illusions here, but this person was able to find the entrance after only coming here twice. Perhaps he has some sort of spiritual item that can see through the illusions, said the beautiful woman indifferently. Her voice was like the chirping of an oriole and also like the trickling of a clear spring in the mountains. It made people who heard it feel comfortable and natural. Could it be that we're just going to let him enter just like that? Asked the high-ranked saint. This outsider is a bit strange. 2 sacred elders have fallen at his hands. Perhaps he'll be able to get rid of the final obstacle inside and help our sacred church. Let's go take a look, said the beautiful woman. The saintess is wise, the high-ranking saint replied. After Ling Xiao entered the passageway, he was instantly greeted by an endless dark space. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless black hole, causing him to feel extremely confused. Ling Xiao almost lost control of his mind. He immediately condensed his green pupils to see through all existences of nothingness. Sure enough, this endless dark space in front of him was the same as the outside world, an illusion, and there were only layers of stairs under his feet. Ling Xiao muttered, "The ancestors of the Holy Yang sect are really terrifying. They actually set up illusions one after another. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid I'll be so scared that I don't know what to do." Ling Xiao couldn't help but raise his guard. He had experienced countless life and death situations over the years, but he had no choice but to be careful when dealing with the illusions here. If he didn't have his green pupils to see through the void, he might really be lost here. The stairs were very high, and there were a total of 999 steps down. It was like the door to hell, causing people to feel fear. In such a deep underground room there should be all sorts of coldine qi, but the deeper Ling Xiao went, the hotter he felt. There was no coldine qi at all. Holy Yang sect, Holy Yang fist. Maybe there's some kind of extreme Yang item here, guessed Ling Xiao. When he reached the end of the stairs, he retracted his green pupils. He found that the illusion in front of him was actually a field of mysterious crystals, which were placed randomly. There were also countless spiritual weapons and spiritual herbs. In reality, this was just an empty space. There were only some rubble here and nothing else. This illusory realm was set up to deal with those who were blinded by greed. If Ling Xiao really didn't see through this illusion with his personality, he would definitely amass a lot of wealth. He was glad that what he saw was just a pile of rubble. F***ck, you set up so many illusions in this broken place. Do you have nothing better to do? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Then he continued to walk forward. What followed next was a mesmerizing realm. All kinds of seductresses danced around their waists like snakes. Pieces of gauze and satin kept falling off. Their jade-like skin was moist and moving. Their full breasts, flat stomachs, and round and slender legs all stirred up the primal desire of any man. After the enchanted realm, there was another illusion filled with endless temptation. Waves of medicinal fragrance continuously wafted out from the round medicinal pills that were placed all over the place, giving one a feeling of being on cloud nine. Anyone who pursued the strength of the martial Tao would probably find it hard to resist the temptation of these high-grade medicinal pills. After that, there were a few more illusions. They were all set up according to different people's personalities. Greed, anger, obsession. Illusions were really hard to guard against. Along the way, Ling Xiao's whole body was soaked in cold sweat. These illusions were more deadly than the last, and they were set up in a circle. No matter how strong a person's willpower was, after going through so many illusions, there would always be one that would tempt him. Just now, there was one that Ling Xiao saw Yun Mingqi appear beside him. He almost lost control of his mind and became obsessed with Yun Mingqi's body in the illusion. After going through several illusions, there were finally no more illusions. Now, Ling Xiao came to a space that was even more spacious than the previous ones. He was surprised to find that the surrounding walls were engraved with drawings of human bodies. These drawings of human bodies seemed to be connected to each other, forming a set of coherent movements. Ling Xiao focused his eyes and found that this was indeed not an illusion, so he walked over to take a look. 9 sun burning heaven art? Ling Xiao looked at the drawings of human bodies engraved on the wall in astonishment. He found that every movement of these drawings was similar to using the 9 sun burning heaven fist. Moreover, there were different colored suns in the surroundings. If this was not the 9 sun burning heaven art, then what was it? Ling Xiao looked at these drawings of human bodies, and the 9 sun burning heaven art in his body unconsciously moved. Ling Xiao's aura instantly exploded, and his body involuntarily danced along with these drawings of human bodies. He discovered that the 9 suns heaven-burning fist that he had always thought was perfect was actually a lot worse than the one here. There were still many flaws, and the human figure on the wall was undoubtedly the most perfect fist technique. Every move and every style was as smooth as flowing water. Bright suns appeared one after another, and the power was more than a level higher than what he had used before. After a set of fist techniques, Ling Xiao entered a state of epiphany. The 9 sun burning heaven fist on the drawings of human bodies on the wall played continuously in his mind, deeply imprinting them in his mind. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao's dragon eyes burst out with a strange light, and he murmured, "Looks like the 9 sun burning heaven fist is the Holy Sun sect's ultimate technique, the Holy Sun fist." Following that, Ling Xiao turned his gaze to the other drawings of human bodies. He found that the moves inscribed here were actually very powerful, and not the slightest bit inferior to the 9 sun burning heaven fist. It was a pity that he didn't know the cultivation incantation, so he didn't know what kind of technique these were. However, he still recognized some of the drawings as the moves of the indestructible golden body. The person inscribed on the drawing was attacked by many weapons, and those weapons were actually directly crushed into powder, turning into nothingness. Tens of thousands of golden lights flickered, and a golden bell enveloped the body. If this wasn't the indestructible golden body, then what was it? This was the inherited technique of one of the dynasties in the central region, and he didn't expect it to also come from the Holy Sun sect. One could imagine how mighty the Holy Sun sect was during its golden age, and its might shook the world. Ling Xiao wasn't in the mood to investigate the history of the Holy Sun sect. He was only thinking that if he could get his hands on the Shen skill mantras on the wall, and let the disciples in his palace cultivate them, they would definitely come out on top in less than 100 years. 1,000 years later, they would definitely replace the position of the spiritual martial pavilion. Ling Xiao searched for a while and knew that there couldn't be any Shen skills here, so he walked towards the only cave entrance. That was the place that emitted heat, and Ling Xiao suspected that there was the existence of the extreme yang fire there. However, the demonic demon fire in his sea of consciousness didn't react at all, so he dispelled this thought. Perhaps it was just an ordinary fire. Ling Xiao relied on the demonic demon fire, and without any hesitation he directly walked into the cave entrance. All of a sudden, a rolling heat wave rushed towards him. Bang! Ling Xiao's body was instantly blasted away like a kite with a broken string. His body was scorched black and fresh blood flowed out incessantly. His chest had already caved in. Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a saint weapon, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow and was seriously injured. This was simply too terrifying. Ling Xiao only felt that his bones were about to fall apart. Without thinking, he immediately swallowed a healing pill, and the ancient emperor mystic technique circulated at full speed to heal his injuries. He was clearly immune to fire, but he was still burned. This made him rack his brains, but he couldn't understand what was going on. When Ling Xiao stood up again, his condition was 70 to 80% recovered. This time he didn't dare to rush in recklessly. Instead, he walked to the entrance of the cave and gathered his green pupils, hoping to see everything clearly inside. At this moment, Ling Xiao's expression became incomparably shocked. He actually saw a figure punching there. That astonishing fist intent carried with it the power to destroy heaven and earth, intimidating the 9 heavens and 10 earths, giving people a great sense of majesty. Ling Xiao was deeply attracted by the shadow of this figure's fists. He had been unable to touch the fluctuations of space for a long time, and he finally gained some inspiration. Because he saw that every single one of these fist insights actually carried the energy of space, and they shattered expanse after expanse of the heavens and the earth, causing everything to be obliterated. Ling Xiao's whole body emitted flames. He closed his eyes and his fists began to dance. The power of space around him was actually stirred up by his fists. In the beginning he could only stir up a little bit of the power of space, but gradually the space around him was under his control. That astonishing power distorted the space around him, and the basement began to shake. Chapter 981. The monstrous fist intent was earth-shattering, and any power under this fist intent would turn into nothingness. The terrifying might caused the surroundings to tremble. Above this basement, those patrolling people all sensed the strangeness of the ground, and all of them looked nervous. Fortunately, a saint appeared and stopped their nervousness. Below the basement, the saints of the Holy Yin cult had already passed through all the illusions. It was not that they did not have any greed, but that they had the dispelling potion, and were already familiar with this place, so it was not surprising that they came here. When they hid far away and saw Ling Xiao using his fist intent there and stirring up the power of space, they all opened their mouths wide and revealed a look of disbelief. At that time, a saint had been killed by the fist intent when they'd first arrived here. They also knew that there was a monstrous fist intent waving inside, and they had all studied it, but they only understood a little bit. Now this young man had actually grasped the essence of the fist intent, and he had also comprehended the power of space. His aura instantly soared. If it was not for the special nature of this space, it was afraid that it would have been destroyed by Ling Xiao. Saint, he is breaking through, should we? The high-level saint made a gesture of cutting his neck and whispered. Wait, it may be more advantageous for him to break through the fist intent space here. We can't lose the big picture because of a small gain. The saintess stopped him. It was just that after she made this decision, looking at the heroic figure dancing in the air, she did not know why she felt that something was wrong, but when she thought that there must be extraordinary things behind the fist intent space, she threw that inappropriate thought aside. Ling Xiao did not know how long he had been waving his fist, he only knew that his realm was rising endlessly. He felt as if he was the figure in the sea of fire, every punch carried a monstrous fist intent, and the power of space around him was all under his control. He had a domineering feeling of truly controlling heaven and earth. He felt as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He could sense the air slowly drifting, and he could sense the untouchable spatial energy that had always been around him. He could sense the trajectories they contained. When Ling Xiao stopped punching, he sat down cross-legged on the spot and restrained all his aura. After a while, his aura burst out again. 5 different colors of energy flickered around him, and the huge energy instantly caused the space around him to distort again, and the surrounding walls kept shaking. The spiritual qi in the surroundings continued to converge towards him. However, the spiritual qi was far from enough to satisfy Ling Xiao. Many mysterious crystals appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, turned the mysterious crystals into energy and absorbed them. Countless forces constantly attacked and cleansed Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao only felt that his limbs, bones, internal organs, meridians, flesh, and blood, all of them had been cleansed. The life force of every organ in his body was also emitting a vigorous power, greatly strengthening and perfecting his physique, and his lifespan was infinitely extended. The 5-colored vortex in his dantian kept spinning rapidly, and the power contained within it was like a vast sea of stars, making people feel that it was endless. His sea of consciousness had also undergone a huge change. Not only had it become several times larger, all the impurities in the spiritual liquid had been expelled, and the spiritual world bridge was shining like a rainbow. The scenes of the power of the world inside became more vivid, as if there was air and space like a different world, making people feel that it was extremely magical. His soul power also exploded at this moment, and the condensed figure became more and more real, no different from a real person. In terms of the transformation of life, this was the feeling of reaching divine transcendence. When many warriors broke through to the saint realm, their lifespan would be infinitely extended. However, how many saints had reached this level at such a young age like Ling Xiao? Even if their bodies had been completely transformed, they would definitely not be as perfect as Ling Xiao. It could be said that now that Ling Xiao had reached the saint realm, his appearance would not change for the rest of his life. In other words, he did not need to use any heaven-defying spirit herbs or elixirs to maintain his youth. Moreover, his potential was definitely not something that those warriors who had reached the saint realm after thousands of years could compare to. A saint who was not even 100 years old was definitely unique in the central region, and could be said to be the #1 person in the central region. Ling Xiao did not expect that after breaking through so many illusions and suffering such a heavy punch, he would actually have the opportunity to comprehend fist intent and spatial power. This was undoubtedly the reward he wanted the most on this trip. That surging power made him feel so comfortable that he could not help but moan. He only felt that every movement of his carried a vast power that could destroy everything in the world, and kill anyone who stood in his way. "I'll use you rats to practice," Ling Xiao muttered with a happy smile on his face. Then, his body flashed and he was already on the other side. A fist with a monstrous fist intent blasted toward the 5 saints who were hiding their auras. This fiery fist completely filled the narrow space, and the raging flames and ferocious fist intent caused the walls to shatter and fall off. "This kid can actually discover us. Seems like he really has some tricks up his sleeve." The high-level saint laughed coldly. Just as he was about to block Ling Xiao's fist, someone else rushed over and made a move. A wave of absolute yin qi met the monstrous fist of fire. Rumble. The 2 saints' powers collided, and an earth-shattering explosion occurred, shaking the basement to the point where it finally showed signs of collapsing. After all, no matter how strong the restriction here was, it was still set up 200,000 years ago, and most of its power had already disappeared. All the saints rushed up into the sky. The illusions of the Holy Yang sect's ruins outside disappeared, and the ruins appeared before the eyes of the Holy Yin sect's disciples. However, they did not know what happened, and the ruins began to sink into the ground again. Then a few figures rushed up from the ground. When the Holy Yin sect's disciples saw these figures, they immediately shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Saintess, greetings, saints. There's a powerful invasion of a foreign race here. All of you should retreat to the headquarters for the time being," the high-level saint said to the hundreds of Holy Yin sect's disciples. These people did not dare to have any objections, and immediately left the place through the transmission array. At the same time, Ling Xiao and the saintess began to clash. Ling Xiao originally thought that after comprehending the fist intent, the power of the fist intent would be enough to kill a mid-level saint. However, he actually did not have much of an advantage against this flirtatious woman in front of him. Moreover, she was only a low-level saint like him. What Ling Xiao used was the 9-sun sky-burning fist, which was a fist technique of extreme yang. However, what his opponent used was the exact opposite of Ling Xiao's. It was the absolute power of extreme yin, and it was a set of claw techniques. The white claws that were as sharp as blades, with the power to tear through space, clawed at Ling Xiao continuously. Looking at those sharp claws, an ordinary person would probably die immediately if they were to be touched even a little. Ling Xiao had just broken through to the Saint Realm and his power was endless. Facing an opponent of equal strength, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he was extremely excited. Round after round of dazzling suns kept crashing down, and the invincible fist intent destroyed everything in the world. All the Yin claws turned into powder under the extreme Yang fist, but the absolute Yin cold air that was emitted attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had the protection of the heavenly fire, but he could actually feel the waves of cold air attacking his body. It was really too strange. It seems that this girl also has an extremely cold spiritual item, but I have just comprehended the fist intent, so you're still not enough. Ling Xiao thought to himself. His aura surged once again, and a blazing white fist smashed down on the saintess's head with terrifying power. This fist contained the essence of the fist intent that Ling Xiao had just comprehended, and its power was quite terrifying. The holy lady's pretty face became serious, and waves of absolute yin qi surged out continuously, and the surrounding air became extremely cold. 9 divine claws. The holy lady shouted in shock. She gathered all her power and at the same time, both her claws reached out to meet the fist. Two different powers collided and a powerful destructive force was produced. The space around them seemed to be distorted. In the end, the white fist still shattered the two claws, and the fist radiance continued to blast towards the Holy Lady. The Holy Lady had already used all her strength just now, and her reaction speed was already a lot slower. She found that she actually could not dodge this fist now. Don't even think about hurting the Holy Lady. The high-ranking saint from the Holy cult shouted in shock, and instantly appeared beside the Holy Lady. A wave of spatial power instantly burst out, and Ling Xiao's torrential fist radiance was sent flying. However, when the high-ranking saint sent the fist radiance flying, his body was actually forced back several meters by the power of the fist radiance. The high-ranking saint's face alternated between red and white, and it was obvious that he could not accept this fact. He was a high-ranking saint, but he was actually forced back by a novice low-level saint. If word of this got out, where would he put his face? Suddenly, his murderous aura became stronger. The high-ranking saint did not forget to impose a groundless crime on Ling Xiao, and said, "Alien, you have offended and blasphemed my holy land. Today I will tear you into 1,000 pieces." Immediately after, a strong light shone towards Ling Xiao, and the light was so dazzling that it made it hard for him to open his eyes. Ling Xiao did not expect this old man to have the power of light, and the pure light that he emitted made him a little uncomfortable. "You want to take my life? You are not qualified." Ling Xiao shouted in shock, and a figure was summoned. The figure had just appeared, and it immediately swept towards the high-ranking saint like a ghost. Its speed could be said to be traceless, and it was difficult to see it. In the blink of an eye, a scream was heard. Clearly, someone had been injured. Chapter 982. Ling Xiao no longer had the old Dragon King's dragon scales to protect him. Although his physical body was comparable to that of a sage, he had never thought that he would be invincible in the world. As he grew stronger, the people he came into contact with became stronger as well. Hence, he had already made preparations to ensure that nothing would go wrong. A pinnacle sage like Sha Tian was naturally brought along by him just in case. The figure that had suddenly appeared was undoubtedly Sha Tian. Sha Tian was proficient in the art of assassination. In the blink of an eye, he had chopped off the Holy cult's high-grade sage's arm. That scream had naturally come from the Holy cult's high-grade sage. The Holy cult sage, who was not far away, was also stunned. They had not expected such a terrifying expert to suddenly appear. They were afraid that the most powerful elder among them would be injured. The high-grade sage covered his wrist and retreated repeatedly. His heart was already in turmoil. He could clearly feel that his opponent was much stronger than him. His opponent's strength was already close to that of the Holy cult's leader. If Sha Tian attacked, it would definitely be difficult for him to survive. He became one with his sword, and his sword moved with peerless speed. Sword chi overflowed in all directions, and his strength was shocking. Countless sword images swept towards the high-rank saint. "I'll fight you to the death." The high-grade sage had nowhere to retreat. A silver shield appeared in his hand and blocked all of Sha Tian's sword chi. At the same time, he could actually attack with his eyes. A killing technique. 2 beams of white light shot out from his eyes. The speed and power of the attack were quite terrifying. Fortunately, Sha Tian was a pinnacle sage. He was one of the most powerful and peerless experts in the central region. His reaction speed was astonishing. He quickly withdrew his holy sword and instantly blocked the 2 beams of white light. At the same time, he quickly counterattacked. Another terrifying attack stirred up the space in this area and headed towards the high-grade sage. "Holy Maiden, save me." The high-grade sage's surprise attack had been blocked. He had no choice but to cry for help. At the same time, he summoned his protective spirit beast. At this time, the saintess came back to her senses and shouted, "Everyone attack!" With the saintess in the lead, several saints erupted with astonishing power at the same time. A few spirit beasts instantly soared into the sky, and the surrounding heaven and earth shook from the powerful aura. Ling Xiao also summoned his lion-tiger beast. A pair of boxing gloves appeared in his hands. With a shout, he rushed towards the saintess again. He had just become a saint and had just comprehended fist intent. Naturally, he wanted to have a good fight. Sha Tian was fighting 1 against 3, while Ling Xiao was also fighting 1 against 3. The water serpent and lion-tiger beast were fighting against 6 spirit beasts, so they were obviously at a huge disadvantage in terms of numbers. "Sha Tian, make it quick," Ling Xiao ordered. He didn't want to waste any more time. After receiving Ling Xiao's order, Sha Tian naturally fought with all his might. The strange sword intent forced the 3 saints to retreat. Ling Xiao also used the first 7 moves of the 9 Sun Sky Burning Fist in turn. His fists were filled with extreme yang flames, and they carried an unparalleled fist intent as they blasted towards the three people surrounding him. One of the three was a mid-level saint. He wanted to take most of Ling Xiao's attacks. However, when he came into contact with Ling Xiao's fist light, he was immediately burned by the yang flames. That monstrous fist intent made him feel that he couldn't resist it. The holy sword in his hand was shaken off, and blood flowed from the wound between his thumb and forefinger. Fortunately, the saintess and another companion took the brunt of the fist light in time. Otherwise he wouldn't have a chance to survive. The saintess found that Ling Xiao was getting stronger and stronger. She was extremely surprised. At the same time, she also recognized that Ling Xiao was using the Holy Yang sect's unique technique, the Holy Yang Fist. It was a divine technique that was on par with the Holy Yin sect's 9 Yin divine claws. She became anxious. She couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Why do you know the lost Holy Yang Fist?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you guys are going too far." Ling Xiao became more excited as he fought. He had a deeper understanding of the fist intent. The feeling of being one with nature and ignoring the shackles of space was wonderful. The saintess was exasperated. She had thought that Ling Xiao would be able to break the space of fist will and take the opportunity to get Ping Yi. But she did not expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful after becoming a saint, and he did not have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. It really made her feel troubled. Two blood-curdling screams came from the other side. It was obvious that the saints who were attacking Sha Tian were injured. On the other side, Ling Xiao had also beaten the mid-level saint into a sorry state. The other low-level saint was burned to ashes by the heavenly fire. The saintess was getting more and more anxious. She knew that there wouldn't be a good result if she continued. She shouted, "Everyone retreat." Then she grabbed at Ling Xiao's head with her claws. After forcing Ling Xiao to defend, she escaped with the mid-level saint. On the other side, the three saints who were fighting with Sha Tian also wanted to escape. However, Sha Tian's speed was astonishing. He swung his sword 3 times in a row and kept the 2 mid-level saints behind. The high-level saint also escaped at full speed after taking a blow. After he escaped, he said viciously, "Damned mutated people, our leader won't let you off." Sha Tian wanted to chase after the high-level saint with all his might. However, Ling Xiao stopped him and said, "Forget it, they won't be back for a while. Protect me here, I'll go down again." Ling Xiao planned to go to the space of the fist intent again to see if he could enter. If he could enter, then he would immediately leave the desert and return to the central region after obtaining the things inside. If he couldn't enter, then he had to leave. The Holy Yin cult had so many saints. Their leader might be an existence that surpassed the saint realm. If they really encountered such a peerless expert, he and Sha Tian wouldn't be enough. Ling Xiao waved his hands and moved the collapsed buildings away one by one. Soon, a huge pit that was hundreds of meters wide appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately rushed down. At the same time, he shook many stone fragments into powder. When he reached the bottom of the basement, the passage of the space of the fist intent was still intact. Waves of hot air kept coming out. This place should have been discovered by the people of the Holy Yin cult long ago, but they couldn't enter. It's obvious that even high-level saints couldn't resist that terrifying fist intent. Now that my strength has increased greatly, if I transform into a dragon, my physical defense is definitely comparable to a high-level saint weapon. However, can I withstand that shocking fist intent? Ling Xiao stood at the entrance of the passage and thought seriously. Ling Xiao focused his eyes again and focused on the scene in the passage. His expression changed and his dragon eyes revealed a look of surprise. The space of the fist intent disappeared? What's going on? He could still feel the waves of hot air, but he didn't see anyone practicing there anymore. At the same time, the demonic heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness actually jumped quickly. Could it have disappeared because I comprehended the fist intent? Or was it affected by the collapse here just now? Ling Xiao thought quickly. After hesitating for a moment, he said to himself, "No matter what, let's go in and take a look first." After saying that, Ling Xiao directly raised all his aura, and his appearance also transformed into a half-dragon body. Dragon scales began to cover his body, forming a strong defense. After that, he slowly stepped into the passage. Step by step, he really didn't receive any more attacks. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and began to look at everything inside. The space inside was not big and there were rows of empty shelves with nothing left. Ling Xiao was disappointed for no reason. He originally thought that there would be a lot of good things inside, but he found that it had long been cleared out by others. It was impossible to get Ping Yi. However, he still saw a sealed flame in a corner. The flame was multicolored, but it was trapped in a small space. No matter how it flickered, it couldn't escape. What kind of flame is this? It actually made the demonic heavenly fire react so strongly. Ling Xiao murmured when he sensed the strong reaction of the divine pearl in his sea of consciousness. He looked at the flame and couldn't help but think of the various legends about the Holy Yang sect. Could this be the demonic heavenly fire left behind by the leader of the Holy Yang sect? No, this should just be a wisp of the origin flame, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. I don't know if the Holy Yang sect left it behind to preserve the holy fire, or if there was some other reason. Anyway, Pingy is mine. Ling Xiao revealed an excited expression. Although this was only a wisp of the demonic heavenly fire's origin flame, its power definitely couldn't be underestimated. It happened to be on par with the demonic heavenly fire, and it could fill up the 8th yang meridian in his body, allowing him to cultivate the 8th layer of the rainbow flame Immortal Sunday. In order to prevent the wisp of the origin flame from escaping, Ling Xiao first sealed the area with the demonic blue fire before directly breaking the space restriction. Ling Xiao unleashed all of his battle prowess, and his all-out attack was comparable to the power of a peak mid-level saint. Rumble. A shocking explosion sounded, and the power of the space restriction immediately collapsed. The wisp of demonic heavenly fire instantly broke free and immediately soared up. The scorching energy made Ling Xiao feel a trace of pain. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He immediately opened his mouth and sucked the wisp of demonic heavenly fire into his abdomen. Ah! Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out in pain from the scorching pain. This was a wisp of the origin flame, and its power was definitely not weaker than the demonic heavenly fire. It would be strange if Ling Xiao didn't get burned after absorbing it like that. If it was anyone else, they would probably have been burned to ashes by now. Ling Xiao endured the torturous pain and used the demonic heavenly fire to wrap it up in one area, preventing it from burning his organs. Then he used the 9 suns burning heaven technique and sucked it into the 8th yang meridian. Although it was only a wisp of the power of the demonic heavenly fire, it was enough to completely fill up Ling Xiao's 8th yang meridian. Following the completion of the 8th yang meridian, Ling Xiao would be able to smoothly use the power of the 8th level, Rainbow Flame Immortal Sun. He was only missing the final level, Ashen Flame Sacred Sun, before he could cultivate the power of the 9 suns burning heaven. Just as Ling Xiao merged with the wisp of demonic heavenly fire, the leader of the Holy Yin sect actually came in person. Chapter 983. The Holy Yin cult was founded 180,000 years ago. It was a force that started to spread its teachings in the Sand region after the disappearance of the Holy Yang cult 20,000 years ago. At that time, the Holy Yang cult had disappeared, and there were many different sections. When the Holy Yin cult was first established, it used the slogan of the Holy Yang cult. It was said that it was the strongest branch of the Holy Yang cult. However, at that time, some people said that the Holy Yin cult was the sworn enemy of the Holy Yang cult. Now that the Holy Yang cult had disappeared, the Holy Yin cult made a comeback and wanted to dominate the Sand region. Almost all the people in the Sand region were followers of the Holy Yang cult. When they heard this news, they immediately believed it. However, after the Holy Yin cult dealt with those forces that spread this rumor, they opened the ruins of the Holy Yang cult. They claimed that they would keep the ruins of the Holy Yang cult for the rest of the world to admire. When the people of the Sand region found out that the Holy Yin cult didn't destroy the ruins of the Holy Yang cult and asked them to pay their respects, their wariness toward the Holy Yin cult gradually disappeared. In the end, they even regarded the Holy Yin cult as the #1 religion. The Holy Yin cult also started to unify all the territories in the Sand region. These years, the followers of the Holy Yin cult had spread all over the Sand region. No one dared to challenge the prestige of the Holy Yin cult. Even the most powerful mounted bandits didn't dare to touch the people of the Holy Yin cult. However, now, a person from a different race had killed several of the holy elders of the Holy Yin cult. This was simply a blasphemy and provocation to the Holy Yin cult. Before the Saintess and the others returned to the territory of the Holy Yin cult, the leader of the Holy Yin cult was ready to come personally. For many years, the Holy Yin cult hadn't lost any of their holy elders. Looking at the dim jade tubes of life, the leader of the Holy Yin cult knew that something big had happened. A figure rushed out of one of the spatial castles. The figure shuttled through the space at a speed like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the distance of several cities. Soon he would arrive at the ruins of the Holy Yang cult. This speed was at least the speed of a peak saint. Ling Xiao was intoxicated with the 8th yang meridian. He didn't know that a great enemy had arrived. When he completely fused the rainbow immortal heavenly flame into his 8th yang meridian, his strength increased a little. He had entered the Saint primary realm and stabilized it. Everything happened too quickly, and Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. I've become a saint. I can finally go to the heaven realm. Ling Xiao sighed as he clenched his fists. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Whether it was to find Yun Mingqi or to find his master, or to step on the path to becoming stronger, he had to go to the heaven domain. That was the ultimate goal of his life. Ling Xiao scanned the room again and felt that there was nothing valuable left. He was ready to leave. No, there are so many illusions set up here and fist intent left behind to prevent others from entering. It is impossible for it to be as simple as preserving a wisp of rainbow immortal heaven fire. There must be other treasures here. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. Then he walked over and carefully examined the rows of empty shelves. After confirming that there was nothing, he burned them one by one. He looked around again. Looking at the empty room, he couldn't help but feel a little unwilling. His green eyes condensed again. He was sure that this wasn't an illusion. He was really going to give up and leave. But at this moment he saw a small discovery on the opposite wall. He wasn't sure what he was thinking, so he walked closer to the wall. At a glance, there was nothing special on the wall. It was definitely not an illusion. However, there were very small marks on the wall. If Ling Xiao hadn't opened his green eyes, he definitely wouldn't have been able to see these hair-like marks. From the marks, it could be seen that this was the mark of the stone door being closed. Could it be that there's more to it than meets the eye? Ling Xiao wondered. No matter what was inside, he had to open it and see. He raised his hand and punched the wall with all his strength. Bang! A punch that was powerful enough to destroy several mountains was actually unable to break this wall. So strong? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect this wall to be made of stone that was more than 10,000 years old. The golden dragon spear appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. He once again punched the wall. The semi-divine golden dragon spear directly blasted a big hole in the wall. There really is something inside. Ling Xiao shouted in surprise. He waved the golden dragon spear again and opened the hole a lot bigger. Ling Xiao walked in and was surprised to find that this was a small secret treasure room. Dozens of divine weapons were randomly arranged. Each one of them was emitting a bright light. This made Ling Xiao a little dizzy. He casually grabbed a long sword that was fluctuating with the water element. He opened the scabbard and a blue sword light dazzled his eyes. A lifelike spirit beast shadow appeared. Flying fish sword. It's at least a mid-rank divine weapon. Ling Xiao felt that this sword was extraordinary and exclaimed. Then he checked the divine weapons one by one and found that there were even a few high-rank divine weapons. This made him ecstatic. Just these dozens of divine weapons were already a great harvest for Ling Xiao on this trip. However, Ling Xiao saw that these divine weapons were randomly arranged. There were a few weapon racks that had nothing on them. He suspected that these were inferior divine weapons that were deliberately left behind. Apart from these divine weapons, there were some bottles and strange utensils. However, the contents of the bottles and utensils were also broken. There was not a trace of energy left in them. Finally, his gaze fell on a few ancient scrolls. He thought that these might be rare techniques. When he opened them, he found that they were filled with strange words that he couldn't understand. This made him very depressed. Could these be the Sand region's language? Ling Xiao guessed. Although he had learned the Sand region's language from Jianghu, he had never learned how to recognize the Sand region's language. Forget it. I'll put them away first. I'll study them when I go back. Ling Xiao licked his lips. His eyes lit up as he swept these divine weapons and ancient scrolls. He was glad that he had carefully observed them again. If he had left just now, he would have missed these divine weapons. These divine weapons were not very useful to him. However, they were rare divine weapons for the Smiling Palace. They could enrich the Smiling Palace's foundation. When he left the Central region in the future, other people could also rely on these divine weapons to pass them on. Just as Ling Xiao came out of the ground, a powerful aura swept over from afar. The speed and power of that aura shocked Ling Xiao. Don't tell me the people of the Holy Yin cult are already here for revenge? Ling Xiao said to himself as he jumped up. Sha Tian immediately went to Ling Xiao's side and said, "The person who came is very strong, not weaker than me." Ling Xiao was a little shocked when he heard that. Sha Tian was already a peak existence in the Central region. The person who had come was actually as strong as him. It was not to be underestimated. Whoosh! A wind-breaking sound rang out, and a silhouette appeared 100 meters away from Ling Xiao and Sha Tian. This figure was actually a woman, a woman so beautiful that it could make one's heart skip a beat. She was not inferior to the saintess he had seen before, and was even more seductive and alluring. That perfect image and temperament of a mature woman was Ling Xiao's favorite. Her facial features were exquisite, and her eyes were rippling with psychedelic colors. It was easy for any man to fall into her eyes. Her full and towering breasts, her round and perky buttocks, and her slender and flawless legs were simply a peerless temptress. Her beauty was breathtaking. She was wearing the clothes of a different tribe, and there was a different kind of exotic charm about her. Although Ling Xiao had seen many beautiful women, and all the women around him were also stunning, they were still inferior to this temptress in front of him. This was not the difference in appearance but the difference in temperament. After all, this woman in front of him was already a peak saint. Her charm was only comparable to that of Ling Xiao's mistress, Feng Qingyuan. Ling Xiao looked at this woman, and a strong desire to conquer her arose in his heart. His body became a little hot. It was only the first time they met, but he was already aroused by this woman. It could be seen how terrifying the temptation of this woman was. Since his debut, Ling Xiao had been seduced by Yu Laiyan, and this woman in front of him was undoubtedly the second one. This woman was the vice-sect leader of the Holy Yin cult, Yuro Fei. She was once the holy maiden of the Holy Yin cult, and now the vice-sect leader of the Holy Yin cult. She looked coldly at Ling Xiao and Sha Tian and said, "Are you people from the Middle Earth?" "Middle Earth? You're talking about the central region, right?" "That's right, we're from there," Ling Xiao replied while suppressing his agitation. He didn't expect that this woman would not directly kill them, but instead ask such a question. "You've already comprehended the fist intent of the underground secret room. I believe you've also found the things inside. Hand them over and I'll let you leave," Yuro Fei said indifferently. She actually didn't mention that Ling Xiao had killed their holy elder, nor did she mention that he had destroyed this place. Was she worried about Sha Tian's strength and didn't dare to make a move? "If I don't teach you, will you forcefully snatch them?" Ling Xiao said calmly. Yuro Fei sneered and said, "If you don't hand them over, I can't kill him, but I can definitely kill you." Her smile was cold, beautiful and charming, but it concealed a strong murderous intent. As her voice fell, a mirror appeared in her hand, and she attacked without any warning. The mirror flickered with a dazzling brilliance, and waves of strange light flickered, and a mysterious power shone on Sha Tian's body. Her attack was too sudden, and Sha Tian had been protecting Ling Xiao the whole time, so he didn't dare to be careless. However, the speed of this light was not something that he could easily dodge. This was because that mirror was a semi-divine tool, and it was called the Quiet Light Mirror. Once someone was illuminated by it, their body would immediately be imprisoned, and they wouldn't be able to move. The power would only disappear after a quarter of an hour. Ling Xiao looked at the motionless Sha Tian and knew that things were not good. How could he have imagined that Yuro Fei would have such a shocking divine tool? Ling Xiao instantly unleashed his full battle strength, and the sky-suppressing drum immediately appeared in his hand. He wanted to catch this woman off guard and kill her. At this moment he definitely couldn't have the slightest bit of protective feelings for the fairer sex, or else he would be the one to die. Chapter 984. Before Ling Xiao could strike the sky-suppressing drum, another beam of light shone towards him. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart, "It's over." Ling Xiao felt that his movements were completely stiff. Apart from his brain, which could still think, he could not move anything else. He could not even muster the strength in his dantian. Yuro Fei's delicate face revealed a charming smile. "I wanted to be polite with you, but since you're not tactful, don't blame me for being rude." Just as Yuro Fei was about to kill the two of them, Sha Tian's protective spirit beast, the water serpent, and Ling Xiao's lion tiger were not restrained. The two spirit beasts roared and attacked Yuro Fei. The still mirror in Yuro Fei's hand did not seem to have any effect on the spirit beasts. She kept the mirror and a scimitar appeared in her hand. At the same time, she summoned her protective spirit beast. Yuro Fei's protective spirit beast was actually a silver giant elephant. Its huge body was as terrifying as a mountain. Its hook-like nostrils emitted a powerful aura, its two huge ears kept flapping, and its four giant legs were as tough and heavy as the sky's pillars. Given that it was such a huge creature, it was certainly the greatest among high-rank spirit beasts, but its humongous body caused it to move much slower. Nevertheless, Yuro Fei was very confident in it. It would not be a problem for it to hold back the water serpent and lion tiger. After all, the silver giant elephant's skin and flesh were extremely tough, and it was completely immune to normal attacks. Looking at this huge creature, Ling Xiao's body turned cold. The most direct method was to kill him and Sha Tian, and everything they had on them would belong to the other party. This won't do. I need to think of a way to stop her for a while. Sha Tian should be able to recover his strength very soon. Ling Xiao's mind was spinning rapidly as he tried to think of a solution. However, he couldn't move at all. Only his brain could still think, and he could also use mental force attacks. However, for a saint who had grasped the power of space, mental force attacks were no longer enough. Even if his soul doppelganger went out, it wouldn't be a match for a peak saint. In the end, even his soul would be destroyed. Originally, I would have spared your life if you had handed over the item. However, you wanted to monopolize the item of my holy sect and killed my holy elder. I have no choice but to send you to meet the gods. Euro Fei sneered. Her scimitar flashed with a sharp blade light as it slashed towards Ling Xiao. It's not that easy to take my life. Ling Xiao was quick-witted and immediately summoned an indestructible golden body from the medicinal cauldron. His soul avatar instantly attached to this golden body. As if this golden body had a life of its own, it raised its golden spear and attacked Euro Fei. Euro Fei didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to summon a person. Moreover, this person knew how to use elemental attacks, which puzzled her. One had to know that spatial rings couldn't store living things, and the spirit beast bracer couldn't store a person. This golden body had the cultivation of a low-level saint and a defense comparable to a low-level saint weapon. However, it couldn't erupt with combat power that was dozens of times like Ling Xiao's real body. Euro Fei was a peak saint. After 2 moves, she was able to figure out the strength of this indestructible golden body. She increased her attacks and directly cut this indestructible golden body into several pieces. Ling Xiao knew that this golden body couldn't withstand this woman's attacks. He withdrew his soul doppelganger and immediately summoned another indestructible true body of Jianghu. This Jianghu should have been a peak saint before he died. He was no weaker than this woman and Sha Tian. With the defense of his golden body, he wouldn't be destroyed immediately like the previous one. Ling Xiao used his soul doppelganger to control this golden body. He held the golden dragon spear and used the limitless doppelganger technique to attack Euro Fei. Nearly 100 different figures and the powerful tyrant dragon spear technique bombarded this part of the world. Unfortunately, although this body was strong, Ling Xiao could only use the power of a low-level saint. It was impossible for him to deal with Euro Fei. If this is all you have, then it's over. Although Euro Fei was surprised by Ling Xiao's methods, she knew that these two were only puppets and not real people. They were controlled by Ling Xiao's soul doppelganger, so they weren't much of a threat to her. She also knew that if she was delayed for more than a quarter of an hour, it would be time for her to escape. After all, the still mirror could only be used once a day on the same person, and it wouldn't be effective the second time. Therefore, Euro Fei had to get rid of Ling Xiao and Sha Tian as soon as possible. However, when she attacked this golden body a few times in a row, she realized that it didn't suffer any damage. She knew that this puppet was indeed much stronger than before. She didn't want to get entangled, so she directly went around to kill Sha Tian. In her eyes, Sha Tian was the biggest threat, and the low-level saint in front of her was far weaker than her. How could he be qualified to fight with her? You force me to be ruthless. Killing intent flashed past Ling Xiao's eyes. He had originally wanted to capture this seductress-like woman and keep her by his side. This kind of woman had always been his favorite, and he couldn't bear to destroy a flower. Just as Euro Fei was about to kill Sha Tian, the golden body had already returned to Ling Xiao's side, and all of its power was directed towards the heaven-suppressing drum. Dong. The terrifying sound of the drum shook Euro Fei's body. Her meridians, blood vessels and internal organs were immediately severely injured. Her body didn't explode immediately. Instead, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a method, nor did she expect that the broken drum would cause such a strange attack. Although the power of Ling Xiao's soul avatar was close to his own strength, the consumption of energy was naturally not something the real body could compare to. After an all-out attack, this soul avatar was extremely weak, and it was very difficult for it to make a second attack. However, this was enough to delay the time for a quarter of an hour. Euro Fei had suffered extremely heavy injuries. She had almost died at the hands of this low-level saint. She was unwilling, but it was already very difficult for her to turn the situation around. She took out a pill and swallowed it with difficulty, hoping that she could recover and leave this place before the other party struggled to break free. At the same time, she summoned the silver elephant. She wanted to bring her away from this place first. However, Ling Xiao had used the two golden bodies to stall for time, and a quarter of an hour had already passed. Sha Tian was the first to regain his freedom. He angrily charged at Euro Fei. However, Ling Xiao still transmitted a message to him, telling him to show mercy and restrain her first. Sha Tian was in peak condition, while Euro Fei was in an extremely poor state. Being captured by Sha Tian and having her power sealed was an inevitable outcome. At this time Ling Xiao had also regained his freedom. He secretly sighed in his heart, lucky. Fortunately, the stillness mirror only sealed the physical body and not the soul. It allowed him to control it with his consciousness and summon the two golden bodies. Although one was destroyed, it was already very fortunate that he was able to keep his life. Ling Xiao arrived in front of Euro Fei. There were traces of blood on her charming face, and she looked very pitiful. Ling Xiao gently wiped away the blood on her face and revealed a smile that was like a spring breeze. He said indifferently, "Submit to me or you can go see the gods." Her gentle smile carried an incomparably cold, killing intent. As a last resort, Ling Xiao really didn't want to give up this perfect woman in his heart. She was the type he loved the most. Euro Fei was obviously not a woman who was afraid of death. She immediately closed her eyes and waited for Ling Xiao to deal with her. Is this considered a silent resistance? If I take over your body first, will you hate me very much? Ling Xiao gently hooked her chin with his finger and revealed a hoodlum expression. Euro Fei's beautiful eyes instantly widened. She looked at Ling Xiao with an ashen expression and said, "You better kill me. Otherwise, when my cult master comes, all of you will die." Why should I wait for him to come? Unless he dares to come to the central region, I will make it so that he won't be able to return. Ling Xiao let out a faint laugh. Then he reached out to the clothes in front of Euro Fei's chest and pulled down quite a bit of her top. Her fragrant shoulders were exposed, and her skin was as translucent as ivory. It was extremely alluring. Moreover, a large part of her full chest was exposed, and it was a stimulating visual impact. You shameless. Euro Fei's body lightly trembled as she shouted. Her beautiful eyes were slightly misty. Since the day she became a saintess, she had received the respect of the world. When she became the vice cult master, no one dared to provoke her dignity, and it was absolutely impossible for others to touch her body. Now she was being taken advantage of by this strange man from a different race. It was the first time she had been bullied by a man like this, and she wished she could tear Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces in her heart. I'll ask you one more time. Submit to me or die. Ling Xiao repeated with narrowed eyes. I will always be loyal to the gods. Euro Fei seemed to have accepted her fate. She closed her eyes again and allowed Ling Xiao to deal with her. She seemed to be swearing, even if you obtain my body, you will not be able to obtain my heart. Fuck. You win. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. In the end, he couldn't do anything that was worse than a pig or a dog. Similarly, he didn't want to use a mental curse to control her and turn her into his puppet. If that happened, then subduing her would be meaningless. Ling Xiao had no choice but to bring her along with him. He would slowly cultivate his feelings with her on the way. He believed that with his handsome appearance he would be able to capture this woman's heart sooner or later. After capturing Euro Fei, Ling Xiao left the Sand region with a full load. He didn't have the mood to wait for the Holy Yin cult's disciples to besiege and kill him. Moreover, the Holy Yin cult had a cult master who was even more powerful than Euro Fei. Ling Xiao didn't have the confidence to resist the existence of such a powerful person. Euro Fei thought that Ling Xiao would forcibly occupy her body. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. He just scared her a little. This made her heave a sigh of relief. If she was really violated by him, she would rather die and end all her troubles. If you let me go, I can give you a lot of treasures. Euro Fei couldn't help but suggest. If you submit to me, I can give you anything, Ling Xiao replied shamelessly. I will never betray the Holy Yin cult. Just give up. My heart is like a boulder. I won't give up so easily. Chapter 985. After capturing the Holy Yin religion's deputy leader Euro Fei, Ling Xiao and Sha Tian immediately left the ruins of the Holy Yang religion at full speed. They used space shuttle all the way, covering millions of kilometers in a day. After a few days, they were far away from the human settlements of the Sand region and once again returned to the vast desert. Ling Xiao did not restrict Euro Fei's personal freedom, but he had Sha Tian seal her power, preventing her from recovering from her injuries, making it difficult for her to restore her strength. Her space ring and spirit beast bracers were also confiscated by Ling Xiao, so she had nothing to rely on and could not play any tricks. At first, this woman kept cursing Ling Xiao for being despicable and shameless, bullying weak women, and so on, and decided that she would rather go on a hunger strike than submit to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao almost collapsed at the time. A peak saint was a weak woman, how could other women live? But when they entered the depths of the desert, this woman began to become surprisingly quiet. Ling Xiao no longer refused the food and water he gave her, which made Ling Xiao feel strange. He was afraid that she would recover her strength to deal with him. To be on the safe side, Ling Xiao had to ask Sha Tian to strengthen the seal on her power, just in case. He had finally managed to kidnap such a beautiful woman, how could he let her escape so easily? Moreover, this was the first time he had ever felt such a strong sense of subjugation towards this woman. Ling Xiao wasn't a young man who had just stepped out into the martial world. He knew that a woman's heart couldn't be won simply by pestering her. Besides, he didn't just want her body, he wanted her heart as well. He knew that this matter could not be rushed, and it would take a certain amount of time to cultivate. He had to let this woman discover his strengths and completely suppress her in terms of combat strength. Once that happened, everything would no longer be a problem. After leaving the place where the people of the Sand region lived, Ling Xiao felt that it should be safe, so he summoned Jianghu and asked him to translate the ancient scrolls obtained from the underground secret room of the Holy Yang religion. It would have been fine if he did not translate them, but after translating them, he found that these scrolls were particularly precious high-level Shen skills. Even Yuro Fei, who was watching from the side, became anxious. It was obvious that she had a strong interest in Ling Xiao's ancient scrolls. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to her strangeness, and completely pretended not to see it. These ancient scrolls were called Yin Yang Divine Art, Dragon Form Divine Art, Violent Sand Trembling Art, Demon Record, and Myriad Realms of Brahma. These Shen skills were all top-grade Shen skills, and among them the Yin Yang Divine skill was definitely a godly level Shen skills. It required the Yin Yang Divine body to be able to cultivate the Shen skills. Once it was mastered, its power would definitely be called as a heaven-defying existence. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that this Shen skills actually recorded the cultivation method of the 9 Sun Burning Sky skill, and another cultivation method called the 9 Yin Divine Claw. The essence of the Yin Yang Divine skill was that cultivating both of them was the essence of the Yin Yang Divine skill. Cultivating it separately would greatly weaken its power. Ling Xiao really did not expect that the 9 Sun Burning Sky skill was only half of the Yin Yang Divine skill. There was still the other half of the Yin Yang Divine skill that could be considered as the perfect Shen skills. However, Ling Xiao knew that to find a physique with both Yin and Yang was undoubtedly as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was a perfect physique that could compete with the chaotic divine body. Ling Xiao had a body of 5 attributes, but he was not fated to cultivate the Yin Yang Divine skill. The other book, the Dragon Elephant Divine skill, was a rare non-attribute Shen skills. It was a powerful Shen skill that could be cultivated by people of any attribute. Once it was mastered, there would be a dragon elephant wild dance that could shake the heaven and earth. However, there was a limit to cultivating this divine art. One had to possess the blood essence of the dracophant in order to comprehend its mysteries. Otherwise, one would only be able to grasp the form and would be unable to unleash its true power. Ling Xiao was interested in this Shen skills. However, he felt that it was pointless if it required the dragon elephant blood essence. He himself already possessed the pure dragon blood. If he were to obtain the dragon elephant blood essence, it would undoubtedly cause his Shen skills to become unnatural. Ling Xiao immediately dispelled this thought. The earth-shaking sand skill was an earth attribute Shen skill. According to legend, it was a supreme Shen skill left behind by a sand region deity in the ancient times. It was a powerful Shen skill that could control the mountains and sand. As long as one was in the desert, those who used the earth-shaking sand skill would be invincible among those of the same level. Even killing people of a higher level would be a piece of cake. As for the heavenly demon record, it was a dark attribute Shen skill. There was a total of 24 books. Each book contained an unfathomable power. Once mastered, there would be a terrifying godly power like the appearance of a heavenly demon. The last book, The Myriad Realms of Polo, was not an offensive Shen skill. Instead, it was a secret Shen skill that could set up illusions. It was a Shen skill that could be cultivated by anyone. Of course, there was a prerequisite. That was, one must have enough mental strength to cultivate it to mastery. It was not something that could be cultivated by just anyone. This was definitely an ancient Shen skill. The peerless experts who could set up illusions had long gone extinct. Finding this type of Shen skill was undoubtedly more difficult than finding a Shen skill. Ling Xiao did not expect the Holy Yang sect to have such a Shen skill. No wonder the Holy Yang sect's ruins were filled with all kinds of illusions. The biggest use of illusions was that they could confuse anyone's vision and cause them to see different scenes. They could also cause those who were not mentally strong to have all kinds of unrealistic or extravagant illusions, thus achieving the effect of trapping others. The powerful illusions could even trap people to death and torture them to death. Everyone could imagine how powerful they were. Out of all the Xian skills, only the myriad realms of Polo made Ling Xiao ecstatic. He had personally experienced the strange power of the illusions. If he could also set up illusions, he would be able to trap and kill even the strongest opponent alive. Ling Xiao asked Jianghu to translate all the mnemonics in the myriad realms of Polo. Then he continued to comprehend and cultivate the mnemonics as he hurried back. At this time, he summoned the dragon horse again and slowed down his speed so that he would have enough time to learn the Xian skill as soon as possible. At this time, Euro Fei's mind was in a mess. She already knew that Ling Xiao had the mnemonics for the Xian skill that she had been yearning for a long time, but Ling Xiao suddenly gave her the cold shoulder and stopped talking to her. This made her feel extremely depressed. She was a woman who liked to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Otherwise, she would not have cultivated her strength to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Previously, she had also been under the Holy Yang sect's secret chamber and knew that the Xian skill she wanted was very likely to be kept there. She had thought that with her strength, it would not be a problem for her to break in directly. However, she had also suffered a great loss in the fist intense space, leaving her helpless. Now, she did not expect Ling Xiao to not only break the Holy Yang sect's Xian skill but also enter the fist intense space to obtain the supreme divine skill. This made her go crazy with jealousy. She had thought that when Ling Xiao came to please her again, she would take the opportunity to ask him for the Xian skill and see if she could achieve her goal by sacrificing a bit of her body. However, Ling Xiao suddenly gave her the cold shoulder, which made her feel at a loss. There were a few times when she wanted to take the initiative to speak, but she could not let go of her woman's modesty and swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Ling Xiao did not have time to care about Euro Fei's thoughts. He wholeheartedly tried to comprehend the myriad realms of Polo. Ling Xiao understood that this Xian skill was actually somewhat similar to a cloth shackle. It was just that one still needed to inject mental energy into it, and the power and essence Qi would combine, making it difficult for one to concentrate when facing the Xian skill and produce all kinds of illusions. The Xian skill was divided into different levels. The level 1 Xian skill was the most common illusion, which made people confused and see some visual scenes that were different from reality. It was effective for those with weak minds, but for those with extremely strong minds, it was not enough. The level 2 Xian skill could create all kinds of different illusions. Even those with weak minds would see different visual sensations as if they were in the same place, causing people to lose their sense of direction and find it difficult to find their goal. The level 3 Xian skill was more terrifying. The illusions created were simply difficult to distinguish between real and fake. If one could not find the eye of illusion or a special secret technique to break the Xian skill, only death awaited. Ling Xiao had already reached the saint level, and his mental energy was unparalleled. As long as he practiced the use of his strength and mental energy, he could set up the eye of illusion anywhere and create an Xian skill. He had a unique advantage and his cultivation speed was many times faster than that of others. He only spent half a month to learn the level 1 Xian skill. He used Jianghu as a training target, but the effects were not reflected. After all, Jianghu was a peak stage mystic the arch, and his mind was much tougher than ordinary martial artists. However, this level 1 Xian skill was of little use to Ling Xiao as it had a similar effect as his elementary spiritual incantation. Only the Xian skill that was level 2 and above was worthy of Ling Xiao's attention. Ling Xiao was immersed in the Xian skill and did not know how long he had been cultivating. Euro Fei finally couldn't help but interrupt Ling Xiao's meditation. "Are you really bringing me to Middle-earth?" Euro Fei didn't know what to talk about and just casually asked. Ling Xiao responded indifferently, "And that's right." He then closed his eyes and didn't say another word. This made Euro Fei extremely gloomy. She thought to herself, could he have lost interest in me so quickly? Ling Xiao was delighted. It seems like this girl can't hold back GMO anymore. This empress will see how long you can last. Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't be too accommodating to women, or else she wouldn't know how to cherish him. Not only was it effective on men but sometimes, men were also effective on women. "I have something to discuss with you." Euro Fei hesitated for a moment but still decided to go straight to the point with Ling Xiao. "Speak, I'm listening." Ling Xiao was unmoved. If you're willing to impart the dragon form divine arts secret manual to me, I'm willing to accompany you. accompany you once?" Euro Fei said with a red face. Even though she wasn't a young girl anymore, this was the first time she had said something so bashful. The reason why she had made this deal was because she knew that Ling Xiao could take her body anytime he wanted and she wouldn't be able to resist. Thus, she might as well use her body to exchange for the divine art that he wanted first. In any case, she hadn't tasted what it was like to be a real woman. The man in front of her was young and handsome, so he should be able to accept her first time. Chapter 986. Ling Xiao stared blankly at this beautiful woman who was like a temptress. Looking at her blushing appearance, the feeling of his heart palpitating involuntarily arose. He thought that this woman would first say some simple conditions to show him her determination, but he did not expect the other party to be so direct, leaving him at a loss. If Ling Xiao was still a beginner, hearing this woman say such words, he could not wait to immediately press this woman to the ground. However, the realm he was pursuing now was different. What he liked was the feeling of being in perfect harmony with each other, rather than a physical transaction. Seeing that Euro Fei was willing to compromise with him for the divine exercise, it must be said that this woman had already prepared for the worst. She had already recognized that if she fell into his hands, sooner or later she would become his food, so it was better to exchange her for some benefits. Euro Fei was very confident in her appearance. She believed that as long as she beckoned with her finger, many men would come over one after another. Not to mention that she had said it so openly, she believed that the man in front of her would not refuse her request. Indeed, Ling Xiao did not refuse her request, and threw the dragon form divine exercise towards Euro Fei. Euro Fei happily received the dragon form divine exercise, and her charming face finally revealed a smile for the first time in these past days. This smile could be said to be charming to all living beings, and was definitely a calamity-level existence. Ling Xiao could not help but be a little dazed looking at it. "Come, I'm yours." Euro Fei raised her tender neck and said with a resigned look. Her body trembled slightly, and it was obvious that she was not prepared, and her heart was very nervous. Ling Xiao leaned over to her side, looking at the seductive face, sexy and full figure, and smelling that intoxicating fragrance. A wave of heat quickly rose up. He pinched her chin and lightly said, "If I wanted you, would I wait until today? I not only want your body but also your heart." Finished speaking, Ling Xiao let go of her and continued to cultivate the Brahma myriad realms. It was true that Ling Xiao liked beautiful women, but he felt that he was a very loving man. He would never have a relationship with a random woman for no reason. Euro Fei didn't expect Ling Xiao to reject her offer. She was glad, but at the same time she felt a little uncomfortable. She thought to herself, "Since you're so tactful, I'll spare your life if I can get out of here one day." Then she began to read through the dragon form divine techniques incantation, trying to memorize it. She then returned the ancient scroll to Ling Xiao. Seeing how tactful she was, Ling Xiao gave her what he thought was his most handsome smile and continued to cultivate. Euro Fei had been thinking about how to escape. Her body had been in a weak state since she couldn't circulate her energy to heal herself. Even if she obtained the dragon form divine art, she couldn't cultivate it immediately, let alone escape. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Euro Fei's body was getting worse and worse, and her complexion was getting paler and paler. She looked pitiful. Ling Xiao almost couldn't help but remove the seal on her. Fortunately, Ling Xiao dispelled this thought in time. After all, the bodies of those who had reached the saint level had been reforged, and their life force was very strong. This was especially true for a young peak saint like Euro Fei. Even if she was injured and her power was sealed, she would still have the ability to heal herself, and would definitely not get worse. Ling Xiao knew that this woman was pretending, and he almost fell into her trap. "Since you want to pretend, I'll let you pretend," Ling Xiao said in his heart with a playful smile. He took advantage of Euro Fei's inattentiveness to quietly set up an illusion around her. This was an illusion that reached straight into one's heart. It could allow a person to naturally fall into their own emotional world, allowing them to see their past happy and unhappy lives. Euro Fei had been traveling with Ling Xiao for the past few days, and had long let down her guard. She was definitely being suppressed by Ling Xiao and had no chance to escape, so her state of mind was extremely relaxed. She had unknowingly entered the illusion. She saw herself being born into a commoner's family when she was young. She had parents, brothers and sisters, and a family of 7 lived a very happy life. However, one day a group of horse bandits broke into their house and robbed all the valuable things in their house. They even killed her family, and even her mother and sister were humiliated to death. She burst into tears in despair. Just as she was about to become a dead soul under the horse bandit's blade, she was saved by a person. Not only did that person give her food and water, he even taught her profound skills, allowing her to become a powerful warrior. She was grateful to this man and at the same time, buried her hatred deeply, hoping that one day she could kill all those horse bandits with her own hands to take revenge for her family. After following that man, other than sleeping and eating, she spent her time cultivating. She displayed a powerful tenbin, and her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. When she reached adulthood, she already had the ability to kill all those horse bandits. She took revenge, and that man also told her his identity. He was actually the leader of the Holy Yin cult, and she was conferred the title of Holy Maiden from there. She was bewitched by the illusion. She saw a happy childhood, smiling very brightly and happily, but when her family was killed by the horse bandits, she was like a helpless and pitiful woman, crying so heart-wrenchingly, so despairing. Ling Xiao didn't expect this strong woman to have such a sad past. Looking at her helpless and despairing expression, he felt very guilty in his heart. Ling Xiao withdrew the illusion and walked over to the crying woman, holding her in his arms. He gently carried her on his back, giving her the most silent care. He was hugging her now without the slightest bit of desire. "Godfather, is that you? Don't leave me, okay? Father and mother are already gone, I don't want to lose you too. Why do you have to go to Tianyu realm? Is it not good to stay here? I will accompany you for the rest of my life." The illusion disappeared, but Euro Fei was still immersed in it. She thought that Ling Xiao was the man who saved her and raised her, so she kept begging him. She cried until her tears dried up, but it seemed that she couldn't finish her words. Finally, she directly fainted in Ling Xiao's arms. Now, in his eyes, she was no longer a peerless strong woman, but a weak woman who needed people to comfort and care. Ling Xiao just hugged her like this and didn't do anything. He just sat like this for one day and one night. In fact, Euro Fei had already woken up. She also knew that the person who was hugging her was not her godfather, but the man who took her to Middle-earth. She originally thought that she would be defiled, but when she realized that her clothes were still very intact, and there was nothing wrong with her body, she relaxed. It was rare for her to let loose, and it was rare for her to tear off that mask of strength, so she might as well sleep in this man's arms for a while longer. She realized that she had a good impression of this man. His broad chest was a bit like her godfather's back then. If Ling Xiao knew what she was thinking, he was afraid that he would want to cry but have no tears. He was one of the 5 good and pure young men of the new era, so how did he become a rotten old man? After this hug, there was a subtle change between the two of them. Ling Xiao also didn't deliberately give her the cold shoulder, and she also didn't give him a hard time. It was as if they had suddenly changed from strangers to ordinary friends, and their relationship could be said to have improved greatly. On this day, Ling Xiao casually asked Euro Fei, "Do you really want to cultivate the dragon form power technique?" Euro Fei subconsciously nodded her head and said, "Yes, the dragon form power technique is suitable for me to cultivate. If I successfully cultivate it, I can cooperate with my white elephant to attack, and its power will multiply. But you know, your white elephant is not a dragon elephant. You only have the blood of an elephant. Without the blood of a dragon you can't learn it either." Ling Xiao said, "We can think of another way. If it really doesn't work, we can use the flood dragon's blood instead, or you can take some dragon horse's blood and let me refine it. Maybe it will have the same effect." Euro Fei's gaze fell on the dragon horse. The dragon horse on the other side hissed a few times in disdain to show its dissatisfaction and resistance. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that the blood of the dragon horse and the white elephant will make you cultivate to an indescribable state." Suddenly he bit his finger and forced out a bit of blood essence. A miniature version of the peerless true dragon actually appeared in his mind. Euro Fei felt the fluctuations of the blood essence and her beautiful eyes stared at the lifelike miniature version of the peerless true dragon. She couldn't help but exclaim softly, You're not human." As soon as she finished her words, Ling Xiao fell into the sand with a bang. Hey, I was just joking," Euro Fei said with an embarrassed expression. Ling Xiao crawled up with a defeated look on his face. He was indeed no longer a human, nor a dragon's body. "Little horse, this is yours." Ling Xiao threw the drop of dragon blood in his hand towards the dragon horse. The dragon horse was overjoyed. It opened its mouth and immediately welcomed it. After the dragon horse swallowed Ling Xiao's blood essence, it instantly burst forth with a powerful aura. Waves of dazzling light flickered incessantly, and the dragon's scales on its body became denser and thicker. Its majestic body also became a bit stronger. After half a day, the dragon horse had become even more powerful and its strength had increased by another level. It couldn't help but roar a few times towards the sky. Then it came in front of Ling Xiao and licked Ling Xiao's arm. "Thank you for your reward, Your Highness." Ling Xiao patted the horse's head and told it to go play at the side. "It's up to you whether you want it or not. My blood essence is very precious." Ling Xiao spread out his hands towards the dazed Yuro Fei. "Can you really help me?" Yuro Fei asked in disbelief. "If you can accompany me to the heavenly region, I will help you," Ling Xiao said casually. "Are you serious?" Yuro Fei exclaimed. "Of course it's true. However, you can't lie to an honest person like me." Ling Xiao nodded seriously. "All right, I promise you. I definitely won't lie to you," Yuro Fei replied happily. Chapter 987. In fact, when Ling Xiao heard Yuro Fei's tearful complaints, he knew that there was a man's shadow in this woman's heart, and that man had already left for the heaven domain. If that man was her lover, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't have made such a request. Fortunately, that man was her adoptive father, an old man, so Ling Xiao said such a thing. In any case, he was going to the heaven domain so he could bring her along with him. Whether or not he could accompany her to find her adoptive father was another matter, but the most important thing was to cultivate a relationship with her and explore the most beautiful dream in life. Yuro Fei naturally didn't know Ling Xiao's true intentions. She only thought that Ling Xiao wanted to go to the heaven domain and wanted to pull her along as a helper. After all, her strength was much stronger than his. "Good, I hope you don't go back on your word," Ling Xiao nodded, then said, "I can heal your injuries and unseal your strength, but I can't give you your space ring for the time being. If you are really willing to go with me, I will return it to you in the future. If you choose to return to the Holy Yin religion, I won't stop you, but I will confiscate your space ring." Recently, Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei had undergone some subtle changes, and the relationship between the two could be said to have rapidly warmed up. However, it was impossible for them to immediately change from enemies to partners. That was unrealistic. Since Ling Xiao had already begun to change her, he felt that she should also hate that kind of life, so proposing to go to the heaven domain with her was the best way to open up her heart. Hearing Ling Xiao say this, Yuro Fei's jade lips parted slightly, a look of disbelief appearing in her beautiful eyes. Taking advantage of this moment, Ling Xiao casually popped a pill into her mouth. Then he summoned Sha Tian and had him unseal her strength. After being unsealed, Yuro Fei couldn't help but cry out a few times in joy. She had been feeling rather aggrieved during this period of time, and the feeling of regaining her strength was always the best. "Why are you doing this? Are you really not afraid that I will leave?" Yuro Fei looked at Ling Xiao and asked seriously. "I've thought it through. A melon that's forcefully picked won't be sweet. If you really want to leave, it's up to you. Anyway, I don't like to force others. Besides, I believe that you'll stay," Ling Xiao said indifferently. In fact, he was crying in his heart. "Don't go. If you really leave, where can I find another woman of such high quality?" A charming smile appeared on Yuro Fei's face as she said, "You're quite confident, but you've guessed correctly. If you're willing to come with me to the heavenly realm, perhaps we can even become friends." "Yeah, I said I'll go with you," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Do you still want to practice the dragon-elephant divine art?" "Of course I do. But once I master it, my strength will rise to another level. At that time, even the person beside you might not be my opponent. Aren't you afraid?" Yuro Fei said seductively as she lightly tapped her jade lips with her finger. "Haha, if I can capture you once, I can capture you a second time. Besides, without that mirror, I don't think that you can deal with me," Ling Xiao said calmly with a smile. Yuro Fei's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. She hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be so confident. However, when she thought of the scene when she had captured him, she felt a chill run down her spine. "All right, you win. We're friends now. You gave me the dragon blood, so I owe you a favor. If you need my help in the future, just let me know," Yuro Fei said. "I only have one request," Ling Xiao said. "What is it?" Yuro Fei asked doubtfully. "You want to be my woman?" Ling Xiao stared at her with a domineering aura. "Haha, if you can make me feel something for you one day, I don't think I'll mind," Yuro Fei said with a faint smile. She no longer minded Ling Xiao's flippant words. Instead, she felt that she was especially happy when he did it once in a while. She had held a high position for many years and had always worked for the Holy Church. But after her foster father had gone to the heaven domain and never returned, she had never been happy. All she knew was to cultivate in seclusion all day. Previously, Ling Xiao had used an illusion to evoke her worries, which had allowed her to see through her state of mind. She wanted to get rid of her current situation and do what she had always wanted to do. Because of this, her mood had relaxed. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. He forced out another drop of blood essence and gave it to Yuro Fei. He also conveniently returned her spirit beast wristband. With the dragon blood, he could take the elephant blood from the silver giant elephant and mix it together to form the dragon elephant blood essence. At that time, he would naturally be able to cultivate the dragon form power. The power of the dragon form power was known for being strong and domineering. She, as a woman, had mastered it, so when she used it, it would definitely have a different flavor. Yuro Fei regained her freedom and kept her promise and didn't leave. After she integrated the two types of blood essence, she began to sit on the silver giant elephant to comprehend the dragon form power. As for Ling Xiao, he sat on the dragon horse and continued to fiddle with the illusion. The two of them cultivated separately and very calmly walked through more than half of the desert. The hot sun and dry air didn't have much effect on the two saints. On the contrary, the evil demonic heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was always greedily absorbing the strong fire attribute energy to strengthen its energy. Because of this, Ling Xiao also benefited a lot. The three foreign objects in his sea of consciousness were always the biggest guarantee that he could advance quickly. Otherwise, how could he have become a saint so quickly? In the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. Ling Xiao had already returned to the other side of the desert with Yuro Fei. Over the past few days, Ling Xiao had more or less mastered the second-level illusion. With his current means, the illusion that he set up could even trap a saint. He often used it to let Yuro Fei feel its power, and even she almost fell for it. If she didn't know that this was an illusion that Ling Xiao had cast, she probably wouldn't have been so calm when facing it. At the same time, Yuro Fei had also succeeded in cultivating the dragon and elephant divine technique, and the might she displayed could be said to be world-shaking. When she executed her moves, the image of a dragon and elephant would be able to turn almost anything within a radius of 10,000 li into nothingness. She asked Ling Xiao to let Sha Tian be her opponent to practice with, and Ling Xiao fulfilled her request. The two of them fought until the sky was dark, and it seemed as if the world was turning upside down. Ling Xiao watched the battle from the side. He had no choice but to use all his strength to defend himself and retreat as far as possible to avoid being affected. After a round of battle, Yuro Fei was actually able to fight to a draw with Sha Tian, which surprised Ling Xiao. It should be known that her strength seemed to be on par with Sha Tian, but in terms of battle strength she should be inferior to Sha Tian. After all, Sha Tian was a top-notch existence in the central region, and he had the ability to fight above his level. Almost every move of his had reached the realm of unity of man and heaven, and his assassination methods were even more astonishing. After cultivating the dragon form power, Yuro Fei was actually able to fight to a draw with him. The power of this divine technique was self-evident. However, even though they were strong, Ling Xiao felt that once he reached the same level as them, he would still be able to trample them under his feet. Yuro Fei also understood how terrifying Sha Tian was because of this. If she didn't have the static mirror at that time, it would have been difficult for her to win against him. At the same time, she was also more and more curious about Ling Xiao. He actually had such a powerful guard with him at all times. She really didn't know what kind of power he was from. She had asked Ling Xiao about his identity, and Ling Xiao had also told her directly that he was a palace master of a great power, and that Sha Tian was just one of his subordinates. Yuro Fei was skeptical. She felt that even if Ling Xiao was a palace master, he must have inherited his position. Otherwise, why would such a powerful person like him submit to someone else? She didn't think too deeply about this. She took advantage of her free time to learn the common language from Ling Xiao. For experts like them, their memory was almost unforgettable, so it was naturally quite easy for them to learn. It was just that their pronunciation was still a bit imperfect. After crossing the desert, they returned to the nearest sandrock city. Ling Xiao hadn't taken a bath for a long time, so he wanted to find a good inn to wash up and then have a good sleep. However, before he even reached the hotel, someone came looking for trouble. "Please wait." A group of city guards caught up with Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei and called out. Ling Xiao looked at the dozens of city guards and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" "It's like this. Our young master wants to invite this young lady to the fragrant intoxicated brothel for a drink. I wonder if you would do us the honor." The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with the strength of a heavenly venerable. His tone revealed a tone that could not be refused. His gaze, like the other city guards, was completely focused on Euro Fei, completely ignoring the handsome man Ling Xiao. "We don't know your young master. It's best for you to get out of the way. Otherwise you'll be in trouble." Ling Xiao didn't get angry because he was ignored. This friend, you might not know this, but our young master's father is the city lord here. Everyone who comes here has to give our young master some face." The heavenly venerable sneered. "All right, since your young master is in such an elegant mood, I'll give him this face first," Ling Xiao said weakly. The heavenly venerable made a gesture of invitation and led the way. Ling Xiao and Euro Fei arrived at the most luxurious restaurant in front of them. The second floor had already been cleared. There was only an elegant Confucian young master sitting there with a few guards standing majestically beside him. When Ling Xiao and Euro Fei just stepped into the restaurant, the Confucian young master's eyes began to shine. He stared at Euro Fei without blinking and thought to himself, "What a peerless beauty." When Ling Xiao saw his pig-like appearance, he knew that it was another guy with sperm in his brain. This kind of thing was not uncommon when he took his woman out on a trip. "Young master, the young lady has arrived," the heavenly venerable who led the way respectfully said in front of the Confucian young master. "Ah, good. Immediately have someone serve wine and dishes. I want to drink and chat with this beauty," the Confucian young master said happily. Just as the man was about to leave, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said, "This young master doesn't seem to welcome me. Why don't you arrange a place for me to rest first?" The Confucian young master looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. His eyes revealed a satisfied look and he said, "Good. Since this brother is tactful, I'll immediately have someone arrange a place for you to rest. I'll also have a few beauties help you relax your bones." Chapter 988. The fragrant drunken house was the most luxurious restaurant in Sandrock City. In addition to food and drinks, there was also a place to rest, and they could also provide erotic services. Ling Xiao, of course, had no interest in the so-called erotic services. He just wanted to wash off all the sand and dust on his body. However, the celestial master still sent 2 pure maidservants to help Ling Xiao take a bath and change his clothes. "Little brother, you are very tactful. If my young master is happy, he will definitely reward you handsomely." Before the celestial master left, he did not forget to pat Ling Xiao's shoulder with a smile. In his heart, he despised Ling Xiao for being a coward who did not even resist and directly gave away such a beautiful woman. But then again he knew his young master's temper. If he dared to refuse, this young man would definitely not walk out of the restaurant alive. Therefore he felt that Ling Xiao's choice was very wise. After the celestial master left, Ling Xiao was about to take a bath and change his clothes. He sneered in his heart, "Is my woman someone you can casually touch? What kind of strength did Euro Fei have that a mere city lord's son dared to have designs on her? Wasn't he tired of living?" Ling Xiao did not need to think to know the so-called young master's fate. He only hoped that Euro Fei would not make such a big move. If she destroyed the restaurant, where would he find a bath? The 2 maidservants who followed Ling Xiao into the room looked at Ling Xiao's handsome face and dignified figure. Their hearts beat faster and their faces became rosy. They had served many customers, but it was the first time they had seen such a graceful man. They were dizzy. "You can leave now." Ling Xiao turned to the 2 maidservants and said. The 2 maidservants felt wronged. Did this handsome man dislike them? Seeing their tearful eyes, Ling Xiao was a little defeated and explained, "I am just not used to being served by others. You can leave now." Then Ling Xiao gave them some Shen crystals as tips. No matter what, he was an ambitious and ruthless person, so he couldn't be stingy. After the 2 women left, Ling Xiao lay comfortably in the bucket, enjoying the refreshing and clean feeling that was hard to come by. After spending more than 2 years in the desert, he still felt that the air in the central region was much more comfortable. In his days, Ling Xiao seemed to gradually fall asleep. Not long after, a beautiful figure entered his room. She did not avoid Ling Xiao's naked body and directly sat down on the edge of the bed to rest. Who else could it be other than Euro Fei? For nearly a year she had been with Ling Xiao day and night. Even if they did not become cultivation companions, they understood each other and there was nothing to hide. "I thought you would be able to solve it soon?" Ling Xiao, who was nestled in the bucket with his eyes closed, said faintly. "This is my first time coming to the central region. Of course, I have to learn about the local customs here. They are really hospitable." Euro Fei opened her red lips and said lightly, "Haha, with such a beautiful appearance, it is inevitable that you will provoke some guys with sperm for brains. It seems that you should wear a veil when you leave. It will save you a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Do you think it is useful for me to wear a veil? Eurofei asked. Forget what I said. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Indeed, for a woman like you, Fei, even if she wore a veil, her mature and perfect figure still possessed a fatal allure. Moreover, after wearing a veil, it would instead arouse the curiosity of others, making them want to remove it and see her true appearance. Therefore Eurofei asked Ling Xiao this question. At this moment, a commotion could be heard from the outside. What will come will come. I haven't soaked enough. What a disappointment. Ling Xiao sighed and instantly jumped out of the bucket. A white robe instantly covered his body. Eurofei's face was a little drunk and she turned to the side. She was not afraid to look at Ling Xiao's upper body, but she was afraid to look at Ling Xiao's lower body. Who asked her to be an inexperienced woman? When Ling Xiao had just put on his clothes, a dozen people immediately rushed in from the door. Damn you, you bastards. You actually killed our young master. How dare you? Capture them and send them back to the city, Lord. The leading celestial master shouted angrily. Wait, don't you know that I hate being disturbed when I'm bathing? Ling Xiao shouted. His voice was mixed with a strong dragon's might, which deterred the people present. Damn it, we're here to capture you. We don't care if you're bathing or not. The celestial master was stunned for a moment and then cursed. Then he stretched out a hand to grab Ling Xiao. But when his hand was about to grab Ling Xiao, he suddenly saw that the person standing in front of him was not Ling Xiao, but someone else, and this person was his wife. Why is it my wife? Why are you here? The celestial master had to immediately withdraw his hand and asked in surprise. I also wanted to ask you. I said that you came out with the young master to handle some matters today. I didn't expect you to come out to drink wine. You're courting death. His wife put her hands on her waist and scolded him angrily. I was accompanying the young master, but he was killed. I was just about to catch the murderer and bring him back to the city, Lord. The celestial master replied. Bullshit. Look at who he is. The young master is clearly alive and well. How could you curse the young master like this? Hurry up and apologize to the young master, or we'll all die, shouted his wife as she pointed in a certain direction. The celestial master looked in that direction, and his expression stiffened. He saw his young master happily drinking wine with a beautiful woman in his arms. His face immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and he begged in the direction of his young master. Young master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to curse you just now. I clearly. While the celestial master was panicking and begging for mercy, the city guards who had followed him in all knelt on the ground and wailed incessantly, as if they had seen someone who terrified them. Let's go, they're just lackeys who work for someone else. Killing them will only dirty our hands. Ling Xiao said to Eurofei. Eurofei nodded slightly and left with Ling Xiao. Needless to say, this group of people must have fallen into the illusion that Ling Xiao had set up. Otherwise, how could they have ended up like this? Ling Xiao was only testing their strength and he was quite satisfied with the effect. In the future, if he didn't like anyone, he would immediately set up an illusion and torture them to death. He was glad that he had gained a lot in the past 2 years in the desert. When are we going to the Heaven Realm? Eurofei immediately asked Ling Xiao after leaving the Sandstone City. I also want to go as soon as possible, but this matter needs to be considered in the long term. There are some things that I have to deal with before I go. Ling Xiao replied. How long will it take? If it's too long, I'll go by myself, Eurofei said. From her tone, it seemed that she was really eager to go to the Heaven Realm to find her adoptive father. Moreover, she had already cast aside the position of the deputy leader of the Holy Yin religion. Don't worry, I won't let you wait for too long, Ling Xiao replied. Ling Xiao didn't delay on the way, and immediately returned to the proud smiling palace with Eurofei. After he dealt with the future affairs in the palace, it would be time for him to leave for the Heaven Realm. He was just considering whether he should bring his own people with him, and he was quite conflicted. After all, that was a place where there were many powerful experts. If he was not careful, he would be killed. He was afraid that bringing them with him would harm them. After returning to the proud smiling palace, Eurofei finally confirmed that Ling Xiao was really a palace master, and the power in his palace was not weak. Although it was slightly weaker than their Holy Yin religion, the difference was not big. Looking at Ling Xiao's beautiful wives, she couldn't help but feel that she looked old. Ling Xiao asked Bai Yushi to entertain Eurofei, and let her know some of the situation in the central region. He believed that with Bai Yushi's delicate and lovely appearance, anyone would be unable to resist getting close to her. However, Ling Xiao brought back Euro Fei, which immediately caused the women to be dissatisfied. He had already said that he would not add more sisters to them, and now he brought back such a beautiful woman. He was really deceiving them. Ling Xiao immediately swore in front of them that he really had nothing to do with Euro Fei, and only said that she wanted to see the scenery of the central region. Moreover, she was at the peak of the saint level, so how could she take a fancy to him? Ling Xiao swore that he really had nothing to do with her before this, but he didn't know whether there would be any relationship in the future. No matter what, the women still decided to punish Ling Xiao, who asked him to bring back such a seductive woman, which made them feel a lot of pressure. Therefore, for a month, Ling Xiao had been squeezed dry by the women, and he almost died from ejaculation. When he walked out of the backyard, the peerless saint-level expert felt that his legs were weak. I realized that having too many wives is also a very serious problem. Ling Xiao came to a very important conclusion. Ling Xiao gathered all the elders for a meeting and listened to the reports from all sides. Now that the proud smiling palace had dominated a region and was on par with the martial spirit pavilion, its foundation had to be gradually improved and strengthened. Ling Xiao would wipe out all the vermin who used the palace of the proud smiling palace to do whatever they wanted. He would never be soft-hearted. In fact, Ling Xiao also knew that he was a hands-off boss. Everything here was managed by Shen Yao, and he felt that Shen Yao deserved to be the palace lord. When everyone left, Ling Xiao directly said to Shen Yao, "Fraud, how about I give the position of palace lord to you?" Shen Yao revealed a look of panic. Shen Yao is absolutely loyal to the palace lord. Being in the king's company was like being in the company of a tiger. He really thought that Ling Xiao was suspicious of him. If that was the case, he wouldn't have a good ending. "Fraud, you and I may be superior and subordinate, but I have always regarded you as my own brother. How could I doubt your feelings for me?" Ling Xiao patted Shen Yao's shoulder. He paused for a moment, then continued, "Since the construction of this palace, you can say that half of the credit for this place belongs to you. If I don't pass it on to you, I don't know who to give it to." "Palace Lord, are you leaving?" Shen Yao immediately understood what Ling Xiao meant. Chapter 989. It was no secret that Ling Xiao yearned for the heaven realm, and everyone around him knew about it. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Shen Yao immediately guessed what Ling Xiao was thinking. Ling Xiao was not afraid to admit it and immediately nodded. "That's right, the palace has been stabilized and our strength is not the same as before. I don't think there will be anyone who dares to provoke us anymore, and I can go to the heaven realm with peace of mind. Yes, the palace master is a true dragon, so how can you be willing to stay here? The heaven realm is the world where you can travel. Moreover, the palace master has already become a saint, so there is no point in staying in the central region anymore." Shen Yao agreed, and then he said, "However, when I chose to follow the palace master, it was because I knew that one day you would soar into the sky, and I have been waiting for this day. I thought that it would take at least 1,000 years to reach that step, but I didn't expect that the palace master would be able to do it in less than half a century, which is unprecedented, and I hope that the palace master can take me with you to the heaven realm." "Fraud, you also want to go to the heaven realm?" Ling Xiao looked at Shen Yao in surprise. Shen Yao gently waved his white paper fan and replied seriously, "Palace master, you have great ambitions and I also have my own ideas. My fortune is also in the heaven realm." "So that's how it is. Then the two of you as brothers should go together, but master said that the heaven realm is very dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death, so you must be mentally prepared," Ling Xiao said. These past few years, Shen Yao had been managing the proud smiling palace conscientiously, and Ling Xiao had seen everything, and Shen Yao had extraordinary divination skills, so bringing him along would not make Ling Xiao feel any pressure. "Life and death are determined by the heavens, and palace master, you are the future holy emperor with great luck. Only by following you can I live longer." Shen Yao laughed. "When we leave, who will inherit the position of palace master?" Ling Xiao asked Shen Yao. "That's your business, palace master. It's not convenient for me to get involved. However, no matter who becomes the palace master, I hope that he or she can protect this foundation well," Shen Yao said. Ling Xiao sighed with his hands behind his back. "Ling Tian is the same as me, only caring about his cultivation. He definitely won't be interested in the position of palace master. Xan Li has a pure wood attribute physique, and I don't wish for him to be affected by these trivial matters. He will be able to walk much further in the future, and Ling Yu is still too young." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Why don't we let Yun Feng be the palace master? After all these years of tempering, He should be able to take on such a huge responsibility. I think it's better not to establish the position of palace master for the time being. Xian Yao replied after thinking for a while. Why do you say so? Ling Xiao asked. Firstly, our proud smiling palace has only been established for around 20 years. Although we have suppressed the other powers, our foundation isn't very stable. If you establish another palace master, it will be a little rushed, and the others in the palace will not be able to trust the new palace master. Secondly, it's not good for the palace master to leave the central region for the time being. After all, it can be said that the proud smiling palace only has today's achievements because of you. If others know that you have left, I'm afraid that the other powers will have designs on our proud smiling palace. Xian Yao said. Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. He was also trying to decipher Xian Yao's words. Indeed, if the news of him establishing another palace master and leaving the central region were to be spread out at the same time, the other powers that were secretly plotting against the proud smiling palace would definitely start to make a move. That's fine. Anyway, I haven't been in the palace for many years. As long as someone is in charge of the palace, it'll be fine. When the time comes, I'll arrange for someone else to supervise and see who is more suitable to be the palace master. Ling Xiao finally made up his mind. After making the decision, Ling Xiao went back to discuss with his women for a while and prepared to leave. When the women heard that Ling Xiao was going to the heaven region, they naturally followed him. They didn't want to be separated from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had always been like this, but this time he had to harden his heart and let them stay in the central region to improve their strength. It wouldn't be too late to come back and take them there after he found his master in the heaven region. The women all burst into tears. They really couldn't bear to be separated from Ling Xiao. In the past, Ling Xiao would at most leave for a few years before coming back. For cultivators like them it wasn't a long time. But it was different now. Ling Xiao was heading to the heaven region. According to legend, only saints could survive there, and the strife there was absolutely not something that others could imagine. Who knew when Ling Xiao would return? Even though they were very confident in Ling Xiao, this separation would probably not last for a few years. Perhaps it would last for a few decades or even a few centuries. What are all of you doing? It's not like I'm leaving forever. All those years ago, I came to the central region from the northwest while at the king rank, and I gained a foothold in the central region in less than 10 years. Now, over 20 years have passed, and no one has dared to challenge the dignity of my proud smiling palace. Just treat it as I'm going into closed-door cultivation. I'll definitely be able to gain a foothold in the heaven region in less than 100 years, and I'll bring all of you over. Now, the only thing all of you have to do is utilize the resources I left for all of you to speed up your cultivation and strive to improve your strengths as soon as possible. Otherwise, all of you will become old women once I return, and I'll really despise you. Ling Xiao gazed at the women that were crying in the courtyard as he spoke. How could he feel good in his heart? He'd allowed his beautiful wives to stay in the central region, yet he'd selfishly headed to the heaven region and abandoned them. He was truly not a qualified man. However, how could a man with ambition give up on the road of hegemony just because of the love of a woman? Sisters, don't cry. Feng Xianyun was the only one amongst all the women who hadn't shed tears. She spoke to all the women present here and then she said, "Our strengths are falling further and further behind our husband. If we can attain the saint rank like him, then I believe he wouldn't mind taking us with him. With our current strengths, we'll only be burdens to him if he takes us with him. So all we can do is do as he said, and we must cultivate even harder. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the qualifications to be his women when he returns 100 years from now." As soon as she finished speaking, the expressions of all the women present here dimmed down. They all knew that Feng Xianyun was right. With Ling Xiao's strength and character, there would only be more and more outstanding women around him in the future. If they could no longer improve, and Ling Xiao became stronger and stronger, then what qualifications would they have to call themselves Ling Xiao's women? Previously, Euro Fei's arrival had already made them feel a sense of danger. Such a peerless beauty was already a peak saint. If it was in the place where the heavenly domain saints gathered, would the women there be weaker than her? This was obviously not the answer. That's right, we can't drag our husband down. With our husband's ability, he might be able to return and bring us to the heaven region in less than 10 years. We have to believe in our husband, he has always been our pride. Kai Xiaoyu also said. That's right, he has never disappointed us. We have to increase our strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he hooks up with other women in the heaven domain and we can't beat those women, we will be bullied to death. It's not like we can't live without our husband. All these years he hasn't been by our side either. In any case, there's still Grandma Inger and you to accompany us. Yes, but I want my husband to let me conceive a child for him before he leaves. All the girls were in high spirits as they said some self-comforting words. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say, so he hugged and kissed them one by one. Let's sleep together tonight. Ling Xiao looked at them, took a deep breath, and said the words that he had been suppressing in his heart for many years. Just as he finished speaking, the faces of all the girls flushed red. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything else. Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "If you don't say it, I'll take it as your tacit agreement." He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had already found a 10-meter-long 10,000-year-cold jade bed, just so that he could sleep with them. That night, Ling Xiao fulfilled the wish that he had held in his heart for many years and slept together with the girls. For several days and nights, they mingled together in private, reveling in the beauty of the spring night. That feeling was something that Ling Xiao would never forget for the rest of his life. The girls also knew that after parting ways with Ling Xiao, it would be a long time before they could meet again. Each and every one of them pushed Ling Xiao down again and again like wolves and tigers, doing their best to ride on his body. They used all of their skills to obtain the most satisfying and ecstatic feeling, inhaling the aura of this man that they were infatuated with. A few times of madness, a few times of indulgence. All of this had to come to an end. Ling Xiao dragged his weak legs to find his parents, clansmen, and master to explain everything. Meng Xiun was naturally reluctant to see Ling Xiao leave, but Ling Zhan scolded her from the side. A man's ambition should be everywhere. My son is the reincarnation of a heavenly dragon and should soar above the 9 heavens. How can we stop his footsteps? We should be happy for him. One day my son's name will definitely resound throughout the heaven domain. Ling Xiao heard his father's words and was deeply moved. As expected of a father, you understand your son's thoughts. After saying their goodbyes, Ling Xiao summoned his loyal subordinates. These people were, of course, Shen Yao, Yi Yunfeng, Cruel Leopard, Mad Tooth, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Poison Scorpion, Cold Snake, and the 8 generals. Ling Xiao drank with them for 3 days and 3 nights. He gave them a lot of medicinal pellets and spiritual materials, so that they could protect the palace of the proud Smiling Palace and prevent it from declining. When they heard that Ling Xiao wanted to go to the heaven domain, they all wanted to follow him, but they knew that they weren't strong enough, so they gave up on this idea. They were all reluctant to let Ling Xiao leave. Their current achievements were all thanks to Ling Xiao, so they were extremely loyal and respectful to Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao told them to die, they wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Boss, I won't be able to catch up to you in this lifetime, but I will continue to work hard in hopes that I can go to the heaven domain and conquer the world with you. I will take care of everything in the proud Smiling Palace for you. If anyone dares to disrespect the proud Smiling Palace or the sisters-in-law, they must ask me, Yi Yunfeng. This was Yi Yunfeng's vow to Ling Xiao. Chapter 990. Senior brother, are you really not going to the heaven domain with me? Ling Xiao's voice rang out from the deepest part of the proud Smiling Palace. Han Kai, who was sitting opposite Ling Xiao, shook his head gently and said, I'm already an old bag of bones and I no longer have any desire to compete. I just want to see the medicine pavilion flourish and I will be satisfied. Indeed, with Han Kai's abilities, he could have gone to the heaven domain long ago. Why would he wait until now? This old man's greatest wish was to continue the medicine sect's legacy. Now that he had taken in his only disciple, all he wanted was to pass on all his pill refining techniques to him. That way he would have nothing to worry about. Ling Xiao respected this respectable old man even more. He knew that after the battle with the Ouyang family, Han Kai's lifespan had decreased significantly and he did not have much time left. If he was unable to make any more breakthroughs, he did not know when he would be able to leave. Senior brother, let me refine a pill for you, Ling Xiao said earnestly. He had the alchemist god's inheritance and had all kinds of pill formulas, including many 8th grade pill formulas. One of them was the Holy Emperor pill, which could allow a peak saint to step into the Holy Emperor realm and also allow a Holy Emperor to reach the next level. It was a top-grade 8th grade holy pill. However, the ingredients needed to refine the Holy Emperor pill were all rare spirit herbs that could not be found in the central region. It was almost impossible for any 8th grade alchemist in the central region to refine it. However, Ling Xiao was different. He had the medicine cauldron. Now that he had reached the saint realm, he could enter the 4th level of the medicine cauldron. Not only did he obtain another part of the alchemist god's inheritance, but he also had all kinds of top-grade spirit herbs planted there. Although Ling Xiao could not take them out and use them directly, he could use spirit herbs of other grades to trade. When Ling Xiao was in the desolate mountain range and under the Dragon Palace, he had collected a lot of high-grade fays. Ling Xiao had only used a small portion of those fays, and there were still some that he had not used. He could use them to exchange for the spiritual herbs needed for the Holy Emperor Elixir. Han Kai didn't know the secret of Ling Xiao's medicine cauldron. He only knew that Ling Xiao had a heaven-grade medicine cauldron in his possession. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could refine the pill he needed. After all, he had stepped into the 8th grade Saint Master realm earlier than Ling Xiao. He had once collected high-level spirit herbs for many years, but was still unable to gather them all. However, Ling Xiao had already created many miracles, so he didn't mind watching. A few days later, in a mountain not far away from the palace of the proud smiling sect, a series of meteors fell from the sky like meteors. The mountains within 10,000 miles were destroyed by the meteors and turned into a sea of fire. All the forests were burned to ashes. Boom boom boom. The terrifying might of the heavens and the terrifying power of a saint's attack completely destroyed the entire mountain range. The people of the proud smiling palace and the mercenaries in the mountain range nearby were all scared out of their wits. The spirit beasts were also scared out of their wits. This phenomenon lasted for half a day before it stopped. A figure slowly walked out of the sea of fire. He was in an extremely sorry state. All his clothes were burnt and tattered. Even his hair was messy and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. A top-grade Saint pill is really terrifying. The man sighed in relief. This person was obviously Ling Xiao, who had just finished refining the pill. He was glad that he didn't refine the pill inside the palace gate. Otherwise, the space barrier inside the palace gate would have been completely destroyed by the meteors. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that you were actually an alchemist saint. A beautiful figure greeted Ling Xiao. This beautiful figure was none other than Euro Fei. She had been staying in the proud smiling palace these days and learned a lot about Ling Xiao from Bayushi. When she heard how Ling Xiao had climbed step by step from a weak Xianqi practitioner to his current strength of a saint, she couldn't help but feel deep respect for Ling Xiao. She now knew that Ling Xiao was only about 50 years old. He didn't have any forces to rely on. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve by relying on his own fists. Moreover, he also had a noble identity as an alchemist saint. This made Euro Fei feel that Ling Xiao's tenbin was a bit too monstrous. Back then, when her foster father saved her, her physique was also different from ordinary people. Her cultivation speed was very fast. However, compared to Ling Xiao, she found that the physique that she was so proud of couldn't arouse any sense of pride in front of Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao was an alchemist saint. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was in a difficult situation now, Euro Fei didn't have the intention to look down on Ling Xiao anymore. Instead, she regarded him as someone with the same strength as her. It should be known that in their Holy Yin cult, the alchemist saint often didn't take her, the vice sect leader, seriously. Hee, don't you like me more and more? Ling Xiao teased with a smile. Yes, a little bit, Euro Fei answered directly. She paused for a moment and said, What kind of pill are you refining? Why is the vision so terrifying? She had seen the alchemist saint of their Holy Yin cult refine 8th grade pills. However, the vision that appeared each time was not as terrifying as Ling Xiao's. The Holy Emperor pill. It's a pity that with my current ability, I can only refine a semi-finished product. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He had a pill in his hand that wasn't very regular, and it was quite different from the ones he had refined in the past. This couldn't be helped. He had just stepped into the saint realm, so it was indeed difficult for him to refine a Holy Emperor pill. If he had reached the middle-level saint realm, he probably wouldn't be in such a difficult situation, and the pills he refined would definitely be much more perfect. It's actually this kind of legendary pill. You can actually refine it. Euro Fei, who had obviously heard of it before, said in astonishment. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't explain further. Instead, he flew towards Han Kai, who was not far away. I didn't expect you to have already reached this step. Your senior brother is ashamed of his inferiority. Han Kai looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. He remembered that when he had first met Ling Xiao had just stepped into the 7th grade alchemist realm. Now Ling Xiao's alchemy level had surpassed his. Senior brother, you're just being modest. If you had enough materials, I'm afraid you would have already refined it yourself. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. He believed that with Han Kai's ability, it was completely possible for him to refine the Holy Emperor pill. He just lacked spirit herbs. Han Kai took the incomplete pill from Ling Xiao's hand, and his old eyes became a little misty. The power required to become a saint is already quite terrifying. If you want to become a holy emperor, you can't just rely on world energy. You also need the support of source energy. No matter where on this continent is, there isn't enough world energy or source energy for a peak saint to break through to the holy emperor realm. This is also why there isn't a holy emperor in the central region. Therefore, if you want to become a holy emperor, you generally choose to leave this continent and go to the heaven region. Only there will you have the conditions to break through, Han Kai said. Senior brother, are you saying that my holy emperor pill is useless even if I give it to you? Ling Xiao asked. Han Kai shook his head and said, of course not. This holy emperor pill contains the source energy of a world oddity. It can indeed help people break through to the holy emperor realm. However, if I take it here without the support of the source energy from the outside world, I can only become a half-holy emperor at most. I can't become a true holy emperor. He paused for a moment and smiled, but even becoming a half-holy emperor can still prolong my old life. That's good. I thought junior brother had refined it for nothing. Ling Xiao replied in a relaxed tone. For this holy emperor pill, he had used up almost all of his 8th grade spirit herbs. If Han Kai couldn't use it, then his efforts would have been in vain. You can rest assured and go to the heaven region. With me there, nothing will happen to the Smiling Palace for the next 1,000 years. Han Kai said solemnly to Ling Xiao. Then I'll have to trouble senior brother. If I can really gain a foothold in the heaven region, I will definitely move all of you there. Ling Xiao replied seriously. I believe that you have the ability to do so. Now I also have the chance to wait for that day to come. Han Kai patted Ling Xiao's shoulder happily and said. After a pause he continued, the journey to the heaven region is long and difficult. I believe that you have learned some things from your master, the evil emperor. I won't say anything more. Be careful. If you can't do it, you can come back and cultivate for another 1,000 years. And don't worry, senior brother. You should know that my life is tough. Besides, I have 2 special guards with me. I believe that going to the heaven region will not be a problem. Ling Xiao replied. After Ling Xiao and Han Kai returned to the Smiling Palace, he called Feng Lingtian and Xen Li over. In the future when father is not here, don't always be naughty and only care about your own cultivation. When you have time, accompany your grandmother and mother. The most important thing is to take care of your sister and brother, do you understand? Ling Xiao looked at his extraordinary son and said solemnly. Feng Lingtian put away his usual sloppy appearance and looked at his idol-like father with moist eyes. He replied, Father, don't worry, I know what to do. With me here, I will definitely not let my sister and brother suffer any grievances. And now that you have grown up, father was a little harsh on you in the past, but father did it for your own good. Although your strength is not bad now, you still need to work hard, understand? Ling Xiao said to Feng Lingtian, then he looked at Xen Li and said, Master has never taught you well. Do you have any resentment towards master? Xen Li's eyes flashed with tears, he knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, No master, you have taught me a lot. If not for master, how could have today? When he thought about how he did not know when he would see Ling Xiao again, he felt very sad in his heart. In his heart, he had long regarded Ling Xiao as a father. I can see all of your hard work. Your future path will be very broad and one day the central region will be your world. You have a steady temperament and you work seriously. As the eldest senior, you'll have to work harder. Look after your junior brothers and sisters and don't let them walk down the wrong path, Ling Xiao instructed. Master, don't worry, will definitely look after them. Xen Li seriously promised. And you must unite as one. Do not humiliate the power of the Smiling Palace. I hope that when I return in the future, you will have become famous people, and the name of the Smiling Palace will be even more grand. Ling Xiao encouraged them. The 2 nodded solemnly, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Chapter 991. Ling Xiao brought Yuro Fei, Xianyao and Sha Tian out of the proud Smiling Palace. Xianyao knew that Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei had a special relationship, so he asked to enter the cauldron to cultivate. All these years he had been working hard for the proud Smiling Palace. Even with the help of Ling Xiao's elixirs, he had only reached the high-level heavenly venerate level. He was still a distance away from the mystic the arch level, so he took the opportunity to calm down and cultivate. Ling Xiao did not rush to the heaven region fortress immediately. Instead, he returned to the northwest desolate mountain range. He wanted to see the prodigal before he left to see how he was doing. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the Qilin race, he found out from the old Qilin that the prodigal had not returned after he left with him. He must have gone to carry out his mission. Ling Xiao left the desolate mountain range in disappointment. He still missed the prodigal. Next, he went to the Feng family to fetch his master's wife, Feng Qingyuan. Now that the Feng family had 2 more saints, Feng Qingyuan did not need to worry about anything happening to the younger generation of the Feng family. She could go to the heaven region with Ling Xiao at ease. She just did not expect Ling Xiao to reach the saint level so quickly. It had only been 7 or 8 years since he reached the high-level mystic, the arch level. Back then she did not know how much resources and time she had spent to reach this stage. After fetching Feng Qingyuan, Ling Xiao immediately rushed to the Dragon Palace to meet the Dragon Lady. He did not tell the Dragon Lady that he was going to the heaven region, in case she asked to leave with him. Although Ling Xiao wanted a strong helper like the Dragon Lady by his side, he knew that it was best for the Dragon Lady to stay in the Dragon Palace. Alright, it's time to go to the Heaven Cushion Fortress. After Ling Xiao left the Dragon Palace, he let out a long sigh. Everything that needed to be said had been said. He had seen all the people that needed to be seen. It was time to leave. The Heaven Domain was a place that only saints could reach, and one had to pass through 9 spatial barriers to get there. Without reaching the Saint Realm, without knowing how to use spatial energy, it was impossible to pass through those checkpoints and reach the other side of the Heaven Domain. This 9-layer spatial checkpoint was located at the very edge of the continent, which was also the so-called end of the horizon. It was also isolated by many dangerous places. Ling Xiao, Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan were already the strongest warriors on this continent. They sat on their respective spirit beasts and tore through space at full speed, passing through those dangerous places and rushing to the edge of the horizon. Even with the power of saints and the speed of level 8 spirit beasts, it took them 2 years to fly to the edge of the sky. It was obvious that there were strong spatial undulations here, which isolated the mainland from the outside world. It was impossible for ordinary people to break through the spatial energy here and enter the other side. Even ordinary saints rarely had the strength to do so. Only peak saints could use the power of high-grade saint tools or peak class 8 spirit beasts to break through the spatial energy here. That was because there were a total of 9 layers of spatial energy here, and each layer was much stronger than the one before. As long as we pass through here, we will reach the Heaven Domain Fortress. Ling Xiao sighed lightly. Without waiting for Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan to make a move, he gathered all his strength and blasted it towards the spatial barrier. Boom! The powerful force forced open the spatial barrier, and a crack that was 100 meters wide instantly exploded. Ling Xiao, Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan immediately entered the crack and entered another layer of space. Ling Xiao did not say anything and made another move to break it. Ling Xiao broke through 3 spatial barriers in a row. When he reached the 4th spatial barrier, he suddenly realized that the spatial undulations here were much stronger. The spatial energy was constantly distorting, and waves of chaotic spatial energy surged towards them. The 3 of them felt a slight pain in their bodies, and they had no choice but to use their strength to resist the chaotic energy. Although I have never been to the Heaven Domain, I know from some ancient books that the spatial energy of these 9 layers is not ordinary. Especially after reaching the 4th layer, the chaotic spatial energy will start to invade our bodies. Everyone be careful. If you can't handle it, let me do it, Yuro Fei said. I know what you're saying, but this chaotic spatial energy is nothing. You can do it later, but you'd better wear a defensive armor. The power you'll suffer in the later layers will be very terrifying. If you're not careful, you might die. Ling Xiao reminded Yuro Fei. Yuro Fei knew that Ling Xiao was right, so she nodded and wore a radiant guard armor. On the way to the Heaven Domain, Ling Xiao had already returned Yuro Fei's spatial ring to her. Although he had not yet obtained her heart and body, the 2 of them had many common topics to talk about and had become best friends and confidants. Feng Qingyuan, who was at the side, knew Yuro Fei's strength, so she did not try to steal the credit. She also wore a set of defensive armor. She thought to herself, Xiao is even more powerful than Brother Demonic Emperor. He can actually get a woman stronger than him to be his woman. Ling Xiao knew that the 4th spatial barrier was extraordinary, and his combat strength increased again. The golden dragon phantom roared behind him. His fists were like dragons emerging from the sea, and they fiercely smashed into the spatial barrier. Rumble. There was a powerful vibration, and the surrounding space rippled continuously. Unfortunately, the spatial barrier did not crack like the previous 3 layers. Ling Xiao was not convinced, and his strength increased several times again. Layers of scales appeared on his golden fists, and his powerful punch was comparable to an attack from a peak mid-level saint. Bang! The spatial barrier finally cracked open, but this time, it was not as big as the previous 3 layers. It was only a dozen meters wide, and the healing time was quite fast. If the 3 of them did not enter immediately, the spatial barrier would close again. However, the moment the 2 of them entered the 4th level, waves of chaotic spatial energy that were even stronger than before swept towards them. Space continued to distort, and the power was like sharp blades as it sliced towards the 3 of them. The 3 of them had no choice but to circulate their strength to stabilize their bodies and resist the power. However, this level did not only have the interference of spatial energy. Huge rocks fell like meteors, constantly drifting over. Their speed was extremely fast, and their strength was also extremely terrifying. If they were to be hit by a random boulder, an ordinary saint would immediately be heavily injured or killed. Ling Xiao, Yu Rofei, and Feng Qingyuan were given a huge fright. Hurriedly, they struck out towards those huge rocks that were flying towards them, shattering them. However, these boulders seemed to be endless, constantly drifting over from the other side. They were big and small, densely packed, and it was simply like a violent bombardment of rocks, making it difficult for them to withstand. Ling Xiao's physical body was comparable to a high-rank saint artifact, and his fists and legs were like peerless weapons, continuously shattering the boulders. Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan did not have a physical body as strong as Ling Xiao's, but their strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's. Every time they attacked, the boulders that were close to them would also be smashed into powder. Yu Rofei originally thought that Ling Xiao would not be able to handle it, and wanted to help him. However, when she saw that he was still so calm and collected, and that his bare hands carried an extremely powerful force, she was relieved. However, she was still a little shocked. The combat strength that Ling Xiao had displayed was already not inferior to that of a mid-level saint. In her heart, she faintly admired Ling Xiao a little more. Feng Qingyuan, on the other hand, relied on the speed of her wind attribute to continuously move and occasionally attack, so she was not affected much. Don't waste time here, there are endless rocks here, we have to rush to the next layer of barrier as soon as possible. Ling Xiao called out to the 2 girls. Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan responded softly, and their bodies started to dodge the rocks like swallows, rushing towards the next layer of the spatial barrier with Ling Xiao. The distance between the 4th and 5th layer was not short. The 3 of them flew for a few days, but they still did not find the spatial barrier. However, as they went deeper, the number of rocks became more and more numerous, and the speed at which they floated became faster and faster. The power of the impact became even stronger. The 3 of them continuously dodged, but they still could not avoid being hit by the boulders, forcing them to hurriedly shatter them. Ling Xiao still relied on his fists and legs to shatter the boulders, while Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan had no choice but to take out their saint artifacts and shatter all the boulders. The 3 of them were forced into a sorry state, and Ling Xiao was also smashed by the boulders a few times. If it wasn't for his abnormal physical body, he would have been seriously injured or directly died. No wonder only saints can go to the heaven domain. If any warrior below the saint realm came in, they would have long been turned into dregs. Ling Xiao thought to himself with lingering fear. The impact of the boulders here was something that even a mid-level saint could not withstand, and a low-level saint would definitely die if he entered. Can you still hold on? Yu Rofei saw that Ling Xiao had been hit a few times in a row and rushed to his side, asking worriedly. Don't worry, my body is very hard, and these broken rocks can't do anything to me. Help me take care of my mistress, don't let her get hurt, Ling Xiao replied. Yu Rofei did not say anything else and immediately went to Feng Qingyuan's side to help her block even more rocks. The 3 of them increased their speed once again, and after another 3 days the number of boulders finally started to decrease, but the power of the spatial distortion increased again, and the 3 of them could not breathe. Could this be a black ink stone? Ling Xiao punched a rock that was not too big, and realized that he was actually unable to shatter it. Only then did he notice that this rock was different from the others. Ling Xiao did not let the rock slip away from him and controlled it to size it up. He suddenly realized that this rock was not ordinary. Black ink stone was a rare stone material, and it was a precious material for refining weapons. It was not inferior to those 10,000-year-old black stones or 10,000-year-old deep silver, and it was an indispensable material for refining saint weapons. Such a large piece of black ink stone weighed at least a few hundred kilograms, and it was hard to find even in the central region. If it was auctioned, its value would not be inferior to any 8th level spirit herb, or even much higher. Ling Xiao kept this black ink stone, and then he looked at the other boulders and found that there were no more black ink stones. Just as he was about to give up on the search, he suddenly saw another one flying towards him. Chapter 992. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and accepted it. He then called out to Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyan, "There should be quite a number of black ink stones rushing over here. Let's wait here and see if we can get a few more. We can use them as resources to get to the heaven region." Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan nodded and immediately paid attention to the huge rocks that were floating over. The three of them waited here for 2 days and each of them harvested a lot of black ink stone. This made the three of them extremely happy. They believed that this material could be sold for a good price in the heaven realm. After all, that was a place where saints lived, so there would definitely be saint weapon masters. At the same time, there would definitely be all sorts of treasures in the heaven realm. If they wanted to increase their strength to the next level, they would have to trade with others. If they didn't have enough Shen crystals at that time, they could only be envious. "Let's go, there are a lot of black ink stone here, but we won't be able to collect all of them. Let's go to the 5th floor first and take a look. We don't know what else is waiting for us, so let's make sure we're prepared." Ling Xiao said. Then he asked Feng Qingyuan, "Mistress, can you still hold on? Why don't you go rest in my cauldron?" Feng Qingyuan stroked her hair and chuckled, "You make it sound like Mistress is dragging you guys down. I still want to see just how dangerous this 9-layer spatial barrier is. If I can't take it, I'll tell you." "Hee, then Mistress, be careful. Rofei, help me take care of Mistress." Ling Xiao laughed. Yu Rofei said in her heart, "She's your mistress, not my mistress." She thought so, but in reality she wouldn't abandon Feng Qingyuan. The three of them rushed for a few more days under the immense pressure. The power of the spatial distortion was getting stronger and stronger, and their flying speed was getting slower and slower. Fortunately, they had finally arrived at the spatial barrier of the 5th floor. When they arrived at the spatial barrier of the 5th floor, the three of them were not in a hurry to break through and enter the 5th floor. They needed to recover the energy they had consumed before doing anything else. This was because they didn't know what kind of danger was waiting for them on the 5th floor. A day later, the three of them once again recovered their mental state. "Let me do it this time," Yu Rofei said. Without waiting for Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan to agree, she slapped her jade-like palm towards the spatial barrier. A peerless true dragon phantom and a silver mammoth phantom instantly appeared, and the terrifying energy of the dragon and elephant dance rushed towards the space barrier. Rumble. The powerful destructive force directly tore apart the spatial barrier. The three of them did not hesitate and plunged into the spatial crack. At the same time, they immediately activated their defenses to avoid any mishaps. As soon as they entered this space, a wave of heat surged towards them. The restless energy instantly made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Their bodies immediately felt as if they were being roasted by the heat, and hot sweat immediately appeared on their bodies. The three of them looked around and saw that this was a space filled with steaming hot air. Everywhere was filled with fanatical fire attribute energy. This energy was not the purest form of fire attributed origin energy. Instead, it was mixed with all kinds of fiery energy, making it very difficult for people to absorb. At the same time, the space was constantly distorting, and the pressure was slightly higher than the 4th floor. Even Ling Xiao had no choice but to transform into his half-dragon form in order to withstand the pressure of this space. Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan, on the other hand, found it hard to withstand the scorching heat. This was especially so for Feng Qingyuan. Her delicate face had turned completely red, and tiny beads of perspiration kept dripping down. "Yu Ro, mistress, be careful. Just now that was a space filled with rubble. This place must be a fire-attributed space, and the energy must be quite violent. I have the protection of the heavenly fire, so there's nothing to be afraid of. If any of you can't take it, just tell me and I'll send you into the space of the medicinal cauldron. It won't be too late to come out after you reach the next floor," Ling Xiao reminded. However, at this moment, 100-meter-long flame roared towards the three of them like a fire dragon. The raging flames were extremely terrifying and hot. They did not know where they came from, but in the blink of an eye, they were right in front of them. Ling Xiao immediately stood in front of them, and the demonic heavenly fire bead in his consciousness immediately circulated. He opened his mouth and swallowed the flames. The moment they entered his stomach, the demonic heavenly fire bead immediately absorbed the violent flames into his consciousness, turning them into part of its energy. No matter how chaotic the fire-attributed energy was, the heavenly fire bead would be able to completely absorb it. Moreover, after Ling Xiao entered this place, the demonic heavenly fire bead was clearly jumping around. It was obvious that it was very satisfied with the environment here. "Stay close to me, these energies can't hurt me," Ling Xiao called out. Immediately after, the three of them started to rush inside. Only when they reached the next floor's spatial barrier, they would not be affected by these fiery energies. However, after experiencing the fourth floor and now the fifth floor, they were slightly worried that the next few floors would be even more terrifying. When the three of them rushed forward, all kinds of flames shot out from every corner. The energy and speed were like a peerless expert's attack, making it impossible to guard against. The energy of this kind of flame was much more terrifying than ordinary flames. It was almost comparable to an ordinary beast fire seed, and was only a short distance away from the earth fire. Ling Xiao completely let go of the demonic heavenly fire bead. He controlled it to sense the sudden attacks of the flames and absorb them in advance. Even with the protection of the Ling Xiao heavenly fire bead, Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan did not dare to relax. They were still feeling extremely uncomfortable from the high temperature here. The satin on their bodies were all soaked in sweat, and their voluptuous figures could be seen clearly. It was a pity that Ling Xiao did not have the time to admire their beautiful figures. As they went deeper and deeper, the sudden attacks of the flames became more and more violent, making it impossible for them to guard against them. It was also difficult for Ling Xiao's heavenly fire bead to absorb all of them in a short period of time. Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan had no choice but to defend each other and continuously release powerful energy to disperse the flames. However, if they continued to defend like this, the two of them would not be able to endure it. Especially Feng Qingyuan, she was almost burned a few times. "Don't waste time here, all of you go into my cauldron. These flames can't hurt me, I'll bring you over," Ling Xiao called out. Actually, it was not impossible for the two of them to rush to the other side of the barrier with all their might. It was just that they could not avoid being injured or even dying. There were still a few more stages to pass, so Ling Xiao did not want anything to happen to them here. Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan helplessly followed Ling Xiao's instructions. Although their strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's, in this space that was filled with fire attributes, it was difficult for their life-saving methods to compare to Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao kept Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan into the cauldron. Without any worries, he raised all of his strength to the limit and rushed forward. Streams of surging energy continuously attacked him, and the raging flames wanted to refine him. If not for the heavenly fire bead, Ling Xiao would have been burned to death. Although the demonic heavenly fire bead had absorbed most of the energy, the violent energy that rushed over still caused Ling Xiao's body to be in unbearable pain. Blood quietly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao had the ancient emperor's divine arts to protect his body and heal his injuries, allowing him to hold on. At the same time, he consumed a speed-increasing pill, and his figure rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. The fifth level was clearly a lot further than the fourth level. Ling Xiao flew for more than half a month, but he still had not reached the end. In this half a month, the demonic heavenly fire bead had absorbed a lot of fire attribute energy, and there were faint signs of advancement, giving Ling Xiao a lot of energy. Although he had suffered a lot, he had also gained a lot. The energy he received from the demonic heavenly fire bead in half a month was at least equivalent to the energy he accumulated in a year of cultivation. With an endless supply of energy, Ling Xiao did not need to consume qi replenishing pills along the way. As he went deeper, the damage caused by the spatial distortions became more terrifying. Ling Xiao's body felt as though it had become 1,000 kilograms heavier, and his speed became slower and slower. The impact he received also became more and more ferocious. Fortunately, he managed to endure it, and he was about to reach the barrier of the 6th level. However, at this moment something strange floated over. Ling Xiao picked it up with his bare hands and discovered that it was a top-grade fire mystic crystal. He was ecstatic. Thinking back to the time when he was in the volcanic crater of the Blazing Mountain, he had obtained more than 100 pieces of top-grade fire mystic crystals. Now, there were actually floating out from here, and there seemed to be quite a lot of them. Ling Xiao thought doubtfully, could it be that apart from the first 3 levels, there will also be some strange objects appearing in the later levels? Ling Xiao did not think too much about it for the time being. He began to wander around in the vicinity, collecting those top-grade fire mystic crystals that floated over one by one. Over the next few days, Ling Xiao had harvested a total of nearly 10,000 pieces of top-grade fire mystic crystals. The value of this amount was equivalent to tens of millions of high-grade fire mystic crystals. This harvest made Ling Xiao smile from ear to ear. Why don't I cultivate here for a while and then rush to the next level? It's not too late. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and decided. The fire attribute energy here was extremely violent, and it was not something that ordinary people could absorb. However, Ling Xiao had the help of the demonic demon heavenly fire bead, which others could not compare to. First, the heavenly fire bead would absorb the fire attribute energy, and then purify and feed back the energy, which could increase his strength. On one hand, it could allow the heavenly fire bead to level up, and on the other hand he would have a huge harvest. It was killing two birds with one stone. He explained the situation to Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan, who were in the medicinal cauldron, and was no longer in a hurry. While he searched for the top-grade fire mystic crystals, he allowed the heavenly fire bead to absorb the energy here. At the same time, he was constantly adapting to the pressure of the distorted space here, and training his physical strength. After more than 3 months, Ling Xiao had harvested a huge number of top-grade fire mystic crystals, and the demonic demon heavenly fire bead seemed to be saturated, but it still seemed to be lacking something to level up. Ling Xiao knew that the energy here could no longer satisfy the heavenly fire bead, and there was no point in staying any longer. Thus he rushed to the next level. Within a few days, Ling Xiao arrived at the space barrier of the 6th level. Chapter 993. The space of the 6th floor was indeed different from the spatial energy of the 4th and 5th floors. This place was actually a space full of vitality. There were mountains, trees, strange flowers and plants, lakes, pools. It was like another peaceful world. When Ling Xiao, Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan entered this space through the spatial crack, they were all shocked. They had all made preparations to defend themselves, but what they saw was truly out of their expectations. However, just as they were about to speak, a powerful suction force came from the ground. The three of them seemed to have lost control of themselves and fell straight towards the ground. Aya! 2 cries of alarm sounded out at the same time. Hey Ro Fei mistress, can I trouble you to get up for a bit? If I don't even scream when I'm down there, then what are you screaming for when you're up there? Ling Xiao was pressed down by the 2 girls like a meat cushion, feeling the soft and fragrant jade as he spoke. Just now, in the instant he fell, Ling Xiao had forcefully changed his falling speed and direction, allowing them to smash onto his body, in order to prevent them from getting hurt. It was the duty of any man to protect a woman. Ling Xiao was a man, a pure man. Naturally, he could not let a woman suffer in front of him. However, what made him depressed was that he was clearly being pressed down, but the ones who screamed were the 2 of them. Was there any justice in this world? Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan quickly crawled up from Ling Xiao's body, both of them revealing awkward expressions. Suddenly they fell from the sky without any warning and they were also startled. Where is this place? Could it be that we've already reached the heavenly region? Feng Qingyuan sized up the place and said indifferently. 9 checkpoints and we're only at the 6th floor now. I don't think so. Yuro Fei replied. This should be the 6th checkpoint. It's full of life energy. This must be the wood and water space. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. After a pause he continued, this place looks calm but the more it is like this, the more dangerous it will be. Have you noticed that we've lost the ability to fly? That's right, there's no violent spatial energy here. Instead, it's as if all the spatial energy has disappeared. How strange. Feng Qingyuan replied. We have to be vigilant at all times. Don't fail miserably. Yuro Fei agreed. Why don't we summon the spiritual beasts and see if they can fly? Ling Xiao suggested. He then summoned the Golden Wolf King. It had already reached the advanced stage of the 7th order and was only 1 step away from transforming. Just like them, the Golden Wolf King could not fly here. Just as Ling Xiao put it away, the flowers and plants around them actually started to flash. A few strange flowers that didn't look very big actually exploded in an instant. The petals were so big that they swallowed them whole, and the strange grasses continued to spread, binding their feet. This sudden change gave them a big fright. The 3 of them immediately increased their attribute power and attacked the man-eating flower at the same time. The grass was also cut into pieces by the energy blades. However, this was only the beginning. The trees and flowers actually started to move. As if they had come to life, they all wrapped around them. The power of these strange things also increased. They were actually unable to use their aura to instantly destroy the vines. Their entire bodies were about to be wrapped by the vines, and the man-eating flower took the opportunity to devour them. The heavenly fire of Ling Xiao surged out in an instant, burning all the trees and flowers to ashes. The golden wolf king that had not been retracted was constantly twisting its body, unable to break free from the entanglement. 2 man-eating flowers had already bitten its body, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Ling Xiao lightly tapped with his finger, burning off the entanglement on its body one by one, and then kept it. On the other side, Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan both had holy swords in their hands, and continuously attacked the trees and flowers that were entangling them. Shower, quickly leave this place. These things seem to be endless, we can't continue wasting time like this. Feng Qingyuan anxiously called out to Ling Xiao. Mistress, don't worry, I'll open the way. They can't do anything to us. Ling Xiao replied and immediately shot out the heavenly fire with both of his palms, burning the area in front of him. ZZT. The heavenly fire burned everything, even the strange spirit herbs here were unable to withstand it. At this time, a voice sounded out in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. The origin energy here is very dense. Little friend, can you let this old man out for a breather? This was undoubtedly Lu Wang's voice. As the undying tree, it was a pure wood attribute spirit treasure, and could only absorb the wood attribute origin energy. Ever since it absorbed the blood essence devil tree's origin energy, it had not made any movements. It had been concentrating on recovering its strength in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, and now it had more or less recovered. The reason why it still stayed in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was because it wanted to use Ling Xiao's pure spiritual liquid to nourish its soul, making it more human, and in the future, it would be able to evolve towards a higher level. Oh, if you can deal with these strange flowers and plants here, I'll let you out. Ling Xiao said in astonishment. These are all evil of the same kind, let me take care of them. Lu Wang said righteously. Alright, this is what you said. It would be best if you can clean them all up. Ling Xiao replied straightforwardly. Immediately after, Ling Xiao stopped Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan. Lu Wang then rushed out from his sea of consciousness, transforming into a speck of green light that directly struggled into the soil. Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan both sensed the green speck of light that flew out from Ling Xiao's mind. Their expressions became astonished, and their hearts became a little numb towards Ling Xiao's various miracles. Not only could he transform into a dragon man, he also possessed heavenly fire, and now that he had flown out this green light, he felt that his aura was extremely powerful. All of these things were inconceivable, but they were all concentrated on Ling Xiao. They were too embarrassed to get to the bottom of this, since this was Ling Xiao's fortuitous encounter. Even if they knew, it would be of no use to them. In any case, Ling Xiao would not harm them. After absorbing the blood demon tree's origin, Lu Wang had already recovered to the peak of the 8th step. After it drilled into the ground, it immediately forcefully absorbed the origin of the trees and flowers here. It instantly sprouted and grew from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, it was more than a meter tall. Not long after, it grew to a height of more than 10 meters, and in just an hour, it had become a towering tree. Countless tree vines spread out in all directions, absorbing the pure wood attribute energy here to their heart's content. The trees and flowers around it instantly withered, while the undying tree became even more beautiful and alluring. It was a dark green color, tall and sturdy. Seeing this miraculous scene, Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan's mouths were slightly agape, their beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao was also extremely shocked in his heart. Back then, when he was in the illusory valley, the essence it emitted caused all the plants in the illusory valley to grow, but now, it could absorb the energy of the plants here. Half a day later, Lu Wang had already absorbed all the plant energy within a radius of several thousand miles, and the entire tree had become a bit more robust. It moved forward again, forcefully absorbing a lot of source energy. Ling Xiao, Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan followed behind, no longer worried about being disturbed by the spiritual objects. However, before the three of them could get too far, the tree of immortality had moved to who knows where to absorb the origin energy. There was also a lake in front of them, blocking their way. The lake was very wide, making it difficult for them to pass. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have to worry about flying at all. They could just fly over. What should we do? Can we swim over? I suspect that there might be some terrifying existence at the bottom of the water. Yuro Fei said with a frown. I never thought that it would be so difficult to reach the heavenly region. I wonder how Big Brother Evil Emperor managed to get there back then. Feng Qingyuan sighed. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Don't worry, I have a way to get there. You guys just hold hands and follow me. After he finished speaking, he grabbed Yuro Fei's hand without any explanation. He glanced at her again, indicating for her to grab her master's wife's hand. Yuro Fei wanted to retract her hand, but Ling Xiao held onto it tightly. Looking at his clear and innocent face, she allowed him to hold onto it. A warm feeling came from her palm, and for some reason, a strange feeling came from her heart. When Feng Qingyuan saw this scene, a faint smile appeared on his face. He took the initiative to grab Yuro Fei's other hand and said, "Xiao, let's go. You're always catching people off guard. I really don't know what you can't handle." Immediately after, Ling Xiao pulled Yuro Fei's hand and led the two of them towards the lake. "Ling Xiao, you're not telling us to walk directly through the water, are you? With our current abilities we can't even float." Yuro Fei hurriedly pulled Ling Xiao and said, "Don't worry, if I say it can be done then it can be done. What's there to be afraid of?" Ling Xiao comforted her and walked towards the lake. As Ling Xiao entered, the water in the lake suddenly parted to both sides, revealing a few meters of empty space in front of the three of them, allowing them to fall hundreds of meters into the mud. The two girls were stunned when they saw this scene. The two girls exclaimed, "How did you do it?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a pearl appeared in his hand. The two girls looked at the pearl that was as smooth as jade and exclaimed once again, "This is the secluded water pearl? Good eyesight, this is indeed the secluded water pearl." Ling Xiao replied, "Brat, how do you have so many strange items? I really don't know what kind of shocking divine treasure you dug up. These things are all rare treasures that are rarely seen in 10,000 years. Feng Qingyuan said with indescribable envy. If she did not know that the evil emperor had only passed down a cultivation technique to Ling Xiao and did not pass down anything else to Ling Xiao, she would have really thought that the evil emperor had brought these things out from the heavenly realm for Ling Xiao. Just as Yuro Fei was about to say something, a crisis suddenly came from the lake. Chapter 994. At the bottom of the dark green lake, bubbles occasionally floated. The three of them could barely make use of the mud to move forward quickly. Although their speed was fast, it could not be compared to flying. A huge black figure appeared in the lake, a pair of copper bell-sized eyes emitted a quiet green glow, and a basin mouth attacked the three of them without any warning. The attack was very sudden and it gave the three of them a huge shock. Fortunately, they were not ordinary people and immediately sensed the existence of danger. Courting death. Yuro Fei had been suffocating along the way. As a peak saint, she actually had to rely on Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was lower than hers, to take care of her, which made her feel extremely unbalanced. Now that a spirit beast suddenly came out to provoke them, it was the perfect target for her to vent her anger on. Yuro Fei's attack was earth-shattering, and the sword radiance carried the power to cut through mountains and rivers, slashing towards the sudden attack of the huge black figure. Rumble. The lake was blasted into the air, and the silver sword radiance continued forward, slashing out a 1,000-meter-long crack. The attacking black figure did not even have the time to scream, and was immediately slashed into two by the sword radiance. A large pool of blood permeated the surroundings, and a fishy smell wafted over. At this moment, the three of them finally saw clearly that the black figure was actually an 8th-tier intermediate-level giant shark beast. "Let's leave this place quickly, the blood will attract more water attribute spirit beasts." Ling Xiao exclaimed and did not dare to stay any longer as he pulled Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan, and hurriedly rushed forward. Indeed, the lake was not as calm as it looked on the surface. Terrifying 8th-tier spirit beasts came and went, and there were even many grass vines that occasionally attacked. The three of them had no choice but to use their strongest mystical skills to kill. After one intense battle after another, Feng Qingyuan was seriously injured, and she was almost separated from Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei. Helpless, Ling Xiao could only keep her in the medicine cauldron and summoned Sha Tian out. Sha Tian was a peak-level saint with dual attributes of water and wood. In this place he did not have to worry about being affected by the environment. His Tao of assassination could kill even more spirit beasts on the spot. On top of that, he had the water attribute spirit beast, the water demon. It was a peak rank 8 exotic beast, a combat-type spirit beast that could challenge the true dragon clan. It was like a fish in water underwater. It pounced on and bit many water-type spirit beasts, swallowing their beast cores one by one. Its power showed faint signs of increasing, as if it could become a 9th-level holy beast at any time. With the appearance of Sha Tian and Shui Gloom, as well as Yuro Fei, they were equivalent to 3 pinnacle saints. The pressure was greatly reduced, and Ling Xiao was only responsible for opening the way. 2 months passed in this manner. During this month, danger and harvest coexisted. Many of the beast cores of the slain 8th grade spirit beasts had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. This was one of the main ingredients needed to refine 8th grade medicinal pills. At the same time, there were quite a number of 7th and 8th grade spiritual herbs under the lake. Ling Xiao and Yu Firu put them away without hesitation. With these spiritual herbs, Ling Xiao could definitely refine a saint pill, allowing Sha Tian to advance another level. However, he hoped that Sha Tian could advance by himself. After all, he was also a Tenbin's outstanding and powerful special class bodyguard. Ling Xiao did not want him to stop at a mere low-level Holy Emperor realm. In the face of countless difficulties and obstacles ahead, Ling Xiao had to have more things to rely on in order to ensure the safety of his life. At this moment, the water demon roared incessantly in a certain direction. It looked quite excited, as if it had discovered something. "Master, my partner said that there's a discovery ahead. It might be some kind of spiritual object and he hopes that we can go take a look." Sha Tian said to Ling Xiao. Then let's go take a look." Ling Xiao replied. Normally, spiritual beasts would have a special sense. Since it could attract the attention of the water demon, it must be something extraordinary. However, before they could get close to the place that the water demon had sensed, a spiritual beast quietly appeared in front of them, blocking their way out. "If you don't want to die, then scram." A voice that was like a rolling flood shouted from the bottom of the lake. Waves rolled towards Ling Xiao and the others, and the powerful impact caused them to immediately stop in their tracks. A particularly strange-looking spiritual beast appeared in front of them. This spiritual beast had 2 horns on its head but only 1 eye. It was especially large, and its body was as slender and sleek as an earthworm. Its entire body was dark blue, and it had 8 small feet, which were particularly disproportionate to its body. Even though they were all knowledgeable people, this was the first time they had encountered such a strange spiritual beast. There were countless spiritual beasts in the world, and occasionally, some mutated spiritual beasts would appear. No one knew of their existence, and it was impossible for them to be recorded in ancient books. The water demon roared, ignoring the threat of this spiritual beast, and directly pounced towards it to bite it. Under the water dragon clan's combat power was ranked first, and the water demon dared to call itself second. It was not afraid of this spiritual beast in front of it that was as strong as it. "You're courting death." The spiritual beast roared and rushed towards the water demon. Its 2 horns were like the sharpest weapons, stabbing straight at the water demon's neck. Ling Xiao had seen the power of the water demon, but he did not expect that the combat power of this strange spiritual beast in front of him was not inferior to it at all. It actually could not even touch it. The battle between the 2 spiritual beasts was particularly fierce, stirring up the bottom of the lake. Waves kept rolling in all directions, and the mixed water waves disturbed their vision. Only bursts of roars could be heard. "Don't waste time. Sha Tian, go and kill it," Ling Xiao ordered. No matter how strong the spiritual beast was facing the attacks of the water demon and Sha Tian, it was not long before it was killed. Ling Xiao did not want to waste the corpse of this mutated spiritual beast, so he put it away. Maybe it would be useful in the future. At the end of the battle, the water demon had several wounds on its body, but it did not show the slightest discomfort. Instead, it exclaimed excitedly, "Master, there is holy liquid in front." When they heard this, they were excited and immediately ordered it to lead the way. After walking for about a few kilometers, they saw a small puddle of pure white liquid slowly flowing. This small puddle of water was very strange. It seemed to be able to isolate the surrounding lake water and did not mix with them. It exuded a sparkling jade-like light and looked extremely magical. Bursts of vast and vigorous vitality penetrated into people's hearts. 10,000-year-old geocentric spring. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim. 10,000-year-old geocentric spring was a kind of top-grade holy liquid. It was not inferior to the 10,000-year-old stone emulsion and the spring of life, but its effects were different. It had an obvious improvement and enhancement function for water attribute martial artists and spiritual beasts. It could purify their physique and greatly increase the purity of their attributes. It could also allow them to display an unexpected effect when they were facing a bottleneck, allowing them to easily break through. At the same time, if it was given to newborn babies, it could directly transform their physique, wash their marrow and meridians, and there was a chance that the baby could reach the level of pure attributes. In addition, when refining high-grade medicinal pills, adding the 10,000-year-old geocentric spring could make the medicinal pills more perfect, and the medicinal effect would be better. Now, this small puddle of 10,000-year-old geocentric spring had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. It was really not easy. Fei, who was beside Ling Xiao, was also pleasantly surprised. This kind of sacred object would make anyone jealous. The water gorgon licked its lips with a greedy look, as if it could not wait to devour it. Master, this 10,000-year-old geocentric spring has a strong effect on me and the water gorgon. It can help us to advance faster. Sha Tian said to Ling Xiao. Although he was controlled by Ling Xiao's will, he also had his own independent thoughts, and could also continue to cultivate and advance. Ling Xiao nodded and replied, "Don't worry, of course you will get it, but you have to put it away first." Immediately after, Ling Xiao hurriedly took out the sealed utensils and put away all the 10,000-year-old geocentric spring. I estimate that it can only be given to you when we reach the heaven domain. This space is not suitable for a breakthrough. Ling Xiao said to Sha Tian. Sha Tian also understood this logic and immediately agreed obediently. Everyone who sees it has a share. These are for you. Ling Xiao took out a portion and handed it to Fei. Although she was of the light attribute, it did not mean that she would not need this kind of holy liquid in the future. Fei did not stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao and accepted the 10,000-year-old geocentric spring. She admired Ling Xiao's magnanimity in her heart, and the magic that Ling Xiao had shown before made her gradually curious about Ling Xiao. After several years of contact, Fei had developed a good impression of Ling Xiao, but she felt that Ling Xiao was still a distance away from becoming his woman. After a few days, Ling Xiao and the others finally came out from the bottom of the lake. After that, they experienced many attacks from mysterious creatures, but they were all dealt with in an instant. The seventh layer of the space barrier finally appeared in front of them. At this time, Ling Xiao was waiting for the return of the Tree of Immortality. However, Ling Xiao guessed that the Tree of Immortality would choose to take root here. After all, this place was very suitable for the growth of what attribute spiritual objects, and there was no need to worry about any danger. To it was indeed a very good place to live. Ling Xiao only planned to wait for a few days to recover his consumed energy, and then immediately set off. One day before Ling Xiao was about to leave, a green tree that could run ran towards Ling Xiao, and finally turned into a green light that directly drilled into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. When the green tree entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, a voice came out, "Little friend, these few days this old man has absorbed a little too much energy, help me share some of it." As soon as its words fell, a vast and pure wood attribute source energy rushed towards Ling Xiao's dantian. Ling Xiao only felt that his meridians were extremely swollen and painful, and he felt that a lot of energy was squeezed through his meridians, and finally entered his dantian. Ling Xiao did not have time to think too much, and immediately sat down cross-legged to absorb and refine the energy transmitted by the Tree of Immortality. At the side, Fei felt the surge of Ling Xiao's power, and was once again stunned. Chapter 995. Fei could not have imagined that Ling Xiao's aura would suddenly soar at this moment, advancing from the initial low-level Saint Realm to the mid-level Saint Realm. She could not understand what was going on. After all, after reaching the Saint Realm, one needed to accumulate a large amount of energy, and it was not easy to increase one's strength. Even the most outstanding people in Tenbin would need time to accumulate and gradually increase their strength. Only by consuming pills or spirit herbs that could increase one's strength could one instantly increase one's strength. However, Ling Xiao had been by her side the whole time. She only saw a bit of green light enter his head, and then his strength soared. What kind of magical thing is that spirit tree? It can actually increase Ling Xiao's strength. Could it be that Ling Xiao relied on this method to reach the mid-level Saint Realm in just a few dozen years? Fei guessed. If Ling Xiao heard this, he would definitely cry out in injustice. Although he had a fortuitous encounter that allowed his strength to soar, a lot of his strength was also obtained through his own hard work and cultivation. Moreover, he had only obtained those fortuitous encounters after going through a narrow escape from death, and there were not many tricks to it. Ling Xiao did not have the time to explain to her now. He used the unique Guiyuan technique to transform this energy into 5 different attributes, and absorbed and refined them one by one. Ling Xiao cultivated 5 attributes, and the amount of energy he needed to advance was several times more than that of an ordinary warrior. With the huge amount of energy from the Tree of Immortality, it should have been enough for an ordinary saint to advance another level. However, after Ling Xiao digested and absorbed this energy, he had only reached the great success of the low-level Saint Realm. There was still a long way to go before he reached the peak of the low-level Saint Realm. This was also because Ling Xiao had received the energy from the heavenly fire pearl when he was at the 5th level, and with the addition of this energy he had reached this realm. Ling Xiao was still somewhat dissatisfied with this, and even shouted at the Tree of Immortality to transfer more energy. The Tree of Undying was very depressed. It had just advanced to the next level after much difficulty and became a level 9 holy tree. The additional power it provided to Ling Xiao was already very huge, but it was still not enough. It simply chose to ignore it, soaking in Ling Xiao's mental fluid and continuing to warm its trunk. Its trunk was even more verdant and sturdier than before, sparkling and translucent like ink, appearing even more magical and extraordinary. With its current abilities, the effects of the 10,000-year tree sap, 10,000-year tree fruit, and the undying root had increased by several times. If Ling Xiao knew about this, he might not be able to stop himself from demanding and squeezing it dry. Haha, it seems that following this brat has a great opportunity. In just 30 years, not only has he recovered his essence energy, but he has also improved. This old man was not wrong. Lu Wing said proudly in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. With the Tree of Immortality back, Ling Xiao and Euro Fei once again advanced to the next level. The space on the 7th floor was of the metal attribute. The pressure from the distortion of space here almost suffocated the two of them. Fortunately, they had recovered their ability to fly, so they no longer needed to walk. The greatest danger here was the streaks of golden spatial energy. They were like the sharp blades used by high-ranking saints, and they kept coming at them. In this place, Ling Xiao and Euro Fei could not use any tricks, so they could only rely on their own strength to break through. Ling Xiao's physical body was comparable to a high-grade saint tool, so his defense was already quite astonishing. However, in the face of these sharp metal blades he was still injured. Golden blood continuously splattered from his body, and many of his dragon scales fell off. He wielded the golden dragon spear and burst forth with powerful battle strength. With an unyielding will, he endured all the pain and charged forward bravely. Euro Fei was a peak saint, but her physical body was not as strong as Ling Xiao's. Fortunately, she had a high-grade defensive armor to protect her vitals, but she could not avoid being injured. Her jade-like arms and legs were covered with wounds so deep that bones could be seen, making her look extremely sinister and terrifying. After consuming many healing and chi recovery pills, the two of them finally made it through the most dangerous area. Along the way, the two of them obtained another harvest from this floor. Diamond was one of the most precious materials needed to refine metal attribute saint tools. It was even more precious than the black ink stone they had obtained from the 4th floor. After all, metal attribute materials were extremely difficult to find. Moreover, they were much harder than black ink stone, 10,000-year black stone, and other materials. Besides the diamond, Ling Xiao also obtained a lump of metal attribute source energy, metal genesis chi. This metal genesis chi was in no way inferior to the 10,000-year geocentric spring. For metal attribute martial artists and spirit beasts, it was the purest source of energy. For low-level martial artists or spirit beasts, if they directly absorbed and refined this energy, their strength would definitely increase by several times, and there would be no side effects. It could also improve the metal constitution. Just how tempting was this effect? This made Ling Xiao smile from ear to ear. If he directly refined this lump of metal genesis chi, he could definitely advance to the mid-level saint stage. However, Ling Xiao did not do so. There was not much metal genesis chi to begin with. He wanted to use a portion for the Golden Wolf King to advance, and leave the rest for his woman, Kai Shiyue, his son Feng Ling Tian, and his brother Yi Yunfeng. After all, they had metal attribute constitutions, so the metal genesis chi would have the most powerful effect on them. With the help of the 3 foreign objects, Ling Xiao was not afraid that he would not be able to advance. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, there were still 2 more floors. Who knew, there might be some amazing treasures that could help him advance. But then again, he was wondering if the saints who had rushed to the heaven domain from the Lingshan continent had also obtained various saint treasures like him. He felt that there should be. In front of the 8th layer of the spatial barrier, with the help of the ancient Emperor Divine Art, the wounds on Ling Xiao's body had already healed. Although Euro Fei was a peak saint in terms of healing speed, it was difficult for her to compare to Ling Xiao. She took a lot of pills in succession before she gradually recovered. "How is it? Is it okay?" Ling Xiao looked at Euro Fei and asked with a pained expression. Euro Fei said with a stubborn expression, "You should take care of yourself first." No matter what, her strength was above Ling Xiao's. In the face of all kinds of dangers, she was actually not as calm and collected as Ling Xiao, which really made her depressed. Well, if you really can't do it, don't force yourself. In terms of combat strength, I may not be as good as you, but in terms of life-saving methods, you definitely can't compare to me. You don't need to deny this. Ling Xiao emphasized. After a pause he said, that ball of metal Genesis Chi is of great use to me, so I can't give it to you for the time being. Let's see what saint treasures there are later, and then I'll let you occupy more of it. What do you think? Euro Fei nodded, indicating that she agreed with Ling Xiao's words. She then sighed, there were many dangers along the way. I don't know if my adoptive father also passed through like this. Ling Xiao had heard Euro Fei talk about her adoptive father. He had left the Sand region for the Heaven region about 6,000 years ago. At that time, her adoptive father was already a peak saint or even a half-holy emperor. The time when he left was somewhat similar to the time when Ling Xiao's master, the evil master, left. However, the evil emperor was in the Central region, while Euro Fei's adoptive father was in the Sand region. There shouldn't be any intersection between them. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Don't worry. Your adoptive father has been described as a god by you. His life-saving methods are definitely not inferior to ours. In fact, he didn't even look as miserable as we did. He directly passed through the 9 levels and reached the Heaven region. Ling Xiao comforted her. Euro Fei chuckled and said sincerely, thank you. Don't say it like that. Sooner or later you will be my woman. Your adoptive father is also my adoptive father. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Haha, when your strength catches up to mine, I will be your woman. Euro Fei smiled happily. She had a very good understanding of Ling Xiao's character through these days of contact. If Ling Xiao's strength could surpass hers, then she wouldn't mind submitting to him and willingly becoming his woman. Don't worry. You won't have to wait too long for that day. Ling Xiao spoke in a rather confident tone. A trace of longing flashed in his eyes because a woman had once said the same thing to him. When his strength had caught up to hers, they had been separated. Now there was no news of her at all. He felt extremely guilty in his heart. Mengqi, just you wait. I will be able to find you very soon. Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. Ling Xiao and Euro Fei had recovered their strength, and they headed towards the 8th level once more. The spatial barrier of the 8th level was extremely thick. Even Euro Fei found it difficult to break it open by herself. In the end, after many attacks with all her strength, she managed to break open a hole that could only allow 2 people to pass through. The 2 of them quickly rushed in. As soon as they entered, the spatial hole immediately closed up. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. If they had been half a beat slower, they would have had to open up the spatial hole again. When they entered the 8th level, they didn't feel anything wrong. However, they discovered a strange phenomenon. That is, this space had a change of day and night. Moreover, this change was quite fast. One moment it was daytime and the next moment it was night. It flickered as if the lights in the night were on and off and off and on and on and on. Could it be that there are 2 attributes of light and darkness here? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. On the side, Euro Fei didn't reply. She just frowned as if she had thought of something terrible. We must rush to the barrier of the 9th level at full speed. The alternation of light and darkness here is extremely fast. It should have produced a mighty force that reverses time. Our lives will rapidly decline due to the rapid passage of time. Euro Fei cried out in panic. She directly grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and rushed forward. She increased her speed to the fastest she had ever been and left this place. Ling Xiao didn't think much of her explanation. Even if time passed a little faster, it wouldn't matter. After all, people like them who had reached the saint level had a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Even if they lost a few hundred years of their lifespan, it would be negligible. However, just as he was thinking nothing of it, he discovered a serious crisis that made his scalp tingle. Chapter 996. In this strange space, day and night constantly flickered and flickered. This was a kind of heaven-defying power that could make time pass quickly and accelerate the decline of one's lifespan. At first, Ling Xiao didn't think much of it, but after flying for a few days with Euro Fei, he actually saw that some wrinkles had begun to appear on the side of Euro Fei's face. It must be known that Euro Fei was only 7,000 years old, and as a peak saint she could live for at least 20,000 years. Previously, she was extremely energetic, and her life force definitely didn't show any signs of weakening. Now, in just a few days, wrinkles had actually appeared. This was simply a very shocking matter. Ling Xiao looked at her jade arms again and found that they had become much rougher than before, and there was no longer any luster. He carefully sensed and found that her life force was actually being consumed at an extremely fast rate. It wasn't just Fei. Ling Xiao also found that his life force was also being consumed, but it wasn't as obvious as Fei's. Fei, this can't go on, take this first. Ling Xiao said and immediately took out a lot of spring liquid of life and handed it to Fei. Fei didn't say anything and immediately swallowed it. With the huge supply of essence, her condition was somewhat alleviated. But just after a day she began to age again. She had already become a middle-aged woman, and looked much older than before. Ling Xiao was the same, and his originally handsome young appearance was gradually turning into a middle-aged appearance. Damn it, this can't go on, Lu Wang, quickly help me. Ling Xiao cried out anxiously. Immediately after, a pure power slowly flowed out from Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao's body was nourished by this power, and his condition once again recovered. Ling Xiao took out the 10,000-year tree sap and gave it to Fei to drink. However, he could only suppress it for a short period of time before it became ineffective again. Moreover, they still couldn't see the spatial barrier of the 9th floor. According to the situation along the way, the distance between the 8th and 9th floors was even greater than the distance between the 7th and 8th floors. They would have to fly for at least several months to reach their destination. These few months were probably enough for Fei to die of old age. Fei, stop for me. Go to the cauldron first. I can handle the consumption here. I'll take you there. Ling Xiao hastily called out to Fei. Fei revealed a sad but beautiful smile and said, "It's too late now. If I enter the cauldron now, my appearance will forever be like this. I don't want to be like this, I'd rather die of old age." Women love to look beautiful. Fei had already sensed her own situation. She couldn't adapt to this sudden change in appearance. Her state of mind was already unstable and she began to give up on life. She would rather use all her strength to bring Ling Xiao to the spatial barrier of the 9th floor. Ling Xiao wanted to forcefully shake off Fei's hand, but he found that she was holding it firmly. Fei, don't be like this. If you want to restore your youthful appearance, it's possible. If you continue to waste time like this, it'll really be difficult to change the truth. Ling Xiao advised. He now had a large amount of essence qi provided by Lu Wang, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to last until the end. No one can change this truth. I just don't know if you'll still like me after I become like this? Fei suddenly asked. Yes, no matter what you become, I'll still like you. Ling Xiao immediately replied. Haha, you're lying. Which man doesn't like beautiful women? Didn't you want me to be your woman because you saw that I was beautiful? Now that I'm about to become an old woman, you won't like me, but we're just friends now. As a friend, I'll do my best to bring you to the other end. Fei revealed a sad smile. Faced with this situation, she discovered that she already had a good impression of Ling Xiao, but she didn't want to face it. She wasn't willing to easily yield to him. She suddenly regretted not falling in love with Ling Xiao. At the very least, she would have let her know what it felt like to be a real woman. Now that she was suddenly going to die of old age, all her regrets were in vain. Stop! Ling Xiao shouted. Immediately afterward, all of his battle prowess surged, and his entire body transformed into a dragon man. He forcefully shook off Fei's hand. Fei's power was being eroded by time, and her strength was gradually decreasing. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had Lu Wang's power to provide him with enough vitality to temporarily not be affected. Go by yourself, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to make it to the 9th floor. Fei looked down at her hand, which had become ugly, and tears flowed down her cheeks. A peerless powerhouse of a generation found it difficult to accept the rapid aging of her body. Ling Xiao stepped forward and hugged Fei tightly in his arms. He affectionately said, although I'm not a good person, since I said that I want you to be my woman, even if you become an old woman, I'll definitely want you. After saying that, he cupped Fei's aging face and kissed her delicate lips. Fei was stunned. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to kiss her at this time, and a strange feeling instantly spread throughout her body. Does he really not dislike me for being old? This feeling is so strange, I really want to continue like this, but... Fei closed her eyes and enjoyed it. She wanted this feeling to continue forever. Ling Xiao's hand that was holding Fei quietly raised behind her and chopped down on the back of her neck. Fei's mind was already in chaos. She didn't have any vigilance and was immediately knocked unconscious by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Fei in his arms and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely let you blossom into your most beautiful appearance." Ling Xiao put Euro Fei into the cauldron and immediately rushed towards the spatial barrier of the 9th floor. No, if this place can accelerate the aging and death of people, then why was Master able to pass through this place? And how did the ancestors of Ling Shen continent reach the heaven realm? There must be a spirit item here that can resolve this crisis. Ling Xiao's mind instantly thought of a possibility. Thus, as he hurried along, he activated his green pupil to observe his surroundings. However, he didn't find anything even after rushing for nearly a month. His body began to show signs of aging again. This was because Lu Weng had also been attacked by the power of time and couldn't continue to provide energy to Ling Xiao. Otherwise it would also wither and die like Ling Xiao. Could it be that I was wrong? Ling Xiao thought anxiously as he swallowed a drop of the spring of life. After another day he suddenly saw a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. Clouds curled about that place, imposing and majestic, towering and imposing, giving off a feeling of awe. Ling Xiao didn't say a word and flew towards the mountain peak. When he landed on the mountain peak, he suddenly felt his life flow away and his strength weaken significantly. Could it be that the heaven reversal technique is here? Ling Xiao cried out in delight. Looking around, Ling Xiao discovered that there were only giant boulders here. There were no other living beings. He didn't believe this and began to circle around the mountain peak, feeling that he would definitely find a way to resolve this. Sure enough, just as he was about to despair, he saw a strange spirit plant growing on top of a cliff. This spirit plant was only a little more than 2 meters tall. Whether it was the stem or the leaves, they were all black and white and half black. Ling Xiao thought doubtfully, this tree is the only spirit tree in this space, so it must have some use. Whatever, I'll go take a look first. However, before Ling Xiao could get close, a huge sense of danger instantly enveloped his head. A huge black shadow swept over Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao reacted extremely quickly and dodged to the side. He turned around to see what was attacking him. Screech. A huge eagle flapped its wings and screeched at Ling Xiao. This eagle was the same as the spirit tree. Its feathers were half white and half black, making it look quite demonic and handsome. This was a peak rank 8 giant eagle. It seemed to be a light and darkness attribute mutated spirit beast. Such a terrifying mutated spirit beast's combat power was definitely quite shocking. Ling Xiao could not help but feel an itch on his scalp. Based on his strength, it was clearly not enough to fight this giant eagle. The giant eagle pounced towards Ling Xiao again. Its sharp claws were like the most terrifying spirit weapon. If he were to be scratched, his body would definitely turn into a mist of blood. Ling Xiao knew that he could not rely on his own strength to defeat a spirit beast of this level. The heavenly fire on his body burst out. Blazing flames rose into the sky as a fire qilin roared towards the giant eagle. Regardless of whether it was a person or a spirit beast, once they came into contact with the heavenly fire, they would be destroyed. This was Ling Xiao's life-saving trump card. If the heavenly fire could not deal with it, then he would really be finished. As expected, when Ling Xiao's heavenly fire blasted out, the giant eagle sensed danger and did not dare to pounce immediately. It opened its mouth and a black and white energy rushed out, dispersing Ling Xiao's heavenly fire. The remaining energy continued to rush towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could not dodge in time. He was sent flying thousands of meters away and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Damn it, I will destroy you! Ling Xiao roared angrily. He gathered all his strength and pointed his index finger at the giant eagle that was charging towards him again. A huge ray of light shot out from his finger and split into 3. The 3 extraordinarily powerful rays of light surrounded the giant eagle from 3 different directions. The giant eagle did not fight it head-on. It chose to dodge. However, how could Ling Xiao's 3 divine finger be so easily dodged? He controlled the 3 rays of light to change their direction and charged towards the giant eagle again. The giant eagle was furious. It flapped its wings and screeched. Rays of light and darkness energy shot out to meet Ling Xiao's all-out attack. Chapter 997. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Intense sparks flew from the collision of powerful forces. The giant eagle's power was so strong that it managed to completely nullify Ling Xiao's all-out attack. Of course, Ling Xiao did not think that he could kill the giant eagle. After all, the seniors who had reached this stage in the past were unable to do anything to it, and he himself was only a low-level saint. They were not on the same level at all. He knew his own limits. This move of his was just a ploy to distract the enemy. He split his attention into 2. His mental energy transformed into a giant claw and grabbed at the black and white spiritual object. He tore it a few times and found that it was difficult to pull the spiritual tree out with its roots. It was likely that its roots were already connected to the giant mountain. At the same time, the giant eagle had already nullified his attack and attacked him again. Ling Xiao was shocked and anxious. He could only settle for the next best thing. He broke off one of the branches of the spiritual tree and quickly pulled it over. Then he turned around and fled. Ling Xiao ran as fast as he could and took an elixir that increased his speed. He ran as fast as he could. However, as he fled, he did not forget to continue emitting heavenly fire to cause some trouble for the giant eagle. The giant eagle had its considerations and did not dare to approach the heavenly fire. It could only keep blasting out elemental attacks, hoping to kill this damn human. Ling Xiao was also bombarded again and again. He spat out a lot of blood and lost a lot of dragon scales. Only then did he leave the mountain peak. The giant eagle seemed to be restricted and did not dare to continue chasing him. It could only cry out a few times and return to the mountain peak. After leaving the mountain peak, the invasion of time greatly increased. Ling Xiao's face and palms aged rapidly. He no longer looked young and handsome. Instead, he looked so old and decrepit as if he would soon be buried in peace. Ling Xiao did not care so much. He swallowed the spring of life, the sap of the 10,000-year tree, and other saint treasures that could increase one's vitality were all swallowed by him. Unfortunately, these saint treasures could only stop him for a period of time so that he would not age so quickly. I hope you don't disappoint me. Otherwise I will really die here. Ling Xiao mumbled as he looked at the black and white tree branch in his hand. Then he tore a leaf from the tree and put it in his mouth. It was also at this time that he suddenly discovered that the rapidly decreasing vitality stopped flowing, and there was an abnormal power flowing towards his abdomen, nourishing the various muscles in his body. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He knew that the leaf was effective. He quickly chewed the leaf and swallowed it. Suddenly, a wave of pure energy began to spread throughout Ling Xiao's body. The mighty force of yin and yang actually caused Ling Xiao's aging body to gradually return to its youthful appearance, and the mighty force of the passage of time no longer had any effect. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling. He only felt that life was so beautiful. The power of yin and yang even cleaned up many hidden injuries in his body one by one, making his body more energetic. Ling Xiao's appearance returned to its original state. Balls of yin and yang energy flashed around his body. No matter how many days and nights there were, he no longer felt anything. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise, "We've finally escaped. There's no true death zone here, there's always a chance of survival." Ling Xiao suspected that the 9 checkpoints here were deliberately set up here by the gods of the heaven domain. Each checkpoint had a huge danger, but it also left others with a chance of survival. Ling Xiao released Fei. Her appearance no longer had the slightest bit of beauty, only a thick sense of despair. Fei, quickly eat it. It can help you recover your appearance and even block the strange power here. Ling Xiao impatiently said to Fei, at the same time handing her a leaf. When Fei heard this, her eyes flashed. Without saying a word, she immediately snatched the leaf from Ling Xiao and swallowed it. Sure enough, after Fei consumed the leaf, her appearance changed once again. She gradually recovered her original beauty, and her figure became plump once again. She felt the changes in herself and couldn't help but ask Ling Xiao, Have I recovered?" Ling Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "Of course. If you don't believe me, take a mirror and look at yourself. You're still as beautiful as before." Originally, Ling Xiao was just saying it casually, but Fei really took out a mirror and looked at herself. Only then did she exclaim in joy, "I've really recovered. That's great." After saying that, she actually hugged Ling Xiao and kissed Ling Xiao non-stop. The feeling of returning to heaven from hell made her incomparably excited. At this moment, she could no longer suppress the good impression she had of Ling Xiao. She had to properly cherish and thank him. Ling Xiao's body stiffened at first, but then he felt the waves of sweetness coming from his mouth and the soft feeling of his chest, which undoubtedly caused his blood vessels to instantly surge. Ling Xiao was no longer a virgin. He had wanted to conquer Fei for a long time, but she had never dared to accept him. He was also too embarrassed to force her. Now was undoubtedly the best opportunity. In this uninhabited space, there were only the two of them in the world, and the sparks of passion had just been ignited. Ling Xiao instantly hugged Fei, one hand on her jade back, the other caressing her jade buttocks. That round and wonderful elasticity made Ling Xiao even more excited. Fei couldn't stand Ling Xiao's touch. Her body felt as if it had been electrocuted. That indescribable feeling made her unable to help but softly moan, "Ah." Her face was as delicate as a flower, her eyes blurred, and her beauty was indescribable. "Ling Xiao, take me," Yuro Fei shyly said in a low voice. The blood in Ling Xiao's body instantly surged, and he responded to Yuro Fei's words with his actions. The tip of his tongue went straight to the root of the problem, and he enjoyed the other party's fragrant saliva to his heart's content. His big hands wandered unscrupulously through her clothes, caressing her jade back, jade arms, and then circling around to the pair of jade peaks. The two of them became more and more excited, each feeling the wonderful feeling of the opposite sex. Ling Xiao saw that Yuro Fei's body was becoming weaker and weaker, and that her light breathing was becoming more rapid and loud. He knew that it was about time. He roughly tore off her clothes, revealing the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her delicate face was red all the way to her earlobes, her neck was tender and smooth, her breasts were full and firm, and her red beans were fresh and tempting. Her lower abdomen was flat and clean, and her lower abdomen was luxuriantly fragrant. Her jade legs were slender and round, every part of her was filled with the most primitive temptation, like a peerless seductress, making it difficult for people to extricate themselves. Ling Xiao's eyes turned red, and with a roar, the clothes on his body instantly turned into ashes. Yuro Fei sensed the powerful scent of the opposite sex from Ling Xiao, and she shyly closed her eyes, looking as if she was waiting for him to do whatever he wanted. Ling Xiao was not going to be polite. He immediately hugged Yuro Fei, and the golden dragon spear went straight into the jade gate. Ah! A loud cry spread through the space. The battle lasted for an unknown number of days and nights before the smoke finally stopped. "Yuro, you're my woman now," Ling Xiao said with certainty as he hugged the docile Yuro Fei. Yuro Fei nodded obediently and said with a smile, "Yes, I've been conquered by you." She really did not expect that she would give her body to Ling Xiao so quickly, but she did not regret it at all. In the face of extreme happiness and sorrow, her mentality had already changed. At the very least, she could be considered a real woman now. Moreover, the potential that Ling Xiao displayed was absolutely limitless, so she did not feel wronged at all. Ling Xiao took a deep breath of Yuro Fei, and fiercely kneaded her soft breasts. Only then did he proudly say, "I told you that you would become my woman, but you didn't believe me." He paused for a moment and then said, "I will love you for the rest of my life." Yuro Fei angrily said, "Then while there's still time, love me one more time." She had just tasted meat, and although it was a little painful at the beginning, it did not feel like anything after getting used to it. Instead, she enjoyed the feeling of floating in the air. Ling Xiao smiled, "Your husband will fulfill your wish." Then he hugged her again, showing his strong love for her. 3 days later, the two of them once again set out on the road, rushing to the 9th layer of the spatial barrier. After using the black and white leaves, they no longer felt the erosion of the power of time here, and could completely slow down their speed. After all, the two of them had just fallen in love. Yuro Fei could not sleep at night because of that kind of feeling, and Ling Xiao also could not get tired of looking at Yuro Fei, this temptress. The two of them hurried and stopped, and on the way back they found some light and darkness attribute holy objects. Among them, the light attribute holy objects were of great use to Yuro Fei, and the darkness attribute holy object Ling Xiao put away first. In addition, there were also many light and darkness attribute holy objects. They could resist the power of time here. As expected, the distance between the 8th and 9th layers was much farther than before. After rushing for several months, the two of them finally arrived at the spatial barrier of the 9th layer. This layer of spatial barrier was much thicker than the previous 8 layers, and the two of them worked together to attack the same place more than 10 times before breaking it. As soon as the two of them entered the 9th layer, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and a storm was wreaking havoc in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them felt their eardrums hurt from the vibrations. They looked at the sea of lightning and storm in front of them, and they immediately felt their scalps go numb. After passing through the first few layers, they had already seen the 7 attributes of the spatial power of earth, fire, water, wood, metal, and light and darkness, but the 2 attributes of lightning and wind had not appeared. They had long guessed that this layer might be a combination of these 2 types of power. However, when they really faced it, they still felt that their strength was too insignificant in the face of this ruthless heavenly disaster. Heavenly lightning was the most powerful existence in the world, and it was a kind of heavenly power that could not be violated. The storm was also a kind of natural disaster that could not be resisted. When the two of them combined, it would make people shiver. Chapter 998. Boundless thunder and lightning bombarded the area, accompanied by endless howling winds. Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei raised their defenses to the maximum, but they were still dizzy from the bombardment and were even blown away by the strong winds, causing their bodies to feel pain. If not for the two of them being powerful, they would have already been blown to pieces, or they would have been strangled to death by the violent winds. Ling Xiao's skin was split open, while Yuro Fei's clothes were also in tatters, and her defensive armor was on the verge of collapsing. This is only the thunder and lightning at the edge. I'm afraid the thunder and lightning in the depths will be even more terrifying. If we pass through here, even if we don't die, I'm afraid we'll only be left with half a life. Yuro Fei exclaimed. No matter how powerful the thunder and wind here are, they won't be able to kill a saint like you, but the continuous bombardment is truly unbearable, not to mention those with lower strength. It seems the road to the heaven domain is really full of dangers. Ling Xiao sighed. If it weren't for his abnormal physique, he would have died countless times already. Let's go, I'll protect you, Yuro Fei said. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I told you in terms of combat strength I might not be able to compare to you, but in terms of survival ability, how can you compare to me? Immediately afterwards he lightly shouted, Transform. The space ring on his finger instantly transformed into a cauldron. The cauldron grew larger and larger until it was the size of a house, floating above Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei's heads, isolating them from the thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning bombarded the heaven cauldron, but it was unable to damage it in the slightest. Yuro Fei looked at this scene in surprise and softly exclaimed, as expected of a heaven cauldron, its use is really extraordinary. And you should go accompany Master's wife inside the cauldron, I'll definitely get you through here. Ling Xiao said confidently. Yuro Fei wanted to say something, but after a moment of hesitation, she nodded obediently. After keeping Yuro Fei, Ling Xiao grabbed one of the cauldron's legs and plunged deep into the sea of lightning. After the medicinal cauldron became bigger, it blocked all the lightning that struck Ling Xiao's head. At most, only some of the residual lightning power splashed on his body, but this was no longer important. The raging wind and the wind blades were like knives, constantly scraping, unable to sweep him and the medicinal cauldron away. It could only cause some superficial wounds to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had the ancient Emperor Divine Technique's extreme healing technique, so that kind of injury was nothing at all. Just like that, Ling Xiao traversed through the sea of lightning. He was constantly vigilant of his surroundings, afraid that some creatures would come out and attack him. After nearly a month, Ling Xiao had already reached the depths of the sea of lightning. The power of the lightning was enough to kill an ordinary high-level saint, and the cutting force of the raging wind had also increased by a lot. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and continued forward. He had already reached the last level, so there was no reason to retreat. He had to pass through here and reach the heaven domain. Suddenly, the Khanate-ine wind bead in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness reacted. Ling Xiao guessed that it might be a wind attribute strange object, so he immediately followed the Khanate-ine wind bead and flew over. Not long after, he saw a whirlpool in the eye of the wind spinning continuously in a certain space. Its strong wind power almost sucked Ling Xiao's body into it. Ling Xiao grabbed the heavy medicinal cauldron tightly to stabilize his body. He suspected that if he was sucked in, he would be torn to pieces by the wind blades there. At this moment, the Khanate-ine wind bead in his sea of consciousness throbbed even more violently, as if it wanted to charge out of his sea of consciousness. If you're not afraid of being devoured by it, then come out. Ling Xiao warned the Khanate-ine wind bead and allowed it to do as it pleased. Without Ling Xiao's suppression, the Khanate-ine wind bead instantly shot out of his sea of consciousness and plunged into the eye of the wind. In an instant, the two forces of wind intertwined and collided violently. The overflowing wind blades cut open his skin and flesh, causing blood to flow wildly. Ling Xiao quickly retreated, afraid that he would be sliced to pieces by the wind blades if he was any slower. The demonic heavenly fire bead has also reached the bottleneck of the next level, and the Khanate-ine wind bead should be able to advance after absorbing the energy here. Looks like I have Ping Yi to pick up again. Let's see if I can break through again. Ling Xiao licked his lips excitedly. With the energy from the demonic heavenly fire bead in Lu Weng, his strength had improved tremendously, and he also hoped that the Khanate-ine wind bead could bring him the same benefits. One day later, the wind around the area weakened, and the Khanate-ine wind bead automatically returned to Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao waited for the Khanate-ine wind bead to return its energy, but unfortunately, it only urged Ling Xiao to go in another direction. This made Ling Xiao extremely depressed. However, when Ling Xiao was about to leave, he decided to turn back and look at the Eye of the Wind to see what was so special about it. The Eye of the Wind had indeed disappeared, and the energy there must have been completely absorbed by the Khanate wind bead. However, just as he was about to leave, he discovered that there was an irregular silver-gray stone there. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything special about it, but Ling Xiao felt that there must be something extraordinary about this place, so he summoned it over. He didn't feel anything else when he held it in his hand. Just as he was about to throw it away, he realized that wind attribute energy was gathering around him. Although this energy wasn't very obvious, it was definitely there. Could this be the wind-stabilizing stone? Ling Xiao muttered to himself in doubt. After that, he didn't dare to be too sure, so he threw the stone into the medicine cauldron for Feng Qingyuan to confirm. Feng Qingyuan specialized in the wind attribute, so she could naturally tell if this was the wind-stabilizing stone. As expected, Feng Qingyuan replied that this was indeed the wind-stabilizing stone, and she even excitedly told Ling Xiao that she wanted to come out, and that she hoped to obtain more wind-stabilizing stones. "Mistress, don't be anxious, the environment here is too harsh. I will continue to search for the wind-stabilizing stone for you." Ling Xiao comforted Feng Qingyuan, who was in the medicine cauldron. Hearing this, Feng Qingyuan finally calmed down. Ling Xiao followed the feeling of the Khanate wind bead again, and arrived at another place with the Eye of the Wind. The energy gathered in the Eye of the Wind was once again sucked dry by the Khanate wind bead. When the energy dissipated, he found another wind-stabilizing stone. Ling Xiao suspected that these wind eyes were created by the wind-stabilizing stone. This was because other than allowing people to not be affected by the strong wind, the wind-stabilizing stone could also absorb wind attribute energy and gather it. When the gathered energy reached a certain level, it wouldn't be surprising for it to form a wind eye in such a harsh environment. After the Khanate wind bead absorbed the energy of a few wind eyes, its energy was indeed released. With the help of this energy, Ling Xiao directly reached the peak of a low-level saint. If Ling Xiao wanted to borrow this energy, there should be a high chance of success, but Ling Xiao forcefully suppressed it. This was because he had advanced too quickly in the past few years, and his comprehension of the realm was still shallow. Although his strength would increase greatly if he broke through rashly, it wouldn't be beneficial to his future. Therefore, after accumulating more energy and comprehending the use of the power of space, the probability of success would be higher, and there wouldn't be any problems with his foundation. Well, I only care about looking for the wind-stabilizing stone. There may be a thunder attribute saint treasure here. Even if I don't need it, it won't be difficult to find it. Ling Xiao thought for a while and decided to look for a thunder attribute saint treasure. In this space of thunder and wind, it was impossible to only have wind attribute things. There must be thunder attribute or wind and thunder attribute saint treasures. Ling Xiao held the medicine cauldron in one hand, and began to drill towards the place where the thunder and lightning were the densest and most violent. Although Ling Xiao had the medicine cauldron to block most of the thunder and lightning power, when he approached these places, the sputtering thunder and lightning power still made him grit his teeth in pain. He didn't dare to rush over again for fear that if he got a little closer, his body would be completely charred by the thunder and lightning. There should be some good things here, but the power here is too terrifying. Without the help of a foreign object, I will only die if I go over. Ling Xiao sighed. Ling Xiao was not arrogant enough to ignore all the thunder and lightning here. For a forbidden area like this, without the help of a foreign object, he didn't dare to break through. After hesitating for a while, Ling Xiao thought of something again, and immediately revealed a faint smile. How could I forget to use the power of thunder and lightning here to cultivate my soul doppelganger? Although the soul doppelganger was condensed by soul power, it was most afraid of the power of thunder and lightning and the power of fire. However, Ling Xiao's soul power, which had been refined to such a degree, was not much worse than his real body. He already had a certain degree of resistance, and he could also use the power of thunder and lightning to train his soul power, making his soul power more solid, and his combat power more powerful. Of course, if Ling Xiao's soul suddenly appeared in this sea of thunder and lightning, he would immediately be bombarded to ashes. However, with the medicinal cauldron blocking most of the power of thunder and lightning, and only using the power of thunder and lightning to train his soul power, he should be able to withstand it. After Ling Xiao raised the medicinal cauldron and retreated from the dense area, he controlled his soul doppelganger to come out. Sure enough, when the soul doppelganger was struck by the power of thunder and lightning in the vicinity, it immediately became much weaker. At the same time, Ling Xiao also felt waves of pain in his sea of consciousness, causing him to sweat profusely. The soul doppelganger and his sea of consciousness were connected, and he didn't let it move alone. When the lightning struck his soul, Ling Xiao naturally felt uncomfortable. Ling Xiao let it stay under the medicinal cauldron, and began to resist the power of thunder and lightning with great difficulty. His soul doppelganger could fight against ordinary low-level saints, but facing the remnant power of thunder and lightning, it still couldn't withstand it for more than half a day. Ling Xiao controlled it back into his sea of consciousness and recovered. After forging it a few times, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the soul doppelganger he condensed was becoming more and more lifelike, and its resistance was also rapidly increasing. Looks like as long as I can continue to train my soul power like this, I will be able to reach the great perfection of the 8th level of the origin returning art. Ling Xiao thought in ecstasy. As such, Ling Xiao immersed himself in the sea of thunder and lightning to train his soul power, hoping to make his soul doppelganger even stronger. Chapter 999. After several months of thunder and lightning baptism, Ling Xiao felt that his soul power was growing rapidly. He could already fall into the sea of thunder and lightning without suffering any damage. He seemed to have developed an immunity to the thunder and lightning. Ling Xiao didn't expect such an outcome. His own fleshly body was comparable to a high-grade saint artifact, but when faced with these lightning bolts, his skin and flesh were still split open. However, his soul was able to gradually adapt and strengthen like a fish in water. This was truly inconceivable. Could it be that the soul power needs to be tempered by the power of thunder and lightning to become stronger? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. He now found that as his soul power became more and more real, the spiritual fluid in his sea of consciousness also became more and more pure. The impurities in it were also blasted away by the power of thunder and lightning. In this sea of thunder and wind, Ling Xiao's body could be seen doing different actions. One hand was holding the medicine cauldron, while the other was waving the 9-sun heaven burning fist in the sea of thunder and lightning. Every punch generated power, resisting the power of thunder and lightning in the surroundings. Looking at his other self, Ling Xiao suddenly exclaimed, "I understand now. My spiritual power has long surpassed an ordinary level 8 sacred medicine master. It is not surprising that it is comparable to a level 9 sacred medicine master. Therefore, the power of my soul is not inferior to my body at all. In fact, it is much more powerful. It is just that I didn't know how to train in the past and didn't clean up those impurities. Now that I have been tempered by this sea of thunder, I can truly unleash the power of my soul doppelganger." In the past, Ling Xiao had absorbed the power of too many remnant souls and contained a lot of impurities. Although he had the help of the spiritual fluid to clean them up once, he had also absorbed the power of other remnant souls. Naturally, the spiritual fluid had become somewhat mixed. This time, the purification of the Sea of Thunder could clean up all these impurities, making the spiritual fluid even more pure and vast. Now I can let my soul doppelganger try over there. If it really doesn't work, then forget it. After Ling Xiao muttered to himself, he flew towards the place where the Sea of Thunder was the densest. His physical body didn't get too close. Instead, he let his soul avatar slowly walk in. Ling Xiao's soul avatar seemed to be in a much better state after being bombarded by these lightning bolts. He didn't suffer too much damage, but the closer he got, the harder it became. His soul became illusory, as if it could dissipate at any time. Although Ling Xiao and his soul avatar were both independent existences, his soul avatar was still under the control of his true body. It was no different from him personally visiting the Thunder Sea Forbidden Area. He could clearly see all the lightning scenes in front of him. However, just when Ling Xiao thought he was going to get something good, countless dense purple lightning bolts shot out from inside. The power was many times stronger than the lightning bolts outside. Before Ling Xiao's soul force could escape, it was immediately destroyed by the explosion. He immediately lost all sense of Ling Xiao's true body. A look of fear appeared on his face. He lifted the medicine cauldron and began to run with all his might. His speed was no slower than when he encountered the black and white giant eagle. After running for a few days, Ling Xiao finally stopped to catch his breath. He kept patting his chest and said, "Damn, what kind of spiritual beast is that? Too scary. It just stared at me and it turned my avatar into ashes." Ling Xiao clearly remembered that before his soul avatar was destroyed, he saw a pair of terrifying lightning eyes, which terrified him. He was really afraid that the spiritual beast would chase after him. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to deal with it even if there were 10 of him. Ling Xiao completely dispelled the idea of deliberately looking for a thunder attribute holy treasure. He began to fly at full speed away from the Thunder Sea forbidden area. He wanted to reach the Empyrean stronghold as soon as possible. Along the way, although Ling Xiao didn't look for any more holy treasures, he still obtained some good items with the wind and thunder attributes. After half a year of trekking, Ling Xiao finally reached the final barrier. As long as he broke through this barrier, he would be able to reach the Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao summoned Yuro Fei, Feng Qingyuan and Sha Tian to let them witness this moment. Once we break through this place, we'll reach the Heaven Realm. I think the barrier here must be the thickest. It's best if we work together to break through it. Ling Xiao suggested as he looked at the three of them. The three of them nodded at the same time, agreeing with Ling Xiao's suggestion. I can finally see Big Brother Evil Emperor. Feng Qingyuan thought excitedly in his heart. Under the full strength of the four of them, a few of their most powerful attacks struck the spatial barrier at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A small hole appeared in the spatial barrier, and the four of them entered at the same time. Just as they passed through the spatial barrier, all the rumbling thunder and the whistling of the wind completely disappeared, and the world returned to its original clarity. The four of them floated in the air, looking at the barren mountain in front of them that was in a sorry state, and they were instantly dumbfounded. There were many traces of battle on the barren mountain. The mountain ridges were ravaged with thousands of holes, and the pits were hundreds or even thousands of meters deep. It was obvious how intense the battle was. However, these traces seemed to have been left behind a long time ago. The four of them closed their eyes, hoping to feel the traces of consciousness left behind by the battle. Unfortunately, other than a few illusions of the battle, they couldn't see anything else. Is this the Heaven Realm stronghold? Why can't I feel anything special? Ling Xiao muttered to himself gloomily. The Heaven Realm stronghold was at the edge of the Heaven Realm, and it was the only way to reach the center of the Heaven Realm. He originally thought that the heaven and earth spiritual qi here was 100 times denser than the Xianling continent, and there would be countless strange flowers and plants. However, what he saw now was too far from what he had imagined, and he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Don't be disappointed. This Heaven Realm stronghold is just a place where the great powers of the Heaven Realm send their disciples who don't have Tenbin. It can be said that this is a barren land at the border, and the heaven and earth spiritual qi is only slightly stronger than the central region. Feng Qingyuan explained with a smile. From the looks of it, she seemed to know a lot of things. Master's wife, how do you know about this? Ling Xiao asked Feng Qingyuan in surprise. Feng Qingyuan revealed a beautiful smile and said, Of course it was told to me when your master came back. Ling Xiao was a little dissatisfied as he muttered, Master is too unkind. Back then, when I asked him about the situation in the Heaven Realm, he didn't tell me anything. He only said that I would know when I reached the Saint Realm. Now, I don't know where to go. Your master didn't expect you to reach the Saint Realm so quickly. Besides, this place isn't as serious as you think. As long as we keep a low profile, no one will care about us, because our strength is insignificant in the Heaven Realm. However, if we want to reach the true Heaven Realm, we must have enough travel expenses. Feng Qingyuan said again. At the side, Yuro Fei asked in puzzlement, What other travel expenses do we need? This is the Heaven Realm's place of exile, and if we want to reach the Heaven Realm, we must use the Heaven Passage Formation. This Heaven Passage Formation is controlled by the great powers here, and each person needs 10 million high-grade Xian crystals to enter and exit. These Xian crystals are not easy to obtain for ordinary people, but it won't be difficult for us. The most important thing for us to pay attention to is that there is only one chance to head to the Heaven Realm every year, and the quota is extremely limited. If we can't get a spot, we will have to wait until next year to have another chance. In addition, we must not offend the powers here. Even though they are exiled, they have half a holy emperor or even a holy emperor guarding them. Feng Qingyuan said. Holy Emperor. Haha, we will soon have a holy emperor on our side, so there's no need to be afraid of them. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Yuro Fei said from the side, Why is the quota limited? I don't know either. I only heard Xiao Er's master say that. Feng Qingyuan said. I think those people in the Heaven Realm might think that the people here are lowly and don't allow them to enter and leave as they please. Ling Xiao guessed. Don't think so much. Let's go. There is at least half a month's journey from here to the city. Once we reach the city, we will use the transmission array to go to the places under the jurisdiction of the great powers. Only there is a Heaven Passage Formation there. Feng Qingyuan called out and flew in a direction. When the evil emperor returned to the central region, he had already told Feng Qingyuan about the situation here. It was so that Feng Qingyuan would know the direction when he came to the heaven realm. As the few of them flew, they realized that there were very few auras in this barren mountain range. There was not a single person to be seen, and there were even fewer spirit beasts. It was obvious that this was the poorest place in the heaven realm stronghold. After the group rushed for 10 days, they started to meet some people. Ling Xiao had thought that there would be saints everywhere, but he realized that these people also had the strength of an Empyrean. On the contrary, he had not met any saints with the strength of the mystic emperor. Ling Xiao asked in confusion, "Didn't they say that the heaven realm is a place where saints live? How can there be such a powerful existence?" Feng Qingyuan explained again, "Are you stupid? Who was born as a saint? Do you think that everyone here came from the mystic spirit continent? These people should be the original residents of the heaven realm stronghold. They have been here since they were born, and their strength has been cultivated bit by bit." Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and said, "That's right, why didn't I think of that? I'm really stupid." When the group approached the city, they immediately retracted their auras and landed in front of the city. This city was the poorest city in the heaven realm stronghold, but it was not inferior to the 10 great cities in the central region. There were countless martial artists coming and going, and all of them were extremely capable. Empyrean and mystic emperor level martial artists were actually walking around like cabbages. It did not seem like they were very arrogant. Seeing this situation, Ling Xiao knew that although this was the place where the heaven realm was banished, it was already many times more prosperous than the central region. The few of them were not in a hurry to continue on their journey. They first found a place to stay in the city, and then they walked around the city, planning to understand more about the heaven realm stronghold and the situation in the heaven realm. However, before they had the time to understand the situation, they were targeted by others. Chapter 1000. Although this was the first time Ling Xiao had come to the Heavenly Region Fortress, he did not know that he was already on the list. This was because the owner of the Ghost Mother Demon Array that was set up under Wind Cloud City was in the Heavenly Region Fortress. Back then, when the demon array was broken by Ling Xiao, the owner of this place flew into a rage and posted Ling Xiao's appearance in the Heavenly Region Fortress. If anyone discovered that Ling Xiao was here, whoever caught him would be rewarded handsomely. Back then, the owner of the Ghost Mother Demon Array had issued this mission out of anger. One had to know that Ling Xiao was only a heavenly venerable at that time. If he wanted to come to the Heavenly Region Fortress from a place where spirit energy was scarce, it would undoubtedly be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Perhaps it would take thousands of years. However, the mission had already been issued and it was not good to take it back. Thus it was left there. In any case, no one could complete the mission and there was no need to pay the reward. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know about this situation. He brought the three of them along the spacious official road, planning to look around and find someone to understand the situation here. However, before they had the chance to understand the situation, they immediately realized that they were being followed by someone. "We're being watched." Euro Fei transmitted a message to Ling Xiao to remind him. Ling Xiao had long sensed it and nodded. "And let's see what they want first. They dare to come and find trouble with this little strength? Truly reckless." Feng Qingyuan was extremely disdainful. They all sensed that the person following them was not particularly strong. He was only at the mystic the arch realm. This kind of strength would be considered a super expert in the middle region. However, in their eyes it was not even worth mentioning. Those people were obviously unable to see through Ling Xiao and company's strength. They only saw that they were so young and did not have much to worry about. There were more than 10 people on the other side. They quickly surrounded Ling Xiao and company. The leader, the high-level mystic the Arch, said, "I have something to say to you. Please follow us." His words were polite, but it was filled with killing intent and did not allow anyone to refuse. Sha Tian wanted to immediately deal with these people, but Ling Xiao stopped him with a hand gesture. "Yes, you do have something to say to us." Ling Xiao gently nodded. His eyes shone brightly as he forcefully sent his mental energy into the man's sea of knowledge. After the mystic Thearcha's expression became slightly sluggish, he respectfully led Ling Xiao and the others in a certain direction. They arrived at a decent manner. The rest of the people were left outside by the mystic the Arch. Ling Xiao and company swaggered into the hall and sat down. "You can tell us now. Why did you look for us?" Ling Xiao asked the Shen the Arch. The man replied honestly, It's because the Mercenary Alliance has issued a mission related to you. Capturing you will give you a pot of spring water of life and 50 million high-grade profound crystals. Just who would be so generous to actually want this consort's life? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He had only just arrived at the Empyrean stronghold, but he was already being targeted by an imaginary enemy. This was not good news at all. It's a mission from the Ghastly Puppet Sect, one of the 4 great forces. Emperor Xian replied. Ghastly Puppet Sect? Tell me everything you know in detail. Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Immediately after, Emperor Xian roughly explained the distribution of the Ghastly Puppet Sect and the other forces. The Ghastly Puppet Sect was only the weakest of the 4 great forces in the Empyrean stronghold. However, its sect was mysterious and evil, and it specialized in refining puppets and corpse demons to survive. The other 3 great forces were the Myriad Sword Sect, the Yang family, and the 100 Alliance race. There were also many other small and large forces scattered all over the place. Based on his understanding, the area of the Empyrean stronghold was actually 2 to 3 times larger than the Profound Spirit Sect, and the strength of the various great powers was also extremely strong. For example, the Holy Emperor, who was the first person to be abandoned in the Heaven Realm, was present in these 4 great powers. After tens of thousands of years of development, they were already at the top, and no one dared to challenge their position. The Myriad Sword Sect lived up to its name, and everyone in the sect used swords. It was the strongest of the 4 great powers, and the Yang family was a member of a branch of a superpower in the Heaven Realm. They had a noble bloodline, and even though they were abandoned, they were still doing well here. As for the 100 Alliance race, it was a large force formed by dozens of families. When facing a foreign enemy, they would form an alliance, and normally they would have nothing to do with each other. Then is there a force called the Lotus Sect among so many forces? It's the person with a lotus flower between his eyebrows. Ling Xiao asked the Emperor Xian after listening. This was related to Yun Mingqi's whereabouts, so Ling Xiao had no choice but to keep it in mind. When the Emperor Xian heard this, he revealed a look of respect and said, The people from the Lotus Sect in our Empyrean stronghold are long gone. They have all returned to the Heaven Realm. If they didn't leave, they wouldn't be any weaker than the 4 great powers. What? They returned to the Heaven Realm? What's going on? Ling Xiao asked nervously. I'm not too sure about the specifics. I just heard that a divine body was born in their generation. After that, their bishop found out and brought them all back to the Heaven Realm. The Emperor Xian said. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao muttered and then asked a lot of related questions. In the end, he only knew that there were countless big powers in the Heaven Realm, and the space there was hundreds of times more than here. There were even real gods. Hearing this, Ling Xiao and the others were all in a daze. However, the mystic the Arch added that he had only read about it in some ancient records and had never actually been to the Heaven region. The truth had yet to be verified. However, the valuable information that Ling Xiao received was that in about half a year, the annual opening of the Heavenly Array would only allow 100 people to enter. Every year, the competition for the slots for the Heaven Connecting Formation was extremely intense. Saints and even Saint Kings from various forces would participate. Many young prodigies would head to the Heaven region to improve themselves. There were also many people who were unwilling to stay in the Heaven region strongholds and would fight for the slots. Therefore, every year at that time, the Heavenly Array would be filled with rivers of blood and corpses. Without a certain level of strength, anyone who went would only die. With so few spots, it seems like we have to be fully prepared. Ling Xiao pondered. If the Holy Emperor were to join the Heavenly Array, then everything would be different. With their combined strength, it would be difficult for them to be a match for any of the Holy Emperor. Then what do you think we should do? Yuro Fei asked Ling Xiao. She was already his woman, and now she would listen to this enemy's arrangements. Increase your strength. Only the Holy Emperor can firmly take the top 100 spots. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes revealed a bright light. With Ro Fei and Sha Tian's strength, they both have a chance to advance to the Holy Emperor. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy to break through in just half a year. Feng Qingyuan said from the side. Master's wife, don't worry. With me here they will definitely succeed. I will refine a Saint Pellet for you so that you can advance further. Ling Xiao said with certainty. Don't worry about me. With the wind stabilizing stone, I am confident that I can advance further in half a year. Back then your master left me some things which will be of great use now. Feng Qingyuan replied. Master is truly biased. Back then he didn't leave anything for me. Ling Xiao said gloomily. Your master is also doing this for your own good. He is afraid that you will rely too much on external forces and shake your foundation. Feng Qingyuan said. How do we deal with the Yin puppet sect? Fei asked. Ignore it for now. I still don't know what's going on. No matter how many of them come, I will kill them all. As long as the Holy Emperor doesn't make a move, Ling Xiao said. In the following days, Ling Xiao and the rest did not leave the city for the time being. He instructed Sha Tian and the Emperor Xian to purchase all sorts of high-level spirit herbs and Tier 8 beast cores. Ling Xiao had to be completely prepared before he planned to rush to the heaven-connecting formation. Fei and Feng Qingyuan, on the other hand, were focused on cultivation. The two girls had obtained saint treasures of the corresponding attributes when they passed through the 9 checkpoints, which would allow their strength to increase once again. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to call Xian Yao out. He had to know what to do next in order to be safe. Right now, Xian Yao had already successfully broken through to the low-level Emperor Xian cultivation. With the help of Ling Zhao's Supreme Great Emperor Xian pellet, his strength had increased by another level. Fraud, quickly make a few divination and see if this trip will be good or bad. Ling Xiao said to Xian Yao. Palace mistress, when did you believe in this? Didn't you say that my little skill was a lie? Xian Yao smiled faintly. Enough with the nonsense. This is the first time I've come to the Empyrean fortress and I've already been targeted. There's a Saint Emperor there. I just want to know when I've gotten myself into such trouble. Could it be that there's someone here who looks like me and I've fallen into the wrong trap? Palace mistress, don't be anxious. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, we can't avoid it. Let me take a look. Xian Yao comforted him and took out something that looked like a turtle shell. He took it out and shook it a few times before opening it. Xian Yao muttered to himself as he looked at the direction of the divination. His brows gradually furrowed. Ling Xiao asked worriedly, how is it? The main danger is the Yin demon, located in the Big Dipper, and there's a heavenly demon acting violently. The star blood is opened. This is a sign of great misfortune. Xian Yao said very seriously. Yin demon, heavenly demon? What's that? Ling Xiao asked confusedly. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Ever since he started cultivating, he had faced countless life and death battles. This was the first time he felt uneasy. I might know who this Yin demon is. This heavenly demon is a malefic star that descended from the heavens. Wherever he appears, blood will flow like a river. His baleful aura is very heavy. I don't know who he is, but I'm sure he's with the Yin demon. However, according to the divination, the heavenly demon is still under the Yin demon. Maybe he hasn't fully grown yet. Xian Yao said. Then tell me who this Yin demon is first. Ling Xiao asked. He had made many enemies in the central region, but he really couldn't think of anyone he had offended in the heavenly region stronghold. If I'm not wrong, this Yin demon should be the owner of the Ghost Mother Demon Child formation. Xian Yao said with certainty. The Demon Child formation that was broken under Wind Cloud City? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the terrifying demon that had appeared twice. Chapter 1001. After knowing the potential enemies, Ling Xiao didn't think about how to avoid them as that wasn't his character. Ling Xiao asked Sha Tian and the mystic the arch named Shuri to buy a lot of high-grade spirit herbs and beast cores before leaving this place immediately. He had to bring Fei and Sha Tian to the Holy Emperor realm in order to guarantee his strength. Fei and Sha Tian were on the same level as each other, but she didn't have many light attribute holy items in her hands. It would be difficult for her to reach the Holy Emperor realm. Anyway, Sha Tian had the 10,000-year geocentric spring and Ling Zhao's 10,000-year tree fruit. With the combination of the two, he had a 70% chance of breaking through successfully. After making the decision, Ling Xiao and his group arrived at a desolate forest and let Sha Tian and his spirit beasts break through first. Ling Xiao had made the greatest preparations. He got Xian Yao to set up the spirit-absorbing array and got Fei and Feng Qingyuan to protect him, making sure that nothing would go wrong. After doing all these, Ling Xiao handed a lot of 10,000-year geocentric spring and 10,000-year tree fruit to Sha Tian. Sha Tian had been waiting for this day for a long time. His soul spirit might have been branded with a high-grade mental curse by Ling Xiao, but it didn't hinder his thoughts. After adjusting for 3 days and 3 nights, Sha Tian was in peak condition. He consumed the 10,000-year geocentric spring and 10,000-year tree fruit. He activated the mystic art in his body and tried his best to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. The heavenly domain fortress was the poorest place in the heaven region. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy here was still more than 10 times denser than the mystic spirit continent. There was also a thin source of energy here which was enough for someone to suddenly reach the Holy Emperor realm. Half a month later, a strange phenomenon descended near Ling Xiao and the others. 2 halos of wood and water energy continuously hovered above them, and didn't dissipate for a long time. The natural energy within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was completely sucked dry. This attracted the attention of many experts nearby. Only the Holy Emperor is capable of draining all the spiritual qi in this area. Looks like someone else has broken through to the Holy Emperor realm. Which lucky guy managed to get his hands on origin energy? Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do it with just the impurities in the world. It's better to hide a little further away. If he succeeds in his breakthrough, it won't be worth it to start with us first. Looks like this year's Battle of Tongtian is going to be another bloodbath. The peerless experts in the surroundings all sensed the changes in the world and let out sighs one after another. When all the visions were over, Shatian really did suddenly enter the realm of the Holy Emperor. That domineering aura shattered several mountains in the surroundings into dust. That terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions, slashing out terrifying sword marks one after another. Haha, I finally entered the realm of the Holy Emperor. Thank you, Master. Shatian laughed excitedly. It's good to keep a low profile. Quickly retract your aura. Don't hurt us. Ling Xiao said, looking at him from afar. He could clearly feel that Shatian had the power to destroy heaven and earth. He could destroy a part of the world with just a wave of his hand. Compared to before, the difference was like heaven and earth. With such a holy emperor as his bodyguard, he felt more at ease. In this strange environment, the stronger one was, the more secure one would be. After Shatian entered the realm of Saint, Ling Xiao set off again. This time he rushed to the territory of the Yang family, one of the 4 great forces. The reason why he chose to go to the Yang family first was because the Yang family had a good reputation in the heavenly region stronghold. They rarely bullied others, and there was a transmission array in the city directly under the Yang family that led directly to the heaven connecting formation. Other than that, Ling Xiao mainly wanted to take a look around the Yang family's territory to see if he could find a suitable holy object for Euro phase breakthrough. After all, light attribute spiritual objects were not easy to find. If even such a great force could not find one, then he would not know where to go to find it. With Shi leading the way, after more than a month of travel, after passing through dozens of transmission arrays, they finally arrived at the Yang family city. This city was extremely grand and magnificent. From afar, it looked like a ferocious beast and its aura was extraordinary. Ancient and sturdy buildings, 100-meter-wide official roads, powerful warriors coming and going, dazzling shops. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The majesty and prosperity of this place were simply unimaginable. When compared to it, the so-called 10 great cities of the Central Territory could only be considered as small and remote cities that had fallen behind the Central Territory. On the official roads, many city guards were patrolling solemnly. They were all Empyrean-level city guards, and they displayed an inviolable aura. The leader was even a martial artist with the cultivation of the mystic the Arch. Only a big city like this would allow the mystic the Arch to be a city guard. If it was in the middle region, all the factions would treat them as grand elders. Ling Xiao and the others walked for half a day, but they had only walked through 1/10 of the city. They also had a preliminary understanding of Yang Jiaqing. The group chose a relatively luxurious restaurant and walked in. There were Empyrean martial artists in charge of the restaurants here, and they also provided all kinds of spirit beast meat for the guests to choose from. There were also delicious spirit fruits and jade ores. These things were all good goods that could be taken out to be auctioned in the middle region, but here they could only be used as food for others. It was no wonder that everyone here was so strong. At this time, Ling Xiao had already kept Sha Tian into the medicine cauldron. He didn't want to be too high profile, it would be too easy to attract attention. A holy emperor might be strong, but in this unfamiliar place, there were still many holy emperors around. It was better to be low-key. Ling Xiao, Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, and Xian Yao had just sat down to eat when a group of people squeezed in from outside the restaurant. As these people entered, there was a small commotion in the restaurant. The leader was a beautiful woman who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. She had a classic oval face, a pair of eyes that were filled with spring and apricot. Her nose was sharp and her lips were alluring. Her well-developed figure was outlined vividly by the green silk. Her arms were exposed, and on one of her arms, there were a few beautiful bracelets. Balls of powerful energy were emitted, and it was obvious that these bracelets were extraordinary. There was a middle-aged man and 6 young men following behind her. All of them looked extraordinarily handsome, dressed in luxurious clothes, and had an extraordinary bearing. 7th young lady is here. Your seat has been reserved for you. A heavenly venerable innkeeper greeted the beautiful woman respectfully. This woman was a direct descendant of the Yang clan, and the granddaughter of the current clan leader, Yang Bixiang. She was only 18 years old, but she already had the strength of an earth sovereign. Her cultivation level was extremely high, and she was the focus of the Yang clan's new generation. The middle-aged man following behind her was an elder of the Yang clan, and he was already a half-saint. The other young masters were all young masters of other clans, and they were all at the earth sovereign level. They were all eyeing Yang Bixiang, hoping to capture the heart of this beauty, and then hitch a ride on the Yang clan's ship. Yang Bixiang was like a proud little princess. She raised her beautiful eyes and said in a sweet voice, "Let's follow the old rules. Remember to bring a few jars of 1,000 years green leaf wine." "All right, 7th young lady, please take a seat first. We'll be right there." The innkeeper responded and retreated. Yang Bixiang walked towards her position, and the people behind her followed suit. Yang Bixiang glared at the young men and said with disgust, "What are you all doing? You're so annoying." It wasn't easy for her to leave the clan, and she was being pestered by a few flies. How could she not be annoyed? A young man in blue smiled and said, "Xiang, if you don't like it, then I'll sit to the side and not be an eyesore to you." A strong young man looked at Yang Bixiang and said, "Xiang, you should know my feelings for you. Tell me, what kind of man do you like? I'll do my best to achieve it." "Xiaohan, do you think you're worthy of Xiang? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" An arrogant young man sneered disdainfully. The young man called Xiaohan shouted back, "Su Zheng, if you have the guts, then say it. Don't think that I'm afraid of you." Su Zheng did not look down on him and said, "Come, let's compete today. Whoever loses will leave, and you're not allowed to pester Xiang anymore. What do you think?" "Alright, I agree. Otherwise even Xiang will hate us." Another young man replied. The young men spoke one after another, but none of them made a move. At this moment, Yang Bixiang looked in a direction out of boredom, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a few rays of light. She stood up and walked towards a direction. Surprisingly, it was the direction where Ling Xiao and the others were. At this moment, the Yang clan's half-saint stopped in front of Yang Bixiang and said, "7th miss, don't go over. I can't see their strength clearly." "Uncle Wang, what are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going over to cause trouble. I'm just trying to make friends with them," Yang Bixiang said. Having said that, Yang Bixiang avoided the half-step saint and went to the table where Ling Xiao and the others were sitting. She praised, "Two big sisters are really beautiful. I wonder if Bixiang can have a drink with you?" Feng Qingyun was the first to reply, "Since this little sister is in such a good mood, then there's naturally no problem." Then thank you, big sister." Yang Bixiang laughed and sat down on an empty seat. Ling Xiao was a little unhappy because the moment this girl came over, the other youths also squeezed over. The atmosphere immediately changed and his appetite also became tasteless. However, he could also tell that the middle-aged man beside the girl had the strength of a half-step saint. Looking at the attitude of the people here towards the girl, she must be someone of status, so it was not good for him to not give her face. "Little sister, what's your name? Aren't you afraid that we're bad people?" Feng Qingyuan asked Yang Bixiang. "No matter how I look at it, big sister doesn't look like a bad person. Moreover, this is our Yang family's territory, no one dares to act recklessly." "Alright, my name is Yang Bixiang, what's your name?" Yang Bixiang revealed an innocent expression as she spoke. From time to time, her gaze would glance at Ling Xiao, and her heart would beat a little faster. She thought to herself, "He's really handsome, much stronger than those boring fellows. No wonder these two big sisters are willing to follow him." At this time the young man called Su Zheng looked at Ling Xiao and Shen Yao and said, "Hey, the two of you sit on the other side. Don't hinder me." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.